10. Iran nuclear negotiations. During the Obama administration, a group of nations including the United States negotiated the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran in an effort to control the country's nuclear arms development. However, during the years of the deal's enforcement, Iran deliberately violated the terms of the treaty by developing their nuclear capabilities and continuing the advancement of uranium enrichment. The Obama administration eased sanctions on Iran, which have allowed for the nuclear program to make key advancements towards a nuclear weapon. Former President Donald J. Trump left the JCPOA and reimposed sanctions on Iran. The Biden administration has made negotiating a new Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran a primary objective of the administration's Middle East foreign policy. The negotiations have met many breakdowns throughout 2021 and 2022. Iran's hostilities against U.S. forces in Iraq between September of 2021 and into 2022 have triggered various U.S. responses and have only worked to sever negotiations between Iran and the United States. Iran's direct involvement with Russia in the Ukraine invasion and Biden's celebration of widespread protests in Iran against the government has given Iran more incentives to not negotiate with the U.S. on the JCPOA. The stakes could never have been higher for the Biden administration to contain Iran's nuclear program as the nation neared the development of a fully functional nuclear warhead. The failure to contain Iran's nuclear program could trigger a potential future invasion of Iran by the United States in order to proliferate any weapons of mass destruction within the country. The following is a comprehensive look into the policy of the Biden administration towards Iran. Throughout the first year of Biden's presidency, the administration engaged in discussions with Iran to rejoin the JCPOA. The talks were productive until Iran began to push for incentives and requirements that the United States could not meet. Eventually, the discussions between Iran and the U.S. broke down and no progress has been made since. Iran soon began to engage in violent acts against the United States starting on January 13, 2022, when pro-Iranian forces shot rockets on the U.S. embassy in Baghdad. A day later, Iran openly threatened to assassinate former President Donald J. Trump. Despite these threats, President Biden said his administration was committed to rejoining the JCPOA and that discussions with Iran were underway. On February 11, 2022, Secretary of State Antony Blinken signed a waiver restoring the ability of foreign companies and countries to participate in civilian nuclear safety projects in Iran. The waiver rescinded sanctions against Iran related to participation in nuclear safety projects within the country. The sanctions relief also allowed for U.S. fuel to be sent to Iran to power 2 reactors. State Department spokesman Edward Price said that the administration's waiver did not provide sanctions relief to Iran. Acts of aggression carried out by Iran continued on March 12, 2022, when Iran fired ballistic missiles towards an unoccupied U.S. embassy building in Iraq and a U.S. military base in Erbil, Iraq. The United States said that there were no injuries or casualties sustained from the attacks. This is the second time Iran has fired rockets on the U.S. military base in Erbil, Iraq during this administration. The first attack occurred on September 11, 2021. Iran claimed responsibility for these missiles attacks 2 days after they took place. Russia was a critical component to getting the JCPOA into enforcement and negotiating with Iran to agree to the plan. However, Russia said that they would not renew the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action unless sanctions against them for their invasion of Ukraine were rescinded. Russia's continued absence from the negotiating table has made it harder for the United States to get Iran to agree to the deal. On March 15, 2022, Iran conducted denial-of-service cyber attacks against Israel. Various Israeli websites were taken down, albeit for a short duration of time. On March 17, 2022, reports came out alleging that the Biden administration was in talks with Iran to remove the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps from the State Department's list of terrorist organizations. State Department spokesperson Edward Price also said that sanctions relief is at the heart of negotiations to revive the nuclear deal. Iran later confirmed that the Biden administration was conducting meetings with them to remove the IRGC from the list of terrorist forces and that the talks have gone as far back as June 2021. The IRGC has been responsible for the deaths of several American citizens. They have also been responsible for many casualties suffered by U.S service members throughout the Middle East. The IRGC directly supports and arms terrorist organizations around the region, most notably Hezbollah. Various proxies of the IRGC have been responsible indirectly for ballistic missile attacks on the U.S military base in Erbil, Iraq. Iran has even taken responsibility for an attack that occurred in 2022. Many of the nations that negotiated the original JCPOA support a renewed agreement, even despite the fact that it was ineffective the first time around at containing Iran's progress towards developing a nuclear weapon. Iran continues to make advancements towards the development of a nuclear warhead, and the nations of the world have done nothing to stop it. During the JCPOA, Iran was able to use the sanctions relief that they received in order to fund their nuclear program. The world knew about it then, yet it took President Trump to leave the JCPOA and let the agreement collapse on itself. Although sanctions were being placed on Iran during the Trump administration, the Biden administration has relieved some sanctions and is looking to continue further. Now, under the Biden administration, Iran is closer to developing a nuclear weapon, but the world continues to give them money. An example of this was when the United Kingdom released $525 million in debts owed to Iran in return for one hostage in March of 2022. Another example is the billions in sanctions relief on Iranian oil exports, which have increased the nation's funds exponentially. On May 31, 2022, the United Nations said that Iran was close to achieving weapons-grade uranium enrichment and would soon be able to build a nuclear warhead. President Biden visited Israel on July 14, 2022 to shore up support for U.S.-Israeli relations, especially as Iran continued escalations in the region. Biden participated in an interview with Israeli News where he was asked about hot-button issues relating to Iran. He was asked if he would use military force against Iran if they acquired a nuclear weapon. The president said that he would engage in a military conflict with Iran as a last resort in an effort to stop them from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Biden said that the United States would not wait forever for Iran to rejoin the JCPOA. That same day, President Biden signed a declaration with Israel committing to stop Iran's ambitions of arming themselves with nuclear weapons. Also, an intelligence report came out that day saying that Iran was actively pursuing plots to assassinate former President Donald J. Trump, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, General Kenneth McKenzie, and former UN Ambassador John Bolton as revenge for the killing of their former General Qasem Soleimani. An Iranian national in the U.S. was arrested on August 10, 2022, for attempting to hire an individual to assassinate former UN Ambassador John Bolton. The individual also paid over $1 million to other hitmen for jobs against other prominent Trump and Bush administration officials. The Iranian has direct ties to the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. On August 22, 2022, the Biden administration neared the renewal of the Iran nuclear deal after Iran offered a concession towards the declaration of the Iran Revolutionary Guard being designated a terrorist group. However, nothing came of these advancements, especially after the president ordered an airstrike against Iranian-backed military forces in Syria that was pursued in response to an attack on a U.S. military base in Syria. Widespread protests in Iran occurred in October of 2022. Citizens protested in the streets throughout Iran in an outcry against their government for their restrictive policies towards women. President Biden used the moment to support the protests. Biden said that he was stunned by the protesters and that "I don't think this will be quieted in a long, long time." The president also called for the violence taken out by the Iranian government against the protesters to cease. On October 26, 2022, the Biden administration sanctioned Iran for their treatment and suppression of protesting civilians. The company Iman Sanat Zaman Fora, which produces products used by Iranian police elements to control protests, was sanctioned. 14 key officials within the Iranian government were also sanctioned. These actions were taken in response to the public executions of 2 protesters. Furthermore, the White House openly condemned Russia's involvement with controlling protests in Iran. These acts of support towards protesters have no doubt caused negotiations with Iran to rejoin the joint plan of action to break down behind the scenes, as from this point on, no new developments towards Iran rejoining the nuclear deal came about. Although the Biden administration has tried to get Iran to rejoin the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, attempts to do so have failed due to tensions between both the U.S. and Iran. However, the final straw on future negotiations was made when Iran began sending Russia drones for use in the Ukraine war. Iranian military officers were also on the ground in Ukraine helping Russian soldiers operate their new drones. Time is running out for the Biden administration to make an attempt to contain Iran's nuclear program, as the nation is on the verge of creating both weapons-grade uranium and a prototype nuclear warhead, possibly shoring up a future military operation against Iran as a means to stop the rogue terrorist state from ever attaining nuclear weapons. Iran committed another act of aggression towards the United States on December 6, 2022, when an Iranian patrol boat came within 150 yards of a U.S. Navy ship stationed in the Strait of Hormuz. The patrol boat's crew shone their ship's spotlight towards the U.S. Navy ship in an attempt to cause disruption. A video from November 2022 surfaced on the internet with President Biden greeting a crowd after finishing his speech at an event. An individual asked President Biden if the Iran nuclear deal was dead. Biden responded that he would not announce whether or not the deal was dead for a lot of reasons. The president added, "It is dead, but we are not gonna announce it." Long story. The woman who asked the question then told Biden that the Iranian government did not represent the people of Iran, in which Biden responded, "I know they don't represent you. But they will have a nuclear weapon that they'll represent." In accordance, the White House recently said that they would not continue to waste time on reviving the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, considering Iran's reluctance to negotiate. Essentially, these statements confirmed that the JCPOA was unofficially, behind the scenes, over and that talks between the United States and Iran have broken down. Another interesting development from the president's comments was that he expected Iran would develop a nuclear weapon and that it would be all they would represent. When the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action was enforced during the Obama administration, the agreement let Iran receive sanctions relief while also allowing them to continue to secretly develop their nuclear weapons program. Thus, the entire agreement was ineffective. The situation of Iran's nuclear development all began in the 1970s during the Carter administration. Under President James Earl Carter's leadership, the United States gave Iran the basic foundations for developing and using nuclear energy as a means for bolstering various developing nations' nuclear energy infrastructure. However, shortly after the United States began to give Iran technology and materials to develop nuclear energy, the country had a revolution and a radical Islamic militia took over the nation. The remnants of the legitimate nuclear program intended for peaceful energy development were morphed into the groundwork we see today for the development of nuclear weapons. However, Iran was never given information on how to enrich uranium for the use of creating a nuclear weapon, but only for domestic purposes. Of course, the Iranian regime has been able to reverse engineer the information they have received in order to develop a homemade uranium enrichment process. These foundations have been used to make further advancements, which, in a few years, will lead to Iran developing weapons-grade uranium, and accompanied with it, their nation's first nuclear weapon. Over the years, Iran has become increasingly hostile towards the United States and has actively played both sides of the JCPOA in order to advance their weapons development further. During the JCPOA, Iran manipulated the short-sightedness of the nations that negotiated the agreement by abusing the good faith oversight policies. The JCPOA expected Iran to disclose its nuclear sites and allow outside nations to monitor their operations. The problem? Iran would only disclose certain sites that were either dummy sites or domestic nuclear zones, which allowed them to hide their underground development of uranium enrichment advancements, which were against the terms of the agreement itself. Iran used these manipulations for years in order to enjoy sanctions relief, which brought more money for their nuclear development, as well as allowing them to receive new technologies and educational materials to increase their domestic energy development. Essentially, Iran played the world and used the JCPOA to advance their uranium enrichment. Now, the advancements have been so drastic that there is nothing the world can do to stop it. President Biden has been trying to have Iran rejoin the JCPOA, but Iran has no need or interest in rejoining it. Joe Biden has already said that he would order an invasion of Iran in order to shut down their nuclear weapons development if it were to be that the nation successfully developed one. It may very well be that the United States would have to invade Iran. Or, the world will just have to deal with a hostile nuclear power. Either way, it's the United States' fault for Iran's nuclear engagements, but it's also the world's fault for not doing anything about it for decades. An Iran armed with nuclear weapons is a dangerous situation for the world. Iran supports terrorist groups and militias that have carried out terrorist attacks across the world. As it is, terrorist groups have been trying to develop nuclear weapons, or, at least radiological bombs, but have had no success. Iran may be the terrorists' way to achieve their weaponry goals. The national security of the United States is at a significant risk if Iran attains a nuclear weapon, and for those nations Iran is hostile to, namely Israel, and the Middle East region as a whole, these weapons will threaten their security as well. A nuclear Iran could also start a nuclear arms race among the Middle East's top powers, thus defeating the purpose of nuclear arms control and yielding a more dangerous Middle East, which could easily erupt into a war. 11. Military President Biden changed the Pentagon's focus for the United States Armed Forces towards gender equity, inclusion, and racial diversity within the military. He reinstated the ability for transgender individuals to join the military and their ability to receive gender reassignment surgeries that are paid for with money meant for disabilities and injuries. The military academies began to teach critical race theory and racial equity in education for officers, and LGBTQIA+ outreach programs were conducted across bases. Various Navy warships were retired, and although the military budget was increased, when applied to inflation, it amounted to a budget cut. Various recruitment goals were not met during 2022, and various military analyst organizations ranked the United States Armed Forces as a weak military force. Military readiness and confidence decreased substantially during the first 2 years of Biden's presidency, mainly because of the failures in Afghanistan, changes in education and culture, and cuts towards training. On February 3, 2022, President Biden ordered a special forces raid on a terrorist who took over the al-Qaeda terrorist group after al-Baghdadi was killed. After the chaotic exit from Afghanistan, multiple hearings were conducted for the testimonies of top Pentagon officials General McKenzie, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Their testimonies revealed a high-level official from the White House pushed the final plan on exiting Afghanistan in the last minute. Though the exit was announced in April of 2021, for months before the exit began, the plan wasn't finalized until a day before Kabul fell to the Taliban. Even while evacuations were being carried out in Afghanistan, the plan wasn't even finalized until many days after. This proves that there was a behind-the-scenes scramble by the administration to fulfill the exit as soon as possible. As we all saw from the confusing handling of the U.S. Embassy's methods of contacting U.S. civilians and allies in Afghanistan, to the constant opening, closing, and reopening of the Hamid Karzai International Airport, to the fact that the Taliban was able to secure a perimeter around the airport, to the leaving behind of military dogs and equipment, the exit strategy was indeed rushed and poorly planned. An Army report came out on February 10, 2022, which showed President Biden and the White House were at a divide in policy with the Pentagon during the Afghanistan pullout. President Biden openly criticized the report in an NBC interview and denied the report's findings. The disastrous exit from Afghanistan sent a message to the world that the United States military was disorganized. During the early days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin issued various nuclear threats and set both his nuclear weapons on standby and his country's military on heightened alert. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said on March 2, 2022, that he felt comfortable with the United States' nuclear engagement and posture at the time. On April 3, 2022, President Biden commissioned the USS Delaware with his wife Jill Biden. Congress held a hearing on unidentified flying objects on May 17, 2022. The Pentagon revealed that there have been many UFO sightings near Navy warships, jets, and military installations. The Pentagon said that the objects pose a significant national security risk and that the origins of the aircraft are unknown. UFO sightings have occurred since the 2000s and have increased exponentially in the past decade. At least 400 UFO encounters have been confirmed by the Pentagon. Many of the UFOs sighted have been seen in restricted airspace and in military bases' airspace. The objects have more agility and speed than any known aircraft and come in unusual shapes. There are instances where the UFOs fly in packs to swarm in circles around Navy warships. The objects can be seen in considerable numbers on radar systems, but nothing can be found to be visible. There are other instances where an object can be visible near jets on their cameras, yet nothing is seen on the radar, and no one even knew that those objects were in that airspace. Some instances can be explained while others cannot. There are several theories for the unidentified object phenomena that occurs on U.S. military installations. The first theory is the most dramatic one, that there is an alien life form that has reached Earth and is far more technologically advanced than mankind. This would pose a significant global security risk, as no aircraft in the skies on Earth can match that of these UFOs, nor are surveillance equipment fully capable of tracking or detecting them. Also, these UFOs are usually seen flying in restricted military airspace, especially that of the United States. Typical targets include warships, nuclear sites, and military bases. The second theory is more local than the first. It is simply that a foreign adversary of the United States, ideally China, has developed new aircraft technology that is more advanced than the United States. This isn't hard to believe, since the Chinese have been crunching numbers and making advancements with technology for the past decade by utilizing the trillions of dollars the United States has given them over the years in trades. This, too, poses a national security threat to the United States. The third theory is that these objects are simply cosmic phenomena, maybe small undetected meteors that entered Earth's orbit, or some other kind of object that shows on radar and lingers in the atmosphere. Other scenarios include a possible glitch in U.S. radar systems, a hack in these systems as a prank, or simply the United States military itself secretly possesses these advanced aircraft and they have been spotted by their own military. The Pentagon is actively trying to get to the bottom of these UFOs and prepare for any outcome that may be related to these objects. On June 21, 2022, President Biden reversed a Trump-era policy on landmines. The change would ban any use of landmines by the United States, with the exception of continued use in the Korean Peninsula. Further acquisition of landmines have been blocked, and the Department of Defense has been ordered to look into safer alternatives to landmines. The Biden administration said the policy change was pursued in order to protect children and civilians going forwards. A large number of the 3 million landmines in the United States military stockpile will be dismantled. President Joseph R. Biden Jr. ordered an airstrike on August 2, 2022, that killed the new leader of al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, who was linked to the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks. Ayman was in Afghanistan when the strike occurred. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, President Biden and his administration vowed to protect access to abortion for the military. The Veterans Administration began to offer abortions on military facilities in states where abortion was made illegal. Veterans whose pregnancy is a result of rape or incest, or that pose a threat to the mother, can receive an abortion through VA care facilities. The Secretary of the VA said that the new policy was a patient safety decision. This policy is in tandem with the administration's guidance to protect abortion rights for rape and incest cases, even in states which ban abortion, and potentially with these cases included. 2 Russian nationals were arrested for working on behalf of the Russian government to steal U.S. military technology in 2022. Some of the technology is present in Ukraine's defense systems. The Russian nationals formed a fake company and were able to purchase electronics and systems from the United States government to send to Russia. This instance exposed a significant vulnerability of the military contracting landscape. The fake company abused a contracting scheme which let private entities purchase parts sold by the government in order to manufacture the final system and sell them back to the government. This system is a time and money-wasting prospect and, as seen in this case, is vulnerable to fraudulent and malicious exploits. This vulnerability could have been prevented had the government produced the weapon systems themselves. Because of these contracting vulnerabilities, Russia now has access to sensitive military technology that Ukraine utilizes on the battlefield. Russia and the United States have had relations continually break down since the invasion of Ukraine. The United States has given Ukraine over $100 billion in funding and equipment to defend itself against Russia's invasion. Russia feels that the United States is pursuing this defense of Ukraine as a proxy war against the Federation and views the U.S. support of Ukraine as American hegemony in Russia's backdoor. So, relations have been abysmal, and a single miscalculation could easily result in a war between Russia and the United States. On October 18, 2022, such a situation could have occurred when Russia flew 2 bombers into U.S. airspace as far as into the Air Defense Identification Zone of Alaska. The U.S. Air Force intercepted the bombers and motioned for the Russians to leave U.S. airspace. The Russians did indeed leave the ADIZ of Alaska, but had the bombers gone closer to the United States, there would have been air combat, likely resulting in a larger war. As China began a more radical and authoritative posture not just in their own country, but in the Taiwan Strait also, with the pursuing of invasion-scale military exercises, warnings to countries of retaliatory strikes if they get in the way of their reunification of Taiwan, and the preparing for a war has all forced military analysts and experts in the Pentagon to determine when an invasion of Taiwan could begin, as it is no longer a matter of if, but of a certainty, when. Since the Pentagon has assessed this, now they are left wondering what the response will be. The president has made this a tough task for the military, since he has repeatedly said that if China invades Taiwan, that the United States would be involved militarily with boots on ground in Taiwan to defend the country against the Chinese. Admiral Michael Gildery, chief of U.S. Naval Operations, said on October 20, 2022, that the U.S. Navy needed to be ready to respond to an invasion of Taiwan as soon as 2022. Gildery also said, "So when we talk about the 2027 window, in my mind that has to be a 2022 window, or potentially a 2023 window." Gildery is referring to the preconceived notion that China will be able to invade Taiwan by 2027, which is accepted by most military analysts. However, the analysts are underestimating just how much the Chinese military, especially their amphibious branch, has expanded and rebuilt itself. The most critical component of the early invasion of Taiwan would be the use of its navy for amphibious attacks, and the use of over-the-horizon capabilities such as missile attacks and ballistic missiles, all of which, both ships and missiles, China has a vast supply of. And unlike the United States, China has the ability to quickly and cheaply reproduce these warships and missiles at a rate that allows them to replenish anything that is expended in a short amount of time. And take into consideration also the logistics of an invasion of Taiwan. Taiwan is not too far from mainland China. Since Taiwan is surrounded by water, China could easily blockade the nation from the outside world and rain down airstrikes and swiftly crush any resistance by outnumbering their warships and pursuing swift attacks on their navy. Besides, China already has all of the ships and aircraft carriers mobilized in the Taiwan Strait. Even nuclear submarines are circling Taiwan. China has positioned itself where once the order is given, the invasion can immediately begin. And the People's Liberation Army has been doing just that, with plenty of invasion-style drills which called for over 100 aircraft moving towards Taiwan and practicing evasive maneuvers should Taiwan or any other air power decide to engage in combat with them. It's just not feasible that China could invade Taiwan as late as 2027 when they could do it now. Besides, China sees that there is a limited window of time before the United States potentially undergoes new leadership, and since the current administration has been weak on foreign policy and military policy, China may be calling Biden's bluff on defending Taiwan. Another factor that plays into the Chinese hands is the billions of dollars worth of equipment, ammunition, and weaponry the United States has sent to Ukraine. So much has been sent that the Pentagon cannot get contractors to fulfill supply demands for new ammunition. Furthermore, there is a huge backlog on military equipment and weaponry which has yet to be manufactured. Also, the U.S. forces may not even be ready for a new war since training and morale has hit a decline since 2021. If China were to retaliate against the United States for engaging in the Taiwan War by striking critical energy sites around the world to cause the U.S. military to have a lessened supply of energy, guess what? The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is meant to be the last measure of energy for the United States military, has been emptied in the past 2 years to levels not seen since 1980. All of these factors, even if not every one of them contributes to China's decision-making, can impact the date of invasion. The actual invasion of Taiwan could be on June 16, 2023. Or, the invasion could take place sometime between November 2023 and 2025. But 2027 seems a little unrealistic given China's advances in military efficacy. President Biden shut down a Trump-era submarine-launched nuclear missile program on October 27, 2022. The president also shut down the production of the B-83-1 gravity bomb. However, the administration decided to keep the W-76-2 low-yield nuclear warhead constructed during the Trump administration in production. The Biden administration set a goal for a mission to make the Moon a United States territory by 2025 using NASA's Artemis program. The goal will be to construct various communication systems and nuclear power plants on the Moon. NASA has already tested the Artemis 1 mission. A side goal of this mission will be to study launches to the Moon in order to prepare for a mission to Mars. The United States, however, is not the only country that wants to make the Moon a territory. China and Russia have already begun preparations for such missions to create lunar outposts on the Moon. This situation could arise into the next space race, however, with greater consequences depending on who wins it. The United States, China, and Russia are the three countries in the world that have made the most advancements towards hypersonic nuclear missiles. These next-generation missiles can be undetectable on radar and move faster than any other missile in the world, thus adding extra elements of surprise and raising a threat of being vulnerable to a first strike. The U.S. hypersonic nuclear missile program has lagged far behind that of the Chinese and especially the Russians, who have the most functional and advanced hypersonic technologies thus far. The U.S. Air Force successfully tested the U.S. first air-launched hypersonic missile on December 12, 2022. Since the U.S. hypersonic program is years behind that of China and Russia, the Pentagon has now made it a central focus to develop these missile technologies and study potential advancements in other sectors of military technology to increase detectability and interception of these missiles from adversaries. Congress passed the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act on December 15, 2022. The legislation repeals the controversial COVID-19 vaccine mandate for military service members. However, the bill does not reinstate members of the military who were discharged for not receiving the vaccine. Some men and women lost their benefits and health care due to their refusal to receive the vaccine. Since 2001, the Pentagon has viewed terrorists as the main threat to the United States' national security. The declaration of the War on Terror as the main conflict involving the United States came about after the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks. The War on Terror formulated in the invasions of Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, and other conflicts in different regions. The war has dragged on for more than 2 decades but has resulted in the main terrorist groups and their leaders responsible for 9/11 and other enemy belligerents in the War on Terror being destroyed. But this did not come without innumerable failures along the way. The War on Terror came with strategic and planning failures, especially with the invasion of Iraq and Libya over purported weapons of mass destruction which did not exist in either country. Much of the War on Terror was abused by former Vice President Dick Cheney, who used his position to feed former President George W. Bush with fictional intel about WMDs in Iraq and Libya. The real goal of Cheney's invasions were to take control of the oil fields in the two countries and influence policy to get Halliburton, an oil company, exclusive rights to the oil fields upon seizure by the U.S. military. Cheney served as the chairman of Halliburton after leaving his position as Secretary of Defense under George Herbert Walker Bush's administration. After the Bush presidency came the many failures of the Obama administration with their strategic and military failures in the war that led to the deaths of many civilians, soldiers, and even a U.S. diplomat. Poor planning and funding for the military and Pentagon bureaucracy at that time made it hard for troops on the ground to get the support they needed while in battle. The War on Terror could have gone on for at least another decade had it not been for the military reforms of the Trump administration, which brought about the defeat of ISIS within a few months of his presidency. Additionally, Presidents Trump and Biden issued airstrikes and raids that killed the last remnants of Al-Qaeda. With these recent advancements in the Middle East and the conflict, the Biden administration is now transitioning the United States out of the War on Terror to preparing for a potential war with China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, all of which have become increasingly cooperative with each other. On December 21, 2022, the United States formally designated Israel as a full military partner. The US will also increase surveillance towards Israel and study the Hebrew language. On Christmas, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden called various service members across the branches of the military to thank them for their service and wish them a Merry Christmas. Biden told the service members, "This Christmas, Jill and I were honored to thank a few brave men and women in uniform for their sacrifices this time of year. They're away from their families to protect us. And they have the thanks of a grateful, indebted president." Executive Action 14062, 2022 Amendments to the Manual for Courts-Martial, United States. Put in place various courts-martial amendments to provide details of self-defense against others. The order amends the manual to provide criminality towards military service members and anyone under a courts-martial jurisdiction who broadcasts and shares sensitive and sexually explicit images of co-workers, other service members, or who engage in such conduct as broadcasting the intimate images when there is an express intent for the images to be private. The maximum punishment for those who commit this conduct is dishonorable discharge, forfeiture of all pay and allowances, and confinement for 2 years. Definitions for assault and aggravated assault are more defined by the amendments. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States military has suffered from a disastrous exit from Afghanistan. The effects of this exit led to troop morale and confidence in the military to fall. Under the Biden administration, the Pentagon has put more of a focus on social issues such as gender-affirming care for service members, enforcement of pronoun engagement, and racial diversity and inclusion in the military. In military academies, officers are undergoing studies of critical race theory and racial equity materials which are changing the culture of the future of the military. These distractions will become a major issue as the United States faces increasing threats from terrorists after the fall of Afghanistan, from adversaries after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and the increasingly threatening posture of the Chinese towards Taiwan. The decade to come will be a dangerous one as war looms in Asia, Europe, and the Middle East, and the United States could easily become involved in any conflict that arises. As indicated by the Biden administration's shift from the war on terror to a potential conflict with Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, the Pentagon will now prepare for these threats going forward. 12. Foreign policy and tensions in the Korean Peninsula. After the chaotic exit from Afghanistan in 2021, Russia and China were emboldened to threaten other countries with military incursions. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, and China sped up their outlook for invading Taiwan. Both countries' rhetoric and actions have become increasingly hostile since August of 2021. Along with Russia's invasion of Ukraine came increasing threats and provocations carried out by North Korea against South Korea and Japan. President Biden needed to be successful in 2022 with regards to foreign policy, especially in the face of emboldened adversaries. However, the war in Ukraine and the rapidly destabilizing situation in the Taiwan Strait downplays the few successes Biden has been able to conjure up so far in his presidency. The following is a comprehensive review of the foreign policy of the Biden presidency in 2022. On February 1, 2022, China received athletes around the world to compete in the 2022 Beijing Olympics. Immediately, China urged athletes to be responsible in press conferences and banned speaking during medal ceremonies. China put restrictions on athletes' freedoms and when they were allowed to speak. The Olympics in Beijing were held despite the coronavirus pandemic originating in China and proof of the country purposefully hiding the origins and information about the virus throughout the pandemic. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, the Biden administration shared intelligence of Russian troop buildup and movements along Ukraine's border on a day-by-day basis with China. For a period of 3 months before December 2021, the U.S. gave this intel in closed-door meetings with Chinese officials. As soon as China received the intel, they sent it over to their Russian counterparts. It was later confirmed that China told Russia in direct talks that the United States was trying to sow discord between the two and that China would not impede on their invasion of Ukraine. During the closed-door meetings, U.S. officials explicitly asked their Chinese counterparts to ask Russia to cancel their invasion plans and gave them the intel as a means of helping them contain the situation. However, the opposite of what the administration expected occurred. China, an adversary of the United States, did what adversaries do. They sent all of the intel to Russia, thus jeopardizing potential Ukrainian intelligence on troop whereabouts. The correct decision in this case would have been to send this vital intelligence to Ukraine so that they could predict how Russia would enter into Ukraine, thus giving them a significant advantage. Instead, the ability for Russia to review the intel allowed them to obfuscate their troop deployments from Ukraine and the United States. On February 10, 2022, President Biden freed up $7 billion in frozen funds for Afghanistan, which was intended to go to the country before the Taliban took control of Kabul. The funds were frozen after the Taliban's insurrection in Afghanistan. The funds will be split with 9/11 victims. On February 11, 2022, President Biden signed Executive Action 14064, protecting certain property of DA Afghanistan Bank for the benefit of the people of Afghanistan. The order blocked the DA Afghanistan Bank and moved blocked U.S. properties from the bank to a consolidated Federal Reserve Bank of New York account. On March 2, 2022, U.S. officials confirmed that the People's Republic of China told Russian counterparts not to invade Ukraine until after the 2022 Beijing Olympics. The request took place when Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin met with each other before the Olympic Games in Beijing commenced. A day later, the People's Republic of China called the report fake news and a very despicable attempt to divert attention. China further said that the United States directly provoked the Russian invasion of Ukraine by not ruling out NATO membership for Ukraine. On March 8, 2022, satellite images revealed that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea, began to resume construction of a nuclear testing ground. That same day, a North Korea patrol boat followed a fishing boat caught leaving the country. South Korea seized the fishing boat and fired a warning shot to tell the North Korean patrol boat to turn around. North Korea's ship eventually turned back. On March 9, 2022, South Korea elected Yoon Suk-yeol as their next president. Yoon is a conservative who is open to the idea of having South Korea attain nuclear weapons to defend itself against North Korea's weapons. Yoon's administration would signal a permanent change from South Korea's desire to denuclearize the Korean peninsula to developing its own nuclear weapons program to rival their adversary North Korea. On March 24, 2022, North Korea fired an intercontinental ballistic missile. This was the first ICBM launch by the country since 2017. The missile landed in waters along the Japanese western coast. This ICBM at the time was the longest-ranging missile in the nation's history. Japan's Vice Defense Minister Makoto Onishi said the launch was a new type of ICBM for North Korea. The launch showed a significant advancement in North Korea's nuclear weapons program. North Korea confirmed that they created a new, more modern model ICBM called the Hwasong-17 missile that day and heralded the country's newfound nuclear might. The Biden administration denounced North Korea's ICBM launch and called for the country to refrain from further destabilization in the region. As gas prices reached historic levels and oil prices skyrocketed across the world, instead of pumping more oil here in the United States, Joe Biden went searching around the world for partners who could sell oil to the United States to help bring down domestic gas prices. Venezuela and Saudi Arabia were the top two contenders in the search for liquid gold. However, Saudi Arabia refused multiple times to increase OPEC oil production. President Biden called Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, but they refused to talk to him. Part of what drove the problems the Biden administration faced in getting Saudi Arabia to pump more oil was the fact that the administration was working to rejoin the JCPOA, which, in turn, is not favorable to Saudi Arabia since they see Iran as an enemy. Secondly, throughout Biden's presidency, the president has called Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman a pariah for the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The combination of these two factors and the ultimate fact of them all, Saudi Arabia making more money than they ever did before by maintaining their low outputs of oil amidst higher demand, and lessened supply from the bans on Russian exports. Saudi Arabia simply does not see a need to help the United States when its leader constantly berates their head of state as a murderer. And since Saudi Arabia makes more money by releasing less oil, there really is no good reason why they would increase production. On April 11, 2022, President Biden told Indian Prime Minister Modi that purchasing Russian oil was not within the best interests of India. Throughout the Russian invasion of Ukraine, India maintained their trade relationships with Russia, especially their energy-related trade. India has been coached into banning Russian oil by the world's powers, but the nation wishes to continue its business dealings with Russia, despite the ongoing war in Europe. On May 4, 2022, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea fired several ballistic missiles, which landed near Japanese waters. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un said that his country could use their nuclear arsenal with a preemptive strike if they were provoked. On May 20, 2022, the Biden administration began to look into whether or not to revoke Trump-era trade tariffs against China. The Treasury Secretary and the U.S. Trade Representative have been in active discussions on the matter since then. Biden administration and Chinese officials met together to discuss ending the Trump-era tariffs on July 5, 2022. From June 6 through the 10th of 2022, President Biden hosted the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, California. The event featured Latin leaders around the world. The opening ceremony featured Latin music performances, dances, and stage tricks. The summit had a message of one world. However, many prominent Latin American countries that were invited skipped the event, namely Mexico. In late June, President Biden attended the G7 summit. He proposed a $600 billion spending program to spend on climate, gender equity, health, and social programs around the world. President Biden visited Saudi Arabia to meet with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman on July 16, 2022. Biden said that he brought up the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, but the president said publicly that the Crown Prince asserted to him that he was not involved in the killing. Biden discussed OPEC oil supplies to the world and issues in the Middle East. After the visit, OPEC decided to increase oil production to 100,000 barrels of oil per day. However, it was far below what OPEC is capable of producing in output and did little at the time to bring down high gas prices in the United States. Executive Action 14078 of July 19, 2022, titled Bolstering Efforts to Bring Hostages and Wrongfully Detained United States Nationals Home, declared a national emergency to deal with the threats posed to American citizens by foreign entities. The order streamlined existing processes in hostage recovery and preventing wrongful detaining of Americans. President Biden signed documents ratifying Finland and Sweden's charters of admittance into NATO on August 9, 2022. The president said, "Putin thought he could break us apart, weaken our reserve. Instead, he's getting exactly what he did not want." After Afghanistan fell to the Taliban, China engaged with the nation to develop ties between them, mainly in order to gain the ability to mine in their previously purchased cobalt and lithium mines, which the previous government of Afghanistan restricted. The Chinese Foreign Ministry Department praised the Taliban for providing better security to the people of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan on August 16, 2022. Afghanistan has been facing severe food and job shortages since President Biden pulled U.S. forces out of the country. Citizens of the Emirate have been undergoing hunger and children were suffering from malnourishment. That same day, a Republican congressman alleged that the Biden administration left over 1,000 Americans in Afghanistan despite their claims only 100 remained in the country. 800 of those individuals have been returned home, but over 200 still remain. During the early months of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, WNBA basketball player Brittany Griner was arrested in Moscow for possession of marijuana. The Biden administration began negotiations for her release since the day she was arrested. On August 22, 2022, basketball player Dennis Rodman was given permission by the Russian Federation to negotiate the release of Brittany Griner. However, the Biden administration released a statement saying that anything other than negotiating through the established channel is likely to complicate and hinder release efforts. The administration expressly told Rodman not to go to Russia. Dennis Rodman had previously successfully gained concessions from the North Korean government when he visited the country throughout the Obama and Trump administrations. Rodman did not end up being a diplomat between the United States and Russia, but he does have a history with visiting the Russian government to discuss foreign policy issues. Dennis Rodman confirmed that he would not go to Russia on August 25, 2022. This decision was made since the State Department said that Rodman would not be acting as a U.S. dignitary and would not be given protection. Queen Elizabeth II passed away in September of 2022. Biden and his wife Jill Biden attended the Queen's funeral on September 17, 2022. A day later, the President called the Queen decent, honorable and all about service. On September 21, 2022, President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations. During his speech, he talked about a program costing $2.9 billion to combat famine in Africa, Vladimir Putin's escalations in Ukraine, and that Russia has shamelessly violated the core tenets of the United Nations Charter, Russian war crimes in Ukraine, and the mass graves left behind in Izium. Called on other United Nations allies to support Ukraine's efforts to defend their country. Russia and China did not attend the United Nations that session. China regularly attends the UN and enjoys their ability to impact global policy within the organization, but for the first time in many years, China decided not to attend its main event. During his attendance at the United Nations, Biden advocated for more involvement and membership of African nations in the UN Security Council. The South Korean President, Yoon Suk-yeol, was heard in a hot MIC accident criticizing President Biden after he pledged that the United States would increase funding of the UN Global Fund. Yoon said, "How could Biden not lose damn face if these ****ers do not pass it in Congress?" A day later, President Biden met with the President of Philippines Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to apologize for the U.S. and Philippines' rocky relationship in the past and promised to work to restore relations between the two nations. In mid-September of 2022, Iranian protests broke out after the government executed a woman. Since the protests began, Iran shut down access to internet services across the country in order to slow the spread of the movement. On September 24, 2022, President Biden eased sanctions on sending U.S. aid to Iran for their internet services. Additionally, businessman Elon Musk enabled Starlink internet access for Iran in order to help communications within the country and avert government restrictions. Kamala Harris visited South Korea on September 29, 2022. Harris met with South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and said that the U.S. was committed to defending the nation. Shortly before her visit, North Korea fired 2 ballistic missiles. Harris denounced North Korea's provocation, saying, "It is clearly a provocation, and it is meant, we believe, to destabilize the region, and we're taking it seriously, and everyone should." She went on to call the DPRK a brutal dictatorship. Directly after she left the country, North Korea fired missiles again. Drills were carried out jointly between South Korea and the U.S., which angered North Korea. These ballistic missile launches were in response to both the drills and Kamala Harris' visit. When the United States began cutting oil production domestically in the beginning months of the Biden presidency, the effects led to an increased dependence on global energy markets, many of which rely on Russia and Saudi Arabia's exports. After Russia began invading Ukraine, energy prices skyrocketed as nations decreased their use of Russian oil exports. The price for gasoline in the United States went up to $5.02 in June of 2022, a record. In an effort to quickly bring down gas prices, the Biden administration released over 190 million barrels of oil from the military's strategic petroleum reserves. President Trump purchased these reserves at $7 a barrel. At the time of the releasing of this oil, the price for a barrel skyrocketed from $80 to over $180, and at times reached $200. This meant that the Biden administration would have to repurchase oil for the strategic petroleum reserves at a much higher price than what the previous administration bought them for. All of this was to bring gas prices down only about 20 cents. Gas prices were still too high, and the administration began to look for better ways to decrease the prices. So began the quest to get oil imported from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia controls much of the energy market we see today thanks to the Biden administration's cuts on the previous administration's policies, which led to the United States leading the world's energy markets. But now, since our nation has cut energy production, Saudi Arabia, through OPEC, is able to fix the markets to make hundreds of billions of dollars. All they have to do is artificially reduce their exports on oil to other markets, and it will cause the price of barrels of oil to skyrocket. Hence, making Saudi Arabia billions. Saudi Arabia wouldn't be in this position had it not been for the policies of the Biden administration. But because the gas prices were so expensive, and the American people felt the pain at the pump, the administration had to do something to bring down prices whilst still teetering to their climate change activism. So, they tried to beg Saudi Arabia to increase their oil production so that prices would go down. Saudi Arabia would love to do this for an ally. But the notion of whether Saudi Arabia and the United States were allies or just nations that happened to be on the same planet became ambiguous. During the Trump administration, the United States and Saudi Arabia had the strongest ties they ever had. The two nations used this alliance to bring stability to the energy markets and fight terrorism. However, the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi and the invasion of Yemen by Saudi Arabia have added controversy to dealing with the country. But Trump looked at the bigger picture. He knew that if the United States cut their ties with Saudi Arabia, that China would come in play to sweep up diplomacy with the nation. Thus, the United States would lose much interest in the Middle East, which China has its eyes set to influence. President Trump used improved ties with Saudi Arabia to build alliances in the Middle East. However, President Biden has pushed the Saudis aside. Instead of shoring up better diplomacy with Saudi Arabia, Biden has done nothing but harm this prospect. Biden has called Saudi Arabia a pariah on the world stage and keeps on bringing up how the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia Mohammed bin Salman beheaded Jamal Khashoggi. Although there is no excuse for this reckless state-sanctioned act of murder towards a journalist, that does not mean we should destroy all the positives of being in an alliance with Saudi Arabia. But Biden had to learn the hard way. Since we cut our energy independence, and Saudi Arabia through OPEC could manipulate the oil markets, that means that Biden would have to go through the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia in order to bring down gas prices, an unnecessary position he put himself in because of his climate change politics and constant bashing of the Saudis' leadership. Each time the Biden administration begged Saudi Arabia to decrease oil prices, it led to OPEC only increasing production by a measly amount that did not bring down gas prices any more than a few cents. And each time OPEC did increase production, they exponentially decreased production a few months later, bringing gas prices up even further. You may wonder, why would Saudi Arabia do this? Well, again, they make billions from fixing the markets by artificially decreasing production, and since increasing production actually makes them less money, it gives them a huge incentive to go ahead and let the world struggle, since it's not the Saudis' fault to begin with. If the rest of the world just produced their own oil, there would be no need to purchase oil from OPEC. Another reason why Saudi Arabia is doing this is reasoning. Why should we help the president if he disrespects our leader? Again, Biden has made every effort to tarnish our relationship with Saudi Arabia. Since they lose billions by increasing production, and there is no need to help someone who disrespects you, why should you even increase production? Why should they even lose money over something trivial as helping the United States, which isn't helping them? So the Biden administration had to look for another country to buy oil from. Enter Venezuela, a socialist country run by Nicolas Maduro, the dictator president of Venezuela. Once a democracy, Venezuela has slipped into economic decline due to the socialist government's uprising. The only thing the country has going for its economy is their oil. The only problem, no one wants to buy it. But there is someone who does, that is, Joe Biden. The Biden administration has been trying to purchase oil from Venezuela since gas prices skyrocketed in June of 2022. Venezuela does not have the environmental policies that the United States uses to ensure oil is extracted in a clean and effective manner. Again, climate politics here in the U.S. have led to the shutting down of our oil production, yet the climate politics does not apply to Venezuela because the administration is beyond desperate to bring down gas prices. On October 1, 2022, President Biden released two relatives of Nicolas Maduro who were imprisoned in the United States to return to their country. The two had been put in prison for drug dealing. 5 oil executives detained in Venezuela were released in return for the two relatives. On October 5, the White House began to communicate to Nicolas Maduro that the administration would not reduce sanctions on Venezuela unless the president made an effort to return the country to a democracy. the administration would remove a sanction which keeps Chevron from pumping Venezuelan oil to the United States if Maduro promised to discuss having a free and fair election in 2024 and to meet with the opposition party of Venezuela. On November 28, 2022, the Biden administration removed sanctions on Venezuela to allow Chevron to resume oil drilling operations in Venezuela. The sanctions were removed after President of Venezuela Nicolas Maduro agreed to meet with opposition party leaders. On October 4, 2022, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea fired an ICBM towards Japan. Air raid sirens blared across Tokyo, television stations broadcast alerts, and citizens received text messages telling them to seek shelter immediately due to possible impact from a nuclear missile. The ICBM flew over Japan and landed in Japanese waters. The missile ended up being the longest-reaching North Korean ICBM to be launched in the country's history. Antony Blinken called the launch by North Korea a reckless and dangerous move that posed an unacceptable threat to the Japanese public. President Joe Biden responded to the missile launch by saying he had an ironclad commitment to Japan and spoke with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida by phone to tell him the United States was committed to defending Japan. In response to the escalation, the White House announced a joint military drill between the United States, Japan, and South Korea in an effort to show a more serious posture towards North Korean aggression in the region. On October 5, 2022, Saudi Arabia announced that OPEC would cut 2 million barrels of oil from its daily production. The White House responded by saying President Biden was disappointed by the short-sighted decision of OPEC Plus. The next day, Karine Jean-Pierre said that OPEC was aligning with Russia. A day later, the White House called the oil cuts a hostile act carried out by Saudi Arabia. In an interview with CNN on October 11, 2022, President Joe Biden said that there will be consequences on Saudi Arabia for their decision to cut OPEC's production. Biden then continued to say that Saudi Arabia was supporting Russia with its energy decisions and that his administration was actively re-evaluating the United States' relationship with the country and their importance to U.S. national security. The House of Representatives also moved to punish Saudi Arabia with a resolution to cut ties with the nation completely and remove all U.S. defense assets from the country. The resolution did not pass. North Korea committed another rampant act of escalation towards South Korea on October 6, 2022, just 2 days after a joint military drill carried out by the United States, South Korea, and Japan. North Korea flew military aircraft towards South Korea. In response, South Korea scrambled 30 fighter aircraft and began preparing for a potential conflict. However, North Korea's aircraft turned back and none of the aircraft from either side engaged in combat. A pattern that has developed with North Korea's escalations can be tied to continuing war games carried out by the United States and South Korea. North Korea views these military drills as a threat to their nation and wants to see an end to them. The DPRK has launched a record number of missiles in an effort to break up the U.S. and South Korea's military drills. However, these efforts have not been successful and have only led to more drills being carried out. On October 7, 2022, the Department of Commerce applied new export restrictions to block China's access to US-based advanced microchips. This policy would stop the exportation of American supercomputer technologies to China. This was mainly done to stop the development of advanced weapons systems in China. Since the Biden administration put computer chip export restrictions against China, the country's imports of these chips have gone down 12.4%. In 2022, secret police stations, surveillance facilities, and shadow embassies were found in over 80 cities around the world that were being operated by the People's Republic of China. The facilities were found where many Chinese nationals moved to when leaving the country. The police stations are used to keep track of the activities, especially those of a political nature, of Chinese nationals who move to other countries. Passport services and law enforcement have been carried out by the Chinese government using these facilities without the country they are located in having given them any approval, let alone having any knowledge of a Chinese police presence in their cities. Many countries around the world have a secret Chinese police presence in their biggest cities, including the United States, which the Chinese government has police presence in New York and other cities. This is a significant national security threat as the Chinese government has direct access to the civilians of another country. At any time, Chinese law enforcement in another country could be mobilized to tamper with or disrupt a country or a city's political systems, and suppress the political views of individuals who may express anti-communist or anti-Chinese communist views. Civilians who are in direct access of these police stations face a threat of execution, kidnapping, or being threatened by the Chinese police presence. Although not likely, these threats are still possible, especially for those who dissent the Chinese political system and who are Chinese nationals who move to another country and propose these views. These police stations allow China to have direct surveillance over their nationals who left the country. But another major reason why China installed these police stations is to harass Chinese nationals into moving back to their home country. Over 200,000 Chinese nationals have abruptly left the country they moved to only to return to China for no apparent reason. It may be that many of those who return to China do so because of coercion by the Chinese government through these police entities. The Chinese police station building in New York is owned by the American Changluo Association NY Incorporated. The charity has been suspended by the Internal Revenue Service for suspected fraud. After the United States government began to look into the police stations, the government of the People's Republic of China said that the facilities provided vital services for Chinese nationals living abroad. Additionally, the Department of Justice charged 6 Chinese nationals on October 25, 2022, for spying on behalf of the Chinese government. The individuals were also involved in a scheme to undermine legal cases and prosecution against Chinese technology giant Huawei, which itself is linked to Chinese surveillance operations, and to influence university professors. The FBI used double agents to feed the government of China false intel through these 6 individuals. China has been increasing their surveillance and outreach in the United States. These police stations and the few spies that are found are likely only a handful of what China's surveillance grasp is capable of in the United States. These programs are a major national security risk to the US. Another concern is the telecommunication industry. China's major telecommunication companies Huawei and ZTE have an extensive portfolio of influence in the United States phone communication infrastructure. Many phone providers use Huawei and ZTE hosting kits in order to provide cheaper services to customers. The only problem is that both Huawei and ZTE have been involved in massive surveillance projects across China which have had adverse effects on people's human rights, privacy, and safety. These technologies are being considered for a ban by the FCC. President Biden called Pakistan one of the most dangerous nations in the world on October 16, 2022. Pakistan was immediately insulted by the president's remarks and said the following: "Pakistan is a responsible nuclear state and we are proud that our nuclear assets have the best safeguards as per IAEA requirements." Xi Jinping is one of the most powerful leaders of China, likened to none other than the most powerful leader of the nation, the founder of the Communist Party of China Mao Zedong. Xi Jinping, like Mao, has sought absolute power unlike any of his predecessors before him. China has always sought to be a leader in the modern world and move past its third world status. Each president of China has done this, but Xi Jinping is mobilizing the country's political, economic, and military power to bring about what he calls a new era of democracy with Chinese characteristics. Xi has increased the power of the Communist Party of China, crushed dissent, and attacked religious freedoms within the country. Xi Jinping has achieved more power than any of his predecessors since Mao Zedong, arguably the most powerful leader of China who reigned up until his death. Xi Jinping is seeking an unprecedented third term as president of China. In his past 2 terms, Xi Jinping was able to dramatically increase China's military strength in order to rival that of the United States. He has also been able to use the coronavirus pandemic to attain control of a huge portion of the world economy, which gains China trillions of dollars a year. The political and global influence of the Chinese government has grown, and the idea that communism and authoritarianism as an ideal form of government has swelled across the world. On October 16, 2022, Xi Jinping spoke before the Chinese National Congress, the same government body which would decide whether or not he would continue to be president of China. Xi promised to lead China to what he called national rejuvenation. During the coronavirus pandemic, China secretly took over the government of Hong Kong without anyone in the world noticing. In his speech, Xi said that China turned Hong Kong from chaos to governance. This was a show of the new Xi Jinping. No longer was China scared to tell the world directly of its expansionist activities, but simply put, the nation embraced it. And eerily, she began to speak about Taiwan and that country's future. She claimed that Taiwan was Chinese territory and said that China would strive for peaceful reunification. She then warned, "We will never promise to renounce the use of force, and we reserve that option of taking all measures necessary." She then gave this remark about Taiwan. "The wheels of history are rolling on towards China's reunification and the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Complete reunification of our country must be realized." Next, she spoke about the United States' threats to defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade. He denounced what he called outside influence in the reunification of Taiwan and said that the Taiwan issue is China's own problem to solve. Xi, in his speech, also underscored the importance of a world-class military for his country. The speech indicated a more radical Xi Jinping who was near the precipice of attaining more power than any leader of the Chinese government since the most radical leader of them all, Mao Zedong. On October 18, 2022, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that China was pursuing an invasion of Taiwan on a much faster timeline than analysts predict. Xi Jinping's recent language of reunification during the National Congress convention and his soon-to-be unprecedented third term, coupled alongside him being given more power by having those he can control in key government positions, has emboldened him to invade Taiwan sooner than 2027, which is the date many military analysts in the Pentagon project for an invasion of Taiwan. The US and the world is underestimating just how much the Chinese military has rebuilt itself. With all of the trillions of dollars being sent to China by all of the countries in the world for their cheaper products and raw materials for over the past decade and a half, China has no doubt made many military advancements and has utilized the money to make their dream of a world-class military force a reality. That is why, given the posture of the Chinese and the language of Xi Jinping, an invasion of Taiwan is more likely to occur sometime as early as June 16, 2023 to somewhere in 2025. Blinken continued to talk about China invading Taiwan. He said that if peaceful coercion of reunification continued to be ineffective, that China would use military force against Taiwan to force reunification with the motherland. Blinken said, "That is what is profoundly disrupting the status quo and creating tremendous tensions." Blinken then reaffirmed the United States' official stance to at least aid Taiwan in its defense when China invades, but didn't elaborate on the boots-on-ground aspect. During the Communist Party Congress, former President of China Hu Jintao was suddenly escorted from the building. When he was taken up off of his chair, he tried to grab Xi Jinping's attention and looked distressed and confused, but she did not even acknowledge him nor look at him. None of the other powerful leaders below Xi Jinping even acknowledged Jintao during the episode. Hu Jintao was sitting right next to Xi, as is custom for former presidents of China to sit next to their successor during the Communist Party Congress. Analysts say that Xi Jinping had this moment orchestrated in order to show the Communist Party that the coalition of Xi's political enemies had been removed from power and that a new Communist Party centered around him would be the future. Hu Jintao did indeed have some allies that were in power. However, during this Communist Party Congress, Xi Jinping was given a full array of allies to control the government. Xi had all of his political enemies removed and was given a third term with complete power over China. It is unprecedented in China that the predecessor be disrespected or mistreated. It is custom to respect elders within the Communist Party, especially when it comes to the president. However, the party's new doctrine removes any mention of Mao Zedong and other prominent leaders of China. Instead, Xi Jinping's ideas are now the doctrine of the Communist Party. That being said, it is possible this event was indeed purposeful and that Hu Jintao was removed as a warning to potential detractors of the Communist Party to stay in line with Xi Jinping or else face removal themselves. And to have a former president removed in such a fashion would definitely send the message through. However, other analysts seem to agree with the notion that Hu Jintao may have been sick and had to be removed. However, the video shows Hu Jintao was attempting to open a booklet when someone next to him slid it away, who tried to take it back and then Xi Jinping signaled to someone nearby to remove him. Then, the bodyguards came and took Hu Jintao away when he moved towards Xi and tried to say something to him, but was ignored. Chinese state media said that Hu Jintao was sick and had to be removed for his own benefit and good health. However, the video has been censored in China and content about Hu Jintao has also been censored. No one outside of China's inner circle know where Hu Jintao is, as he has not spoken publicly, made any appearances, nor were there any signs of him since the moment he was removed from the Communist Party Congress, with the exception of his appearance at a memorial service for the former president of China Jiang Zemin. At the close of the Communist Party Congress, Xi Jinping left with more power than any president of China, even since its founder Mao Zedong. Xi has already positioned himself as a new founder of China and will soon fulfill the greatest dreams of the Chinese nation, the reunification of Taiwan with the mainland. China has attempted reunification twice in history, but both invasions were cancelled shortly after their initial launch. At the time, China's military didn't have the capability to invade Taiwan since they were still living with a third world nation status. However, times have changed dramatically. The economic reliance of the United States upon China has garnered the nation trillions of dollars, which undoubtedly has been used to revamp the Chinese military many times over. In the past 2 decades, China went from a third world nation to nearly becoming one of the most powerful nations on earth. And Xi knows the potential of China if he can harness a new military might, which he knows, if he can prove its power, the world will acknowledge China as no longer a third world nation, but a major power, and that, if an invasion of Taiwan were to be successful, China would be regarded as an equal military to that of the United States. No doubt, Xi Jinping wants to show this to the world. His 2 terms as president has seen a rebuilding of the People's Liberation Army, trillions more in profits, more control over the people of China with their digital currency and social credit scores, the most robust censorship system in the world, and a people who have advanced skills in programming, language, and mathematics. Xi has revamped China for one ultimate goal: unlimited power and a communist empire. The dreams of China's past to retake Taiwan will be realized in times to come. The question is, will the invasion end up like Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Or will the invasion be a complete success and change the face of world order and shift the dynamics of China's diplomatic, military, economic, and foreign policy powers? On October 26, 2022, Antony Blinken said again that China was speeding up their preparations to invade Taiwan. President Biden said that the United States was not seeking conflict with China over the disagreement in Taiwan's status as a nation. The next day, Biden said that he felt that Xi Jinping understood that the U.S. does not want a conflict with China. On October 29, 2022, Israel and Lebanon signed a border deal that shared various sites of oil fields between the 2 countries at a shared royalty. This border dispute has gone on for many years, and Israel and Lebanon have had increasing tensions because of it. However, the solution being found to this border dispute continued the Trump administration's Abraham Accords, which has seen easing of Israeli-Arab tensions and has led to new diplomacy. Under the Abraham Accords, both Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates formally acknowledged Israel's sovereignty, thus ending decades of tensions. Before the end of Trump's presidency, Sudan and Morocco joined the Abraham Accords and ended tensions with Israel. The Biden administration has continued the Abraham Accords, and the progress made has led the Middle East, particularly around the region where Israel exists, much more peaceful and united. President Biden offered condolences to South Korea on October 29, 2022, after a civilian stampede killed 149 people. That same day, the Biden administration began to look into cutting military aid to Saudi Arabia, including the deployment of Patriot missile defense systems. The People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation began preparations for a gold-backed reserve currency to combat and compete with the U.S. dollar in October of 2022. The goal set by the 2 countries was to replace the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency with a new joint currency. China and Russia have danced with the idea of such a currency since 2017 and are now preparing to actually pursue it. This will undoubtedly become an issue for President Biden and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, as the administration will want to see the defense of the U.S. dollar. The administration will have to work hard to make sure that there are not any financial issues that could occur which may cause the world to doubt or reconsider the value of the U.S. dollar to their economies and consider switching to the Chinese-Russian joint currency. Such a situation could occur if the United States should default on its debt or a recession should occur. When China and Russia finish their new reserve currency, they will begin to discuss with countries around the world about joining the currency in an effort to try to convince them to switch to this new currency instead of relying on the U.S. dollar. Any financial pressures the U.S. dollar faces would add credibility to the claims that the U.S. dollar is a fading currency. The two countries would offer a clean slate to countries around the world and promise a lasting and guaranteed secure currency as the U.S. dollar faces debt issues. On October 30, 2022, the results of a heated and contested presidential election in Brazil showed that Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva won the election to become president of Brazil. President Biden congratulated Lula da Silva on his victory and emphasized that Brazil's election was free, fair, and credible. However, much like with the views of Americans towards the 2020 presidential election, many civilians in Brazil felt that the 2022 election was rigged and stolen from then-President Jair Bolsonaro, much in the same way as what happened to former President Donald Trump. A large part of this is Lula's past. Lula was president of Brazil from 2003 to 2010, but went to prison over a corruption scheme. Many Brazilians fear the beginning of a socialist dictatorship in their country after Lula came back into power. Since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Finland has faced increasing threats from their bordered nation Russia. Russia has threatened military action against Finland for attempting to join NATO, something which is in the works. In November of 2022, the Biden administration began plans to provide Finland with $500 million in defense spending to protect the country should Russia invade. North Korea fired 23 missiles near South Korea after the United States accused the dictator state of supplying ammunition to Russia on November 2, 2022. South Korea deployed jets in response. Tensions rose higher between the two nations when North Korea responded to the deployment of jets with 100 artillery shots and 6 more missile launches. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea said that they pursued the escalation in outrage towards what they called the United States and South Korea's provocative military operations. North Korea openly threatened both the U.S. and South Korea by saying if their joint military operations did not cease to continue, that both nations would pay the most horrible price in history. The DPRK continued by saying that these military drills' rashness and provocation can no longer be tolerated. North Korea yet again fired missiles on November 3, 2022. This time there was a launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile which failed mid-flight. Additionally, 6 ballistic missiles were fired and 23 other missiles were launched. In response to these missile launches, Japan ordered citizens in certain regions to seek shelter in the event of a possible nuclear attack. However, no missiles flew over Japan. North Korea said that their recent missile launches were simulations of strikes being carried out against South Korea and the United States. North Korea is increasingly angered by the U.S. and South Korea's drills and is actively trying to show that they could retaliate if needed. On November 4, 2022, North Korea conducted a full simulated invasion of South Korea. 180 DPRK warplanes were activated and began flying towards South Korea without any prior notification. In response, South Korea scrambled 80 fighter jets, anticipating an invasion by the North Koreans. The warplanes went as far as into South Korean airspace, with most turning back before reaching that point. Once North Korea's aircraft turned back, the South did the same. As tensions rose in the Korean peninsula between the democratic and communist nations, the South's defense minister Jong-sup Lee said this: "Any nuclear attack against the United States or its allies and partners, including the use of non-strategic nuclear weapons, is unacceptable and will result in the end of the Kim regime." This was said in a joint news conference with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who also voiced concerns over North Korean provocations in the Korean peninsula. President Joseph R. Biden Jr. attended the G20 summit in Bali during November of 2022. The most important and high-stakes function of the G20 took place on November 14, 2022, when President Biden and President of China Xi Jinping met together to discuss relations, Taiwan's future, competition between the two countries, trade, and human rights. During the televised opening segments of the summit, Biden and Xi greeted each other. Biden was particularly gushy toward Xi Jinping. The most important discussions that took place during the summit were about the Ukraine war, tensions between China and Taiwan, and North Korea's recent missile tests. Biden told the world that an invasion of Taiwan was not imminent after he had discussed the matter with Xi Jinping. The president also said this about a potential Cold War with China. "I do not believe there's a need for concern, as one of you raised a legitimate question, a new Cold War." He was clear, and I was clear that we will defend American interests and values, promote universal human rights and stand up for the international order and work in lockstep with our allies and partners. We're going to compete vigorously, but I'm not looking for conflict. Biden also let Xi know ahead of time that if North Korea continued to engage in nuclear weapons tests that the U.S. would engage in defensive actions. Although much of the focus of this meeting was focused on key geopolitical issues between the United States and China, Biden also spoke to Xi Jinping about the U.S. and China coming together to combat climate change, global food insecurity, and improve health. Biden condemned the Uyghur genocide in Xinjiang indirectly as human rights abuses in that region. He also criticized China's oppressive actions in Tibet and Hong Kong. Most importantly, Biden criticized China's provocations against Taiwan. Xi Jinping was very sharp with President Biden on a number of issues. The Biden administration has said that the current competition with China is U.S. democracy versus Chinese authoritarianism. But Xi denied this, saying, "The so-called democracy versus authoritarianism narrative is not the defining feature of today's world, still less does it represent the trend of the times. The United States has American-style democracy. China has Chinese-style democracy." She warned President Biden about U.S. involvement in an invasion of Taiwan by strongly saying, "The Taiwan question is at the very core of China's core interests, the bedrock of the political foundation of China-U.S. relations, and the first red line that must not be crossed in China-U.S. relations." She also warned President Biden that resolving the Taiwan question is a matter for the Chinese, essentially telling the president to keep the U.S. uninvolved with the looming conflict. During the summit, President Biden denounced the aggression taken by China against Taiwan. No concessions or achievements on key issues, especially with regards to Taiwan's status, were made during the 3-hour-long discussion. However, the two did agree to have Secretary of State Antony Blinken visit China in 2023. Biden said he and his Chinese counterpart were very blunt with one another and that she was open and candid. Shortly after the meeting, an ABC News reporter was removed from a room by Chinese guards after shouting a question asking what Biden told Xi about human rights to a group accompanying Xi Jinping. A White House aide was present and demanded the Chinese to release the reporter. After the summit, President Biden was shouted a question from a reporter about if he had pressed Xi Jinping on fentanyl and the origins of the coronavirus. Biden has repeatedly refused to answer these questions, and the White House readouts of the summit between Biden and Jinping did not address fentanyl or COVID-19's origins. Later, on November 22, 2022, the White House claimed that President Biden did in fact push Xi Jinping on his government's involvement in the fentanyl crisis of 2022 and the need for them to be transparent on the origins of the coronavirus pandemic. In public, Joe Biden has not said whether he actually pressed Xi Jinping on these issues. However, Biden did bring up about China's human rights abuses, especially their genocide against Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. Despite President Biden's condemnation of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's execution of Jamal Khashoggi, even going so far as to call Saudi Arabia a pariah on the world stage, the Biden administration on November 18, 2022, granted him immunity. Any lawsuits against Mohammed will be nullified by his immunity status. President Biden promised throughout his presidency and during his 2020 campaign that he would hold Mohammed bin Salman and Saudi Arabia responsible for what happened to Khashoggi. However, this immunity will keep the Crown Prince from being tried or arrested if he should land on U.S. soil. The administration made the excuse that there was long-standing precedent behind the reasoning to give the Saudi Crown Prince immunity. North Korea fired another intercontinental ballistic missile, which landed near Japanese territory. North Korea hailed the missile launch as a test firing of a new kind. Japanese defense officials warned that North Korean missiles now have the capability to reach the United States. A day after the missile launch, the United States, South Korea, and Japan all responded, with all three nations in unison flying supersonic bombers in the region. The Biden administration also accused North Korea of attempting to destabilize the region. Kim Jong-un said he would counter future threats from the United States with nuclear weapons. The DPRK also boasted that their new Hwasong-17 nuclear ICBM was the strongest strategic weapon in the world. On November 20, 2022, after tensions rose between North Korea and the United States, the DPRK called the United Nations Security General a puppet of the United States. Joe Biden agreed to have the United States pay for a United Nations climate reparations program for third world countries purported to be discriminately impacted by climate change. The program would cost the United States hundreds of billions of dollars if enacted. Since China is among the third world nations designated to be impacted by climate change, the Chinese government would receive a portion of the multi-hundred billion dollar program. China just so happens to be the number one polluter in the world, yet the globalist climate policies of the UN do not apply to them. The program calls for an annual influx of hundreds of billions of dollars and would be a major commitment for the United States to get itself into. Although President Biden agreed to fund the program, Congress has to appropriate the funds and greenlight its approval, neither of which are likely given the divided government. John Kerry, President Biden's climate advisor, said the program would never happen but welcomed its creation. On November 22, 2022, Vice President Kamala Harris visited the Philippines to reaffirm U.S. commitment to the nation's defense amidst threats from China towards the country. Harris said that the United States would defend the nation as an ally of the United States in the face of intimidation and coercion in the South China Sea. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, tensions rose between Russia and Finland after the country began work on joining NATO. Finland, being a border nation of Russia and not a member of the NATO alliance, led the Finnish to be weary of a potential future invasion of their country. Russia continues to threaten Finland with military retaliation as they work to join NATO. On November 28, 2022, President Biden approved $323 million in defense arms sales to Finland. The sale includes 40 tactical missiles, 48 joint standoff weapons, various training programs, and support from the United States. A few days later, the Biden administration approved a second arms sale to Finland for $380 million. This sale includes Stinger anti-air missiles and accompanying systems. Congress has to approve both of these sales in order for them to be fulfilled. Midst continuing provocations from China against Taiwan, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom Rishi Sunak said that the golden era between China and the United Kingdom was over. He openly criticized China for not keeping its promises to advance social freedoms and admitted that it was as naive to think the UK's economic ties with China would change the country's stance. Specifically, he said, "We recognize China poses a systemic challenge to our values and interests, a challenge that grows more acute as it moves toward greater authoritarianism." Alongside a rapid military build-up by China, the country also began work to increase their nuclear stockpile of 450 to 1,500 warheads by 2035. China aims to place their nuclear stockpile capacity near the levels present in the United States and Russia. Also, Xi Jinping ordered a great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation by 2049. China is aiming to match or exceed U.S. military might and become the top global superpower. On December 6, 2022, the United States began plans to sell $3.75 billion worth of tanks to Poland. On December 13, 2022, Chinese and Indian forces clashed along their disputed border in the Himalayas. India's Ministry of Defense said that both sides sustained minor injuries. In June of 2020, Indian and Chinese forces engaged in combat along their border dispute, which left 20 Indian soldiers and 4 Chinese soldiers killed. India has said that China is attempting to violate their border by sending forces through India's actual line of control. commanding officers from both sides met to discuss the issue, and the Chinese agreed to disengage their forces after India's demands. China said that they were in talks with India over the border dispute, but that they had hoped India would be on the same page with them in the objective to jointly preserve the peace and stability of the China-India border. China and India have had tensions between them over this land dispute throughout history. In 1962, China invaded India and the two nations went to war over the border dispute. China was victorious in the invasion and pushed the Indian border farther back, thus controlling more of the Himalayas. But China wants to continue their control of the region and will continue escalations with India in the years to come. If the situation is not resolved, China may again invade India. Today, both nations are nuclear powers, which means a conflict between them could bring about a larger conflict. President Biden hosted 50 African nations in the United States in order to increase influence in the continent. Biden said, "When Africa succeeds, the United States succeeds. Quite frankly, the whole world succeeds as well." The United States is trying to shore up influence and support in Africa after China's recent moves to shore up influence in the continent over the past decade. China has already secured various rare earth mines critical for the production of electric car batteries from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other African nations. China has increased relationships with South Africa, Sudan, Algeria, Nigeria, and Egypt. These relationships span trade, military alliances, economic support, and oil transactions. China has increased investment into developing African nations in an effort to cause these nations to be financially dependent on them. All of this is in a bid to gridlock the United States out of the continent in order to advance China's global dominance and shift the world order. However, the United States is committed to continued relationships in Africa, despite many nations' neutrality on issues, especially with regards to U.S. adversaries. Many African nations are still deciding between support of China or the United States. However, recent instability that has taken place in Africa has led to more authoritative regimes to taking control of countries. This also has an impact on the ability for the United States to find partners in the continent. It is important that democracy is the influencing power in Africa and not authoritarianism, especially since the continent is so unstable when it comes to each nation's political futures and transitions of power. On December 16, 2022, Japan announced a new military rejuvenation of $320 billion to overhaul their military and prepare it for threats the country faces from the DPRK and China. Japan will now become the third largest military spender in the world, behind the People's Republic of China and the United States. Japan in its post-imperialistic history has acted as a pacifist nation, urging peaceful negotiations to solve problems. However, rising threats from North Korea's ICBM launches towards Japan and China's threat to hit Tokyo with a nuclear strike if the nation defends Taiwan has led defense officials in Japan to make a historic decision for their country's future and its safety. Indeed, behind the scenes, Japanese officials are discussing their concerns of a potential war in Asia triggered by either North Korea's escalations or China's invasion of Taiwan. To prepare itself for these contingencies, Japan has ordered a military overhaul. It seems Asian powers near Taiwan are all gearing up for war and making military build-ups to increase their defense and readiness. The People's Republic of China has taken a neutral stance on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Despite the fact that China gave Russia updates on intelligence they received from the United States on Russian troop movements along the Ukraine border, China has claimed it is neutral on the issue of Ukraine's statehood. However, China has done nothing but support Russia financially by spending hundreds of billions for their oil, which will directly go into Putin's war efforts in Ukraine. China has said that they will continue to keep itself from picking a side on the Ukraine conflict and encourage peace. Throughout the invasion of Ukraine, China has increased ties with Russia and is actively moving to connect more of Russia's oil pipelines to China. On December 25, 2022, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said that the country has firmly rejected the United States' erroneous China policy. He also blamed U.S. leadership for deteriorating U.S.-China relations. North Korea committed another rampant act of escalation on December 26, 2022. This time, North Korea flew numerous drones into South Korean territory, even going so far as northern Seoul. The South Korean military failed to respond and had to apologize to citizens for not taking action against the drones. 3 days later, South Korea performed a drill simulating a North Korean drone incursion where South Korea practiced downing drones. On December 28, 2022, South Korea announced $441 million in defense spending to bolster readiness and capabilities to defend against North Korean drone invasions. Also, South Korea announced they would be spending $261 billion on defense from 2022 to 2027. The president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, talked about North Korea's recent escalations towards his country. We must punish and retaliate against any provocation by North Korea. That is the most powerful means to deter provocations. We must not fear or hesitate because North Korea has nuclear weapons. A Chinese jet came within 10 feet of a U.S plane on December 29, 2022. The U.S pilot had to take preventive measures to evade collision. This deliberate act of threatening was carried out to send a message to the U.S to not get involved in China's invasion of Taiwan, as Beijing has been portraying for the past year. Foreign policy has never been more important than it is now. As the Cuban Missile Crisis showed, geopolitical tensions can easily lead to conflict, but effective leadership, negotiation, and direct diplomacy is the key to surfacing positive outcomes in the face of Armageddon. President John Fitzgerald Kennedy was able to turn Soviet Union forces and nuclear deployments away from Cuba through diplomacy and responsible use of threats when needed. Any other person could have easily chosen to assume the Soviet Union was about to pursue a nuclear-first strike against the United States in its own geographical backyard. However, Kennedy took responsible moves to increase pressure on the Soviet Union whilst preventing a miscalculation that would have led to World War III. Now, in these troubling times, Joseph Biden must do the same. Tensions are rising in Europe and Asia that could easily lead to a nuclear war. Now more than ever, more nuclear powers are engaged or threatening to engage in invasions of other countries. In Europe, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to an indirect battle between NATO and Russia, which, with just a few changes in strategy from either side, could lead to a wider conflict. In this particular war, Vladimir Putin has threatened to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine and, if NATO were to get involved, strikes against charter nations as well. Discussions among top military brass in Russia have yielded troubling remarks and answers to their problems. Russian officials and military leadership have discussed and openly confirmed the possibility of using a nuclear weapon in Ukraine. Putin has issued threats throughout the invasion to use a nuclear weapon if need be. And with regards to nuclear stockpile deployments, Russia has made moves to bring more active nuclear weapons closer to NATO's borders than ever before. One miscalculation from either side will lead to a nuclear war. In Asia, the same circumstance is about to take place. China has been threatening an invasion of Taiwan for the past few months and has engaged in invasion-style military drills to simulate a military operation in Taiwan. China has also issued threats to nations like Japan, saying that if they were to get involved in defending Taiwan, that the Chinese military would nuke Tokyo. Similar threats have been issued to the United States as China has threatened the U.S. not to cross a red line by defending Taiwan. Since then, China has continued to threaten U.S. defense assets in the Taiwan Strait and tail U.S. aircraft. Again, a miscalculation on this front from either side could lead to war. But what makes the invasion of Taiwan so trigonometric in the threats it poses in the war is the potential for the conflict to spill out into South Korea and Japan. Both South Korea and Japan have said that they would defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade. If this were to occur, then as soon as China issues an invasion of the country, the conflict will turn into World War III and bring the United States and NATO into the war's foray. With regards to the Korean peninsula itself, South Korea faces active threats from North Korea, with escalations and tensions rising steadily. North Korea has already incurred into South Korean territory and various amphibious standoffs have occurred. A miscalculation on the part of either side would start a war. So that is why it is expedient and expected that President Biden handle these issues decisively and with diplomacy. However, as seen in the harsh rhetoric towards Putin for invading Ukraine and a lack of discussion with Russia on ending the war, the president has failed completely in the first step towards reducing tensions. Rather, the president seemingly jumped in to support Ukraine rather than try to pursue diplomacy. And even before the invasion of Ukraine, the Biden administration failed to even talk to Russia directly about their troop deployments, instead relying on China to foster negotiations. Under President Biden's leadership, the world has been made a more dangerous place. The policies and lack of diplomatic abilities of the administration has led to rising tensions and a loss of the grasp on the United States' ability to handle their adversaries' actions and threats to other nations. Simply put, China and Russia does not respect President Biden, nor do they see him as a strong Kennedy-like figure. Rather, they view the president as weak, dazed, and confused, something that has been projected by the many fumblings and scandals of the Biden presidency. If Joe Biden does not learn from past his predecessors' examples on handling foreign policy, especially in situations which could lead to war, the chances for a World War III increase exponentially, especially if President Biden were re-elected to a second term. 13. Tensions between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China when the Communist Revolution in the early 1910s occurred in China. A nationalist democracy turned into a communist revolutionist autocracy led by the founder of the Communist Party of China, Chairman Mao Zedong. The nationalist government and political parties, and those citizens who did not support the communist revolution in China fled to the Republic of China, which many refer to today as Taiwan. China views Taiwan as a part of China, and that the two nations are a part of one destiny called the China Dream. China believes that the two nations must reunify and form a united front together. The reunification of China and Taiwan has been a central doctrine to China's communist thinking and ideals. Under Biden's leadership, China has repeatedly threatened Taiwan with what they call reunification by force. Increased Chinese incursions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone and other historical boundaries has led to rising tensions between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of China. With so many world powers such as the United States, South Korea, and Japan in a historical, yet informal alliance with the Democratic Anti-Communist Republic of China, the potential for World War III to start has never been higher. The decisions these world powers make in either defending Taiwan or letting the conflict go unchecked will directly impact what Asia's geopolitical future will look like. If these world powers were to defend Taiwan militarily, it could easily cause conflict to spill out into a North Korea-Vietnam-China invasion of South Korea and Japan. Uncertainty in the economy would surge and supplies of critical technologies would stifle. The reason why this subject is such a critical component of the Biden presidency is the fact that this issue will likely be the greatest challenge that the president will face going forward and will be his legacy-making or breaking moment, in that, if an invasion were to occur and be successful, a free and democratic Republic of China would cease to exist, and a cruel atheist communist China would prevail. Many civilians would die from the war, and Asia as a continent would change forever. What will happen in Taiwan will dictate the futures of peer democracies like Japan and South Korea in the era to come, whether they too will fall from an invasion from a strengthened and emboldened China or continue to be free nations. Though many think a Chinese invasion of Taiwan is inconceivable and just a matter of fiction, in past history, China invaded Taiwan twice but never went past a few airstrikes and provocations. Never has China pursued a full ground invasion of Taiwan, only small strikes on Taiwanese soil, but that will change in the third invasion of Taiwan. This time around, China is in what Xi Jinping calls a new age. China is a top 10 military power in the world and has the most robust military manufacturing capabilities anywhere in the world. With over 1 billion citizens and millions in the People's Liberation Army, China cannot be underestimated. This all means that China could very well be successful in their invasion of Taiwan. On March 3, 2022, massive power outages occurred across Taiwan and in the capital city. However, these same outages occurred in 2021 and the government found no evidence of China being involved with the outages. Throughout 2022, various Taiwanese communication lines were mysteriously severed along their waters. On May 2, 2022, Taiwan began to prepare their citizens for urban warfare with China and announced a budgetary increase for their military. The day prior, the foreign minister of Taiwan said the country was studying and learning lessons from the Ukrainians' defense of their country against a larger world power. Taiwan is a customer of various United States military products, especially howitzers. However, there has been a years-long backlog of Taiwan's purchases due to the fact that the United States does not currently have the capacity to fulfill the manufacturing of these systems. This situation arose from a combination of three different problems plaguing the Pentagon and America's defense production. First, cuts to domestic manufacturing that have taken place since William Jefferson Clinton's administration has led to fewer and fewer facilities that the United States can use to manufacture its weapons and defense systems. These manufacturing bottlenecks metastasized during the Obama administration and especially during the Trump administration when the coronavirus pandemic shut down many manufacturing plants across the United States. Now, what's left is a barren manufacturing complex, and the decrease in these capabilities have continued under Biden's presidency. The second issue plaguing the Department of Defense is military contractors. Many of the weapons, ships, and systems the Pentagon produces is made by private military contractors. These contractors are delivered various sweetheart deals which cost billions due to unnecessary provisions and stipulations. For example, certain aircraft and jets built by Lockheed Martin for the United States Armed Forces are tied to contracts that allow for the company to be the only manufacturer to sell the government spare parts for these aircraft. This brings up the cost for the military by billions of dollars since only one company will produce the parts. You also have to take into account worker laws, added costs from unions, and the general interest of the contractor to make as much money as possible, rather than help the nation's national security. If the military got rid of contracting, they would be able to develop the weapons and systems all by themselves, thus bringing down the costs and ensuring that espionage of top-secret blueprints for technology are not stolen. Thus, the Defense Department budget would be decreased and the manufacturing process would be more efficient. The final problem: the United States is using a lot of the strained manufacturing capabilities to provide Ukraine with weapons to defend itself against Russia. These three issues are causing Taiwan's already paid-for systems and weapons to be delayed, and they will continue to be delayed for years to come unless these problems are resolved. By then, it will be too late and China will have already invaded Taiwan. The Chinese government warned the Biden administration on May 19, 2022, that a dangerous situation was brewing in the Taiwan Strait. At this point, China began to issue threats to any nation seeking to defend Taiwan. On May 22, 2022, President Joseph Biden held a press conference in Japan with the Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Biden was asked by a reporter, "You didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?" The president responded, "Yes. That's the commitment we made. We agree with the One China policy. We agreed onto it, and all the attendant agreements made from there, but the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate." On May 23, 2022, the People's Republic of China responded to President Biden's comments on defending Taiwan. China said that the president was playing with fire and that his administration was using the Taiwan card to contain China and will itself get burned. On May 30, 2022, leaked audio of a People's Liberation Army meeting was released online where officials discussed an invasion of Taiwan and a transition from peacetime to wartime. The meeting took place on May 14, 2022. The officials discussed winning the war of a new era. They discuss plans to lock down Taiwanese civilians after the invasion begins. The meeting gave a timeline of June 12 or 14, 2022, for the start of the invasion. The beginning of the invasion would start with a deployment of 15,500 PLA forces. Airstrikes, propaganda campaigns, maritime warfare, and drone warfare were discussed. In the meeting, it was also discussed how China would utilize companies such as Huawei and Tencent to aid in their networking and communication capabilities for the military's invasion. The goal of the invasion would be to reunify Taiwan with the motherland. However, the invasion of Taiwan did not take place in June of 2022. As these leaks came out, China sent jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone in the largest incursion since January 2022. 30 Chinese jets flew into the Taiwanese ADIZ airspace. During a summit between Chinese and U.S. defense officials in Singapore, Chinese Defense Minister Wei Fenghe told Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin that China will not hesitate to start a war and smash to smithereens any Taiwanese independence efforts. He also warned, if anyone dares to split Taiwan from China, the Chinese army will definitely not hesitate to start a war no matter the cost. The People's Liberation Army would have no choice but to fight and crush any attempt of Taiwan independence, safeguarding national sovereignty and territorial integrity. On July 12, 2022, China said that the U.S. was trying to use Indo-Pacific trade relations as a means to isolate them. That same day, China vowed to fight to the bitter end for control of the Republic of China. Australia also reported that some of their jets were being tailed by Chinese jets. In early July of 2022, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced that she would be visiting Taiwan. China immediately denounced the proposed trip as escalatory and warned of consequences if she were to visit. On July 21, 2022, President Biden told Nancy Pelosi to not visit the Republic of China. President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping held an important phone call on July 28, 2022, amidst rising tensions between the United States and the People's Republic of China. Biden told Xi that U.S. policy towards Taiwan has not changed and that the U.S. would not support efforts to destabilize peace in Taiwan. After the phone call, China said that those who play with fire in the Taiwan situation perish by it. On July 30, 2022, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi visited Singapore. As she was in the country, the People's Republic of China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that the nation would not sit idly by if Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said that the rhetoric was nothing for Americans to be concerned about. Also on this day, President Xi Jinping set a new priority for the Communist Party of China to win the hearts and minds of the people of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Xi set a new initiative for the national rejuvenation of China. The Chinese president said that the country's united front is now more important than ever due to recent global events and said that the movement needed to be strengthened in order to succeed in the new era. He also told the CCP that he wanted foreigners to become familiar with Chinese values and that they become friendly with the nation. Finally, Xi Jinping called for development of religions in the Chinese context. Nancy Pelosi visited the Republic of China on August 3, 2022. Despite threats by the People's Republic of China that her transport would be shot down by the military, the attack never came. Pelosi reaffirmed the United States' support for Taiwan during the trip. The People's Republic of China immediately rebuked Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, claiming it was a serious violation of the One China policy. The country also said that the United States was supporting separatist forces in Taiwan and that the country is infringing upon Chinese sovereignty. The People's Republic of China announced a series of unprecedented military exercises around Taiwan in retaliation for Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The Communist China said that they would protect their sovereignty and that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory. China also said that they were the legal government of Taiwan. That day, the People's Liberation Army was put on heightened alert. Live fire tests, missile and sea drills, and air attack maneuvers were performed outside of Taiwanese waters. Additionally, Chinese fighter jets entered into the Taiwanese Air Defense Identification Zone. The People's Republic of China banned fruit and fish imports from Taiwan and issued a warning to civilian aircraft not to enter into Taiwanese territory on August 3, 2022. In an interview with 60 Minutes on September 18, 2022, President Biden said that if China were to invade Taiwan that the U.S. military would respond by defending the country militarily. 2 days later, Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, spoke during a White House press briefing where he corrected President Biden for his recent comments that he would send U.S. forces to defend Taiwan. Sullivan said that the president was answering a hypothetical question and did not indicate any change in U.S. foreign policy with regards to Taiwan. This is the third time the administration has corrected the president on his comments with regards to U.S. involvement in defending Taiwan. On September 27, 2022, North Korea announced their support for reunification between Taiwan and China. The DPRK accused the United States of trying to create an Asian NATO by supporting Taiwan's independence. After the Communist Korea made this announcement, South Korea began to make preparations for the possibility that conflict could spread outside of Taiwan into other countries if China were to invade. Tensions could very well rise between China and South Korea if the PRC invaded Taiwan, especially if South Korea directly aids Taiwan in the event that the United States were to get involved militarily in the conflict. North Korea and China are in an alliance together, and likewise, the United States with South Korea. If all nations were to get involved in a Taiwan conflict, then the war could easily spread between North and South Korea. North Korea may be emboldened to invade South Korea with the help of the Chinese after an invasion of Taiwan commences. Thus, this would spark World War III. Former President Donald J. Trump warned on September 28, 2022, that World War III may be imminent and that it could spark from an escalating Ukraine conflict and an invasion of Taiwan by China. Trump also said that he thinks China will invade Taiwan. Kamala Harris visited Japan in late September to bolster support for the country's national defense and come to an agreement on defending the Taiwan Strait against Chinese aggressions. While on a Japanese warship, Kamala Harris said, "Taiwan is a vibrant democracy that contributes to the global good. The United States will continue to deepen our unofficial ties." The vice president also said that the US was committed to defending Taiwan against Chinese threats of invasion. She criticized China, saying they have challenged freedom of the seas, and that China has flexed its military and economic might to coerce and intimidate its neighbors. She also said that China's provocations against Taiwan were disturbing. Finally, the vice president committed to the U.S. continuing their aid towards Taiwan's defense. The People's Republic of China released a statement that day saying that the U.S. needed to return to the One China policy and that they must inform Taiwan that the United States unequivocally opposes all Taiwan separatist activities. On October 4, 2022, the Taiwanese defense minister said publicly that the nation would treat any incursions by China into Taiwan's territory with fighter jets or drones as an instance of a first strike. This means that if China were to send fighter aircraft into Taiwanese airspace, even if by mistake, Taiwan would respond militarily, thus engaging in an armed conflict with the People's Republic of China. Tsai Ing-wen has also aided in the toughening up of Taiwan's national boundary defense posture by saying that her nation would not rely on other world powers to come to their rescue in the event China invades. Japan began to build up arms at a rapid rate and expand defense funding and military preparedness in the wake of increasing tensions along the Taiwanese Strait. The build-up is the largest for the country since World War II. China responded to Japan's new military build-up by saying the country was using China as an excuse and a pretext for their military build-up. Japan is pursuing these military restructurings due to fears that an invasion of Taiwan would get Japan involved into a conflict with China. China has openly threatened Japan with a nuclear strike on Tokyo if the Japanese should come to Taiwan's defense. Japan is also worried about potential supply chain bottlenecks, shortages on essential goods, food, and oil, some of which come from Japan's trade with China. These industries and products can also be impacted if China were to gridlock Japan's ports and keep ships from reaching the country. Leaks from military elements in Japan show that the country is worried that China will seize islands controlled by Japan that are near Taiwan. China began to utilize ex-British Air Force pilots to help train new recruits within the People's Liberation Army. The United Kingdom said that they would work to stop their pilots from training adversary forces and potentially unveil inner workings of British and American fighter jet models and maneuvers to the Chinese. At least 30 former British pilots have taken their training from the British Air Force to China in return for large sums of money. On October 19, 2022, the United States and Taiwan began discussions on the possibility of co-producing American-made weapons. The Biden administration said the proposal would speed up armaments of Taiwan. Currently, there is a major defense shipments backlog that is meant to be sent to Taiwan. The weapon systems have been paid for by Taiwan but have not been shipped to the country due to the recent inability of the Pentagon to actively and quickly produce weapons systems and ammunition. The chief of Taiwan's National Security Bureau has said that China stands no chance of winning an armed attack on Taiwan. The individual also said that an invasion by China would only lead to international condemnation, sanctions, and diplomatic isolation from the rest of the world. Taiwan has become increasingly optimistic and confident in their own ability to defend themselves against a Chinese invasion. But is this confidence or simply an attempt at preventive posturing to see if they could avert an invasion by using strong-arming tactics? There are a number of critical advantages and disadvantages that Taiwan possesses if China were to invade. For instance, Taiwan has the backing, at least it seems, of the United States equipment. Taiwan has a well-built military with top-class military weaponry and equipment, and most importantly, Taiwan has a strong and determined people who are willing to die to protect their values and their country. Taiwan has a considerable advantage in that they conscript young men into the military to give them basic training and military conduct. This would prove to be useful in the case of an invasion where the young men of the country are already trained and ready for combat. Furthermore, Taiwan has conducted civil training and urban warfare preparations, which will turn the average citizen into a war-fighting militia. Although these are all great things to have for Taiwan, there are some areas of concern that could be devastating if China were to invade. The most obvious, Taiwan is a small island nation surrounded by water. Unlike Ukraine, Taiwan borders no nations, and since China has the ability to blockade the country due to its close proximity to the mainland, it would make it next to impossible for the United States, South Korea, or Japan to send military equipment or forces without having their convoys shot down by China upon entry of their area of control, thus risking a potential larger conflict. So, the messaging by the United States of defending Taiwan militarily may indeed be a bluff, since the U.S. hasn't done anything to actually prevent an invasion by positioning troops in Taiwan before the beginning of the invasion. The next vulnerability of Taiwan is the lack of missile defense systems. Although a wide range of such systems has been purchased by Taiwan from the U.S., those systems have not been shipped due to manufacturing backlogs spanning years. Because of this vulnerability, Taiwan skies are prone to be hit with missiles coming from mainland China. Taiwan also does not possess as many aircraft as China, and at least in the early months of an invasion, air combat will be the most heated and critical point of battle. Since China has access to more resources and can produce aircraft and missiles at a faster rate than Taiwan, they can effectively choke the Taiwanese out of their own defense of the country by pummeling their defense stockpile within a few months of an invasion. Thus, Taiwan will be left with nothing but urban warfare, which may end up being its most effective weapon of defense. China at some point will have to send in ground forces for a ground invasion of Taiwan. Key targets include military bases and the capital city. But China will have to lay waste to these cities and towns because of the strong determination of the citizens to fight. When China invades Taiwan, their military will focus on key objectives to secure a victory of Taiwan. China would have to cripple Taiwan's sea presence, destroy air systems and capabilities, destroy shoreline outposts, attack energy infrastructure, disable communications, and conduct a ground invasion. As stated earlier, the ground invasion will be the hardest part of China's objectives to take over the country, and it may end up being the make or break portion of their invasion that decides whether China wins or loses. To ensure a victory, China will be required to conduct brutal and unsegregated airstrikes and missile strikes against civilian centers. Many civilians will die, but it is the only way China can shut down any sense or will for independence and the will to fight. And if China were to resort to the use of chemical weapons to kill civilians, the chances of a Taiwanese victory would be even slimmer. Case in point, Taiwan cannot depend, and has already signaled they won't depend on the United States to come to their defense, especially since it's completely unrealistic. Given the most recent posturing of the U.S., it looks like the idea of troops on the ground is nothing but a bluff, and it would be a complete mistake to send forces in aircraft or ships towards Taiwan after China would have already set up a blockade around the country, and no doubt the presence of U.S. soldiers or the loss of soldiers from the destruction of transport vessels, aircraft, and warships would immediately lead to World War III. So it's just completely unrealistic and illogical for the United States to defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion by only responding after China launches the invasion. If the United States is serious about defending Taiwan, the US needs to send forces before, not after the invasion commences. As President Biden began preparations for an in-person meeting with Xi Jinping during the G20 Bali summit in November, Xi Jinping ordered the People's Liberation Army to focus all its energy on fighting. She ordered the People's Liberation Army to make necessary preparations for war and said that the military must comprehensively strengthen military training in preparation for war, and that the PLA must resolutely defend national sovereignty and national security. Xi Jinping told the People's Liberation Army leadership that China was caught in an unstable and uncertain security situation. That unstable and uncertain security situation would refer to the potential conflict between the United States and China once the invasion of Taiwan begins. But the statement by Xi Jinping of an unstable and uncertain security situation and the push for defending a national sovereignty may very well refer to Taiwan. But the statement by Xi Jinping of an unstable and uncertain security situation and the push for defending a national sovereignty may very well refer to Taiwan. Taiwan began preparations on November 10, 2022, to have drone manufacturers enter into wartime production in order to bolster security and supplies. On November 16, 2022, 16 Chinese aircraft and 3 naval vessels went past the Taiwanese Air Defense Identification Zone. In response, Taiwan deployed aircraft, land-based missile systems, and naval vessels. The incursion by China came a day after Joe Biden said an invasion of Taiwan was not imminent when he finished a meeting with Xi Jinping during the G20 summit in Bali. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley said on November 17, 2022, that an invasion of Taiwan by China would be a strategic mistake just like that of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. However, geographically, Taiwan and Ukraine are very different. Ukraine is much larger than Taiwan and is bordered by Poland, whereas Taiwan is not bordered by any nation and is much smaller in size. The closest allied countries to Taiwan are Japan and South Korea. Taiwan, unlike Ukraine, is an island nation. The entire country is surrounded by water, which makes it much easier for China to control traffic in and out of the country and enforce military blockades. Russia does not have the ability to control Ukraine's methods of receiving of arms shipments and aid like China does towards Taiwan. Russia cannot physically keep Ukraine locked in their territory to keep them from getting aid from foreign nations. However, China can easily lock Taiwan by surrounding the island nation with military blockades. Since supplies by the United States or other allies of Taiwan would have to be sent by air or sea, there is significant exposure to these shipments of being intercepted and attacked by Chinese forces, essentially making shipments to Taiwan virtually impossible without stoking a larger conflict. By the time China is ready to invade Taiwan, their military would have already set up anti-air defenses and blockaded Taiwan with warships. Thus, any shipments of supplies, weaponry, or troops to Taiwan would effectively become a suicide mission. This changes the prospects of China potentially winning the war drastically, as Taiwan would not be able to replenish top-tier military equipment destroyed in combat throughout the invasion. The war for control of Taiwan will certainly be decided by urban warfare and boots-on-ground combat due to the swift destruction of military targets, warships, defense systems, and air capabilities. Throughout the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Biden administration gave Ukraine tens of billions in aid, while giving Taiwan very little in aid, even as the prospect for a Chinese invasion loomed. As it stands, the Pentagon has $4 billion in sales and aid that has been approved for Taiwan, which has been delayed by a production backlog. Support for Ukraine has only made that backlog linger longer. If the Pentagon can't increase defense production, there may not be enough time left to support Taiwan before an invasion begins. However, Congress is working to pass a funding package for Taiwan to prepare the country for a Chinese invasion, but the real problem lies in the delay to produce the defensive equipment. In the meantime, the U.S. plans to send $428 million worth of spare parts for Taiwan's Air Force. For months, the Chinese have been incurring into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, threatening the country with reunification and moving warships and aircraft carriers near the country. Despite these movements and the simulated invasions China has carried out throughout 2022, the Pentagon said on November 29, 2022, that Taiwan faced no imminent threat of invasion by China. The Pentagon also said that China's provocations in the South China Sea did not indicate an invasion would be launched anytime soon. While the Pentagon does not view an invasion of Taiwan being imminent, within China, the country's military is actively preparing for an invasion of Taiwan and a potential conflict with the United States. Xi Jinping has already declared the military to prepare for war and has approved a rapid modernization of military capabilities. The Pentagon continues to not take the tensions in the Taiwan Strait seriously. If the Pentagon is not prepared for an invasion by China, then they will be blindsided to the point that they will not be able to give Taiwan any aid or defense, thus abandoning the country to a swift defeat. The Pentagon should prepare for a potential war and get its defense bottlenecks resolved so the purchases made by Taiwan can be fulfilled in a timely manner to provide them with the defense systems they need. The People's Republic of China sent 18 nuclear-capable H-6 bombers into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone on December 13, 2022. 3 other aircraft also violated the ADIZ. In preparation for an invasion, Taiwan has provided citizens with civil defense and urban warfare training. Stockpiles of weaponry are being prepared to be released to civilians once China orders an invasion of the country as well. The invasion of Taiwan will eventually require urban warfare. This is Taiwan's greatest asset, as citizens will be willing to fight for the future of their nation once fully trained. Military targets will be the first to be hit by China, but airstrikes and naval warfare can only go so far for the Chinese invasion. The deciding factor of the war will be ground warfare. Undoubtedly, when China invades Taiwan and when the military targets of the island nation have been destroyed, the Chinese will resort to airstrikes and bombing of civilian centers and major cities where ground forces would have the hardest time advancing against armed civilians. These strikes would bring massive casualties but would not yield the Chinese their swift victory. No matter how much the Chinese level Taiwan cities and towns, they will still have to fight against millions of civilians on the ground. For the attacks on civilian centers to be effective, China may need to resort to chemical weapons, biological weapons, and radiological weapons in order to kill as many civilians as possible and in a devastating manner, bring their enemies to their knees. Part of the Chinese invasion strategy will be to subdue their enemies completely. Once China invades and takes over territory, they will have to instill a terrorizing environment on civilians in order to keep them in control. This would be met by containing civilians in internment camps and centers most similar to what China has used to contain millions of Uyghur Muslims during the genocide of the people within China. In these camps, China will engage in a propaganda campaign to forcibly win the hearts and minds of Taiwanese civilians. And if they cannot be won over with endless propaganda, the next tool at the Chinese disposal is to strip away the human experience from civilians by forcing them to work labor or threatening them with torture. Before the end of 2022, a number of developments occurred in the Taiwan Strait. On December 26, 2022, China sent 71 planes and 7 ships near Taiwanese territory. A day later, Japan announced plans to deploy a surface-to-air missile defense system to be stationed on an island near Taiwan, which is called Yonaguni Island. The military base serves as a point of contention between China and Japan, since the Japanese military would be able to use the base to threaten China's invasion of Taiwan. Taiwan raised the requirements for conscription terms from 4 months to a full year of service starting in 2024. China openly criticized the new conscription terms, saying that the Taiwanese military were seeking to use their people as a cannon fodder. Finally, on December 30, 2022, the United States sold Taiwan a $180 million mine-laying system. Tensions along the Taiwan Strait have risen dramatically this past year. China has emboldened itself to pursue illegal and provocative military maneuvers around Taiwan by sending warships, destroyers, aircraft carriers, and nuclear submarines into Taiwan's historical territory. China has openly threatened to forcibly reunify Taiwan, made claims of the nation as Chinese territory, and has publicly threatened Taiwan and the nations who support it. The rhetoric between the United States and China for the potential for conflict between them has arisen. As President Biden has indicated, the United States military may get involved to defend Taiwan. However, no concrete evidence or military posturing has actually commenced to prove these claims. However, the president has said that if China were to invade Taiwan, that the United States would come to its defense with U.S. forces on the island ordered to fight against the Chinese invaders. This raises the situation of a Taiwanese invasion turning into a global conflict. An invasion of Taiwan could spill out into neighboring countries, South Korea and Japan, bringing Asia into a larger conflict. North Korea could also get involved by invading South Korea. By any means, an invasion of Taiwan would drastically change the world. Not only would it spark great conflict among world powers, but it would disrupt the global economy and supply chains. Many ships would have to divert traffic to longer routes due to the closure of heavily utilized Taiwanese waters. This would increase the costs and amount of time it would take to get shipments across the seas exponentially. Furthermore, Taiwan is a critical supplier of computer chip products. If the nation were to be invaded and the nation blocked from the outside world from Chinese military blockades, there would be a collapse of the computer markets as world powers may be forced to sanction their other main supplier, China. This situation would drastically raise the prices for computers and their parts and cause unavailability and shortages not seen at any other point in the market's history. The larger conflict ensuing from an initial Taiwanese invasion would turn into World War III and could lead to nuclear warfare. The strategies the Biden administration and the Department of Defense employs in both deterring and engaging in a Taiwanese conflict are critical in determining the future of the world. The United States cannot afford to let China win in this invasion, as it would change the face of the global world order. As it is, the globalist United Nations functions do not work to condemn China when it commits atrocious acts of genocide and human rights abuses. Much of this is due to the economic and financial dependence of nations on China. That is why the world may not sanction China even if it were to conduct an invasion of Taiwan. The world could completely ignore the war and look away. But the price to pay for not engaging against the Chinese would be a shift in the global world order. If China were to successfully invade Taiwan and commandeer the country, it would navigate the nation into a global superpower. China's military would become exponentially stronger and use its new grasp on the global world order to exert more dominance, even more than the dominance of the United States. The world would quickly sink into submission under Chinese rule and a communist empire would arise. This new empowered China would continue to invade countries, and potentially, one day in 33 years or so, challenge the United States sovereignty with an invasion of the country in the year 2053. That is why it is imperative now, for the Biden administration to restore the United States foreign policy standing and show dominance on the world stage again. If this goal is not achieved, then the world will continue to not respect the United States and choose to follow China's guidance. 14. Domestic policy. President Biden's administration focused on a wide range of issues related to domestic policy in 2022. Priorities ranged from racial and gender equity, promoting equity and inclusion within government services and hiring tactics, supporting LGBTQIA+ and transgender rights, forgiving student loan debts, and protecting access to abortion. Throughout Biden's presidency, Joe Biden and his administration frequently questioned the outreach and standing of the Constitution. When talking about gun rights, President Biden would usually say that no amendment is absolute. But when talking about Roe v. Wade and abortion, which is not a constitutional right stated in any amendment to the Constitution, he will say that abortion is a constitutional right and that it is absolute. Various actions taken by the administration have been found to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Take, for instance, the vaccine mandates on employees of private businesses, federal contracts, and those under federal employment. These mandates violated Americans' rights to make their own healthcare decisions and had no legal basis for their enforcement. With money from the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Biden administration appropriated $7.5 billion for funding electric vehicle charging stations across the country over the next 5 years. An issue with electric vehicles is that they cannot be charged in rural areas due to a lack of charging stations. However, companies such as Tesla have been expanding access to charging stations in rural areas. The funding, along with Tesla's advancements in technology, will allow electric vehicles to penetrate further into other potential markets. The White House spent $30 million to fund resources for safe injection sites. Safe injection sites are facilities which allow for drug users to use illicit drugs while being put under monitoring by the facility's healthcare providers. The program is meant to reduce overdose deaths by allowing for users who overdose to receive immediate treatment to resuscitate them. Safe injection sites provide illicit drugs to users and various safety tools. Safe smoking kits and supplies are provided to users at these safe injection sites. Allegedly, some facilities have given out crack pipes to patients. On February 7, 2022, the White House denied that crack pipes were being supplied to individuals attending safe injection sites. The Biden administration has publicly endorsed the program. A stated priority for the Safe Injection Site program is to provide services for individuals from underserved communities, such as people of color, Native Americans, and LGBTQIA+ individuals. On February 14, 2022, President Biden said that the National Football League had not lived up to its promises to hire more minorities as football coaches. Biden said, "Think about it. The whole idea that a league is made up of so many athletes of color, as well as so diverse, that there's not enough African American qualified coaches to manage these NFL teams, it just seems to me that it's a standard that they'd want to live up to." On February 17, 2022, Joe Biden announced $1 billion in spending from the bipartisan infrastructure law for a Great Lakes restoration project. President Biden nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson to replace retiring Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer and become the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Jackson thanked God for the opportunity to serve on the court for her country and promised to do her job effectively. By nominating Jackson, President Biden fulfilled a campaign promise to appoint the first black female Supreme Court justice. Jackson later went on to be approved by the Senate to serve. The Department of Education announced the release of $237 million worth of grants to historically black colleges and universities located in the state of Mississippi on March 8, 2022. Under President Biden's administration, a total of $2.7 billion has been delivered to historically black colleges and universities. On March 31, 2022, President Biden said that he stands with transgender Americans and promised to work to protect their rights. The Department of Health and Human Services raised the pride flag on their facilities that day and released a document showing the Biden administration's endorsement for treatments and surgeries for transgender teens such as top surgeries, breast enhancements, reproductive organ surgeries, and facial feminization. The document says that gender-affirming care for transgender and non-binary children and adolescents is crucial to their overall health and well-being. The Biden administration continued their support for transgender health care, especially among children throughout 2022. The policies of the administration on this issue brought much controversy, especially among parents who began to lose their ability to control their children's healthcare decisions related to transitioning into another sex. Schools and healthcare providers have been making it harder to control the decisions of their children with regards to transitioning into another sex. Schools and healthcare facilities are now encouraged to have children make decisions about their sexual nature even if the child may be at a young age and not responsible enough to make these kinds of life-altering decisions. More and more children have been undergoing medical and surgical procedures to adapt to their desired sex, especially since gender-affirming and gender-based education has become a part of basic curriculum under the Biden administration. These life-altering decisions that children make towards their sex have physical consequences. The surgeries and treatments related to transitioning can drastically change the health of a child. On the medicinal side, experimental drugs are used to change the body chemesis of a child to that more related to the opposite sex. Puberty blockers, sterilization, hormone treatments, and testosterone or progesterone treatments are all a part of the transitioning process. This side of the treatment alone can cause irreversible changes to a child's body that may result in permanent feminization or masculinization, changes in their voice, weakness of the body or organs, depression and suicidal tendencies, infertility or unintentional sterilization. The physical aspects of treatment are also harmful on a child's health. Given how children are still growing, plastic surgery and reproductive surgeries may indeed have an impact on them as they grow. There are pervasive gender reassignment surgeries to change the genitalia of patients, which will permanently remove the natural function of one's reproductive ability. All of these surgeries and procedures are harmful on a child's body and cause permanent changes. Another issue with transitioning at a young age is the possibility that down the line, the child may wish to retransition back into their original sex. However, once the process is conducted, it cannot be undone without leaving noticeable changes. The bottom line is, transitioning and gender-based health decisions are a far too complex, dangerous, and risky decision for children to be making at such a young age. And even if transitioning is not manifested by physical or medicinal means, a child should not be confused about their own gender because of educational material or guidance of the adults whom they trust to educate them. Doing so is causing a major disservice on children. As seen in the United States, education has taken a nosedive with rising rates in failing grades, and a lack of reading, mathematical, historical, and scientific proficiency among students. All of these issues are the result of the Biden administration's transgender, racial equity and inclusion, and gender-based education policies. As we will discuss in Section 18. Administration accountability. President Biden is influenced by his past dealings to make these decisions to support gender equity policies. On April 5, 2022, former President Barack Hussein Obama visited the White House to discuss the Affordable Care Act. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris attended the event. The three announced that a policy change would take place in 2023, giving 200,000 uninsured Americans access and coverage under the Affordable Care Act and other provisions to lower premiums for 1 million existing applicants. On May 2, 2022, a draft opinion by the Supreme Court was leaked. The draft showed that the court voted 5-4 to overturn Roe v. Wade. The decision would end the establishment of abortion and return the enforcement of it back to the states. Immediately after the decision, the Democrat Party and the mainstream media had a meltdown over the leaked opinion. Protests broke out across the country in support of abortion, and activists encouraged the court to change their final decision. Vice President Kamala Harris called the vote by the Supreme Court an assault on freedom. Former President Barack Hussein Obama said the overturning of Roe v. Wade was a blow not just to women, but to all of us who believe in free society. President Joe Biden called the decision radical. Democratic lawmakers in Congress immediately pushed for the codifying of Roe v. Wade. However, a bill to codify Roe v. Wade failed in the Senate on May 11, 2022. The Biden administration began work on a student loan debt forgiveness package that would cost $5.8 billion. The package would pay off 560,000 borrowers' debts. The forgiveness program only covers students of the Corinthians College from 1995 to 2015 who were defrauded from a misleading transfer credit policy. When Vice President Harris was the Attorney General of California, she prosecuted Corinthians College for engaging in false advertising toward students. Her work led to the closure of all Corinthians locations in 2015. The total of debts forgiven since the beginning of the Biden administration to June 1, 2022, has amassed up to $25 billion. Under the program, 8 million students will be eligible for debt forgiveness without having to register for it. Students who do not wish to opt in for taxation purposes can choose to opt out through their student loan company and must opt out by November 14, 2022. However, the student debt relief never happened due to the many lawsuits questioning the program's legality. Since the money was not appropriated by Congress and much of the program was formed via executive order, courts have ordered much of the student debt relief to be paused. On June 16, 2022, President Biden signed a bill to establish round-the-clock security for Supreme Court justices in anticipation for large protests. However, large unlawful protests outside of Supreme Court justices' homes were going unpunished by the Department of Justice. The crowds were not being broken up, nor was Attorney General Merrick Garland prosecuting anyone for their unlawful protesting. The Biden administration began planning a student loan debt forgiveness program in June of 2022. It was revealed on June 22, 2022, that the administration would work to forgive $6 billion in student loan debts. The cancellations would impact 200,000 students who claimed they were defrauded by colleges. That same day, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said that President Biden rejected the night of rage that an activist group called for if the Supreme Court followed their draft opinion with overturning Roe v. Wade. She said that violence and destruction of property have no place in our country under any circumstance. Pierre iterated that violence was unacceptable no matter the political position. The Department of Education proposed a new set of policies that would replicate the women's education rights laws from the past and retool them for LGBTQIA+ individuals. The policies would protect LGBTQIA+ students from discrimination on school campuses. The Supreme Court voted to overturn Roe v. Wade on June 24, 2022. The power to decide on abortion policy was returned back to the states. It was a long journey, decades in the making, to get Roe v. Wade to be overturned. Roe has been questioned for years, but the state of Mississippi ultimately started the inquiry that led to the end of the law. President Biden responded to the overturning by saying that his administration would do everything they could to protect women's rights to abortion. The president called on voters to elect pro-abortion candidates. Biden said that Roe v. Wade was the correct decision and that it is established constitutional law. He said that it's a sad day for our country, but it doesn't mean the fight is over. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. Biden urged protesters outside of Supreme Court justices' homes to remain peaceful and said violence was never acceptable. Biden called the Supreme Court's decision a tragic error and said that this is an extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Biden warned that the health and life of women in this nation is now at risk. The president then said that the court's decision would keep women from having an abortion even for cases of rape or incest. The president went as far as to say that the United States was made into an outlier nation among allies since the Roe v. Wade decision. However, some peer allies of the United States have much more restrictive stances on abortion than the United States currently does, even after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. On June 30, 2022, President Biden said that the Supreme Court was pursuing outrageous behavior, and that the court was destabilizing. On July 1, 2022, President Biden met virtually with governors from California, Connecticut, New York, Colorado, North Carolina, New Mexico, Illinois, Washington, Oregon, and Rhode Island to discuss protecting abortion. At the event, he conceded that the Senate did not have enough votes at the time to remove the Senate filibuster, a key component to passing a bill to codify Roe v. Wade at a time when the control of the Senate was split evenly in half by both parties. During the meeting, Biden said, "I share the public outrage of this extremist court that's committed to moving America backwards with fewer rights." President Biden awarded 17 individuals the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2022. These awards went to Denzel Washington, Steve Jobs, Simone Biles, Simone Campbell, Julieta Garcia, Gabrielle Giffords, Fred Gray, Alexander Carlutzos, Kizza Khan, Sandra Lindsay, John McCain, Diane Nash, Megan Rapinoe, Alan Simpson, Richard Trumka, Wilma Vaught, and Raul Izagirre. President Biden made the assertion that states that ban abortion would try to arrest women who go out of state for an abortion. He said that he would protect women who try to go out of state to perform an abortion. Although Biden said this, there are no indication states will restrict a woman's ability to go out of state for an abortion. President Biden signed Executive Action 14076, protecting access to reproductive health care services. The order says that Roe v. Wade articulated the U.S. Constitution's protection of abortion. It addressed the recent overturning of Roe v. Wade by saying, these deeply private decisions should not be subject to government interference. The order says that the right to privacy for millions of women has been stripped away and says that the overturning of Roe v. Wade will have a devastating impact on women's health going forward. The Secretary of Health and Human Services Xavier Becerra was ordered to submit a report on actions the administration can take to protect and expand access to abortion. Attorney General Merrick Garland and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas have both been ordered to enforce policies to protect access to abortion. Finally, the order created the Interagency Task Force on Reproductive Health Care Access, which is co-chaired by the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Director of the Gender Policy Council. President Biden signed Executive Action 14079, securing access to reproductive and other healthcare services on August 3, 2022. It orders the Department of Health and Human Services to allow for Medicaid to make use of state abortions readily available. The Department of Education announced a $3.9 billion student loan debt cancellation for 208,000 ITT Technical Institute students on August 16, 2022. The Secretary of Education said that ITT Tech lied to its students for years about the quality of their programs. President Biden signed Executive Action 14080, implementation of the CHIPS Act of 2022 on August 25, 2022. The order says that the CHIPS Act of 2022 will reduce technological dependency on the People's Republic of China. Section 2(e) of the order states that the CHIPS Act will pursue generating benefits such as well-paying, high-skilled union jobs and opportunities for startups, small businesses, and minority-owned, veteran-owned, and women-owned for a broad range of stakeholders and communities, including by investing in disadvantaged communities and by partnering with state, local, tribal, and territorial governments and with institutions of higher education. The order also instituted a new CHIPS Implementation Steering Council. Florida sued the Biden administration on August 31, 2022, for delaying a program that would allow the state to import prescription drugs from Canada in order to lower prices for vital medicines and drugs. The state says that the Food and Drug Administration has delayed their policy for 2 years. Florida estimates that the plan would save the state's residents over $150 million a year on prescription drug expenses. In July of 2021, President Biden ordered the FDA to implement Florida's policy, but the agency has delayed the implementation of it, and Florida has continued to be blocked from importing vital prescription drugs from Canada. President Biden announced that his administration would forgive an additional $500 million in student loan debts. Millions of students would receive loan forgiveness of up to $20,000. The students impacted would be those who received federal student loans, but not all students will qualify. A qualifying student must make less than $125,000 a year or be married, in which case the couple must earn less than $250,000 a year but will only receive as much as $10,000 in debt forgiveness. If the student falls within a low-income bracket and that student has a Pell Grant, then they will be eligible to receive $20,000 of debt forgiveness. Borrowers will not have to pay any income taxes for the debt forgiven due to a provision introduced in the American Rescue Plan Act. The White House claimed that the program was fully paid for by reducing the deficit. They said that a portion of the federal government's previous $1.7 trillion deficit reduction would be used to fund the administration's student loan debt programs. On September 7, 2022, Senator Joe Manchin said that he respectfully disagreed with the Biden administration's student debt forgiveness programs. Manchin said that the government should offer employment rather than forgiving student loan debt. There is a total of $1.6 trillion in federal student loan debt, with over $500 billion to be expunged in the Biden administration's student debt forgiveness packages. President Biden delivered his cancer moonshot speech on the anniversary of former President John Fitzgerald Kennedy's famous "We Choose to Go to the Moon" speech. During the speech, President Biden endorsed biotechnological advancements to cure cancer. He said that he wants to see the cancer death rate fall by 50% in the next 25 years. Biden said, "Today I'm setting a long-term goal for the cancer moonshot to rally American ingenuity. We engage like we did to reach the moon, but actually cure cancers, once and for all." The president outlined his ideas for a blood test or vaccine to detect and prevent cancers. Vice President Kamala Harris said on September 11, 2022, that she could not wait to cast the vote to end the filibuster in order to pass Biden's voting rights agenda and codify Roe v. Wade. Musician Elton John performed at the White House on September 23, 2022. President Biden gave Elton John the National Humanities Medal after the performance for his work bringing awareness to the AIDS epidemic. The Department of Transportation unveiled a new policy to require airlines and ticket sellers to disclose all fees prior to the sale of a deed on September 26, 2022. Before the administration put in place these requirements, airline companies could charge passengers fees that were not disclosed to them in their receipt at the time of purchase. Companies would charge these fees at the last minute of a passenger's transaction. Now, airlines must disclose all fees to customers before their purchase, or else they won't be able to charge them. President Biden and his administration were optimistic about their student debt relief program. The $400 billion in debt relief was a campaign promise turned policy execution. However, this honeymoon period quickly stalled to a sudden reality. There would be no student debt relief after all. Millions of students were excited to receive their debt relief. However, various lawsuits against the Biden administration and the Department of Education have permanently stopped the policy dead on arrival. On September 27, 2022, the Pacific Legal Foundation filed a lawsuit against the administration to stop the $400 billion student debt relief program from taking place. The plaintiff alleged that the federal forgiveness would cause students to have to pay an equal amount of taxes to the relief they receive in the state of Indiana. The White House said the claims were baseless and that the debt forgiveness was done on a request basis. Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, said that opponents of the Biden-Harris administration student loan plan are trying to stop it because they know it will provide much-needed relief for working families. As of that time, the Department of Education didn't release steps on how to opt out of student debt relief, which is part of the lawsuit's complaints. This lawsuit was the start of many that led to the entire program being stalled. President Biden was the first president since Richard M. Nixon to hold a conference on hunger, nutrition, and health. The conference was held on September 28, 2022, and the president announced that $8 billion had been pledged by donors to fund a White House initiative on combating hunger. The president said during the conference that he wanted to end hunger in the United States by 2030. On September 30, 2022, the Department of Education scaled back their student debt relief program after lawsuits caused disruption to the administration's policies. 770,000 students were cut from the program's eligibility, thus leaving leftovers behind for approval. President Biden has been a strong supporter for abortion throughout his presidency. He has supported codifying Roe v. Wade as law, pushed back on states attempting to ban abortion, freed up federal funding to support abortion, and put in place policies that would protect access to abortion. On October 4, 2022, President Biden said that extremist Republicans would be able to ban abortion without running the states because they were looking to ban abortion nationwide in Congress. Kamala Harris said that extremist so-called leaders were attacking the freedom and liberty of millions of women at a state level. Harris also said that doctors were being criminalized across the nation for supporting abortions. In 2012, President Barack Hussein Obama established the policy of Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or otherwise known as DACA, which protected children, especially students who arrived in the United States illegally and stayed in the country exempt from deportation. The policy does not provide a pathway to citizenship, although there are resolutions within Congress to provide such a means, though the policy provides exemptions from deportations and allows the children to stay in the country. President Biden has been a strong supporter of Obama's DACA policy since day one in office. The DACA policy has been in litigation time and again, though the policy has remained active and sound against lawsuits. However, on October 6, 2022, federal court struck down the Obama-era policy. No new applicants will be accepted under DACA from this point on. President Biden called the ruling unlawful and proceeded to raise awareness to the adverse effects of the court's decision. I am disappointed in today's Fifth Circuit decision holding that DACA is unlawful. The court stay provides a temporary reprieve for DACA recipients, but one thing remains clear: the lives of dreamers remain in limbo. Biden then blamed Republicans and what he called MAGA Republican officials for the court's decision, saying that they conducted efforts to strip DACA recipients of the protections and work authorization that many have now held for over a decade. President Biden urged Congress to codify the DACA policies to allow for applicants to enjoy its protections without being stuck in between a status loophole. Various resolutions, such as the Dreamers Act of 2022, remain on the docket. However, attempts to pass the legislation have so far failed. It may be that one day, courts could strike down DACA entirely. The resulting event would be deportations of illegal immigrants who have been in the United States since the program's creation. It is also possible that in a short amount of time, a lawsuit could lead to DACA's work authorization to be nullified, thus restricting the statuses of immigrants under the program. President Biden has said that he supports decriminalizing marijuana. Biden has made early progress towards that goal when he pardoned over 2,000 individuals who were in prison for simple marijuana possession. Furthermore, Biden directed the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Justice to review marijuana scheduling status within the Controlled Substances Act and department policies regarding marijuana enforcement. Biden said on October 4, 2022, "No one should be in jail just for using or possessing marijuana." The president also addressed how the criminalization of marijuana leads to racial disparities in the criminal justice system. While white and black and brown people use marijuana at similar rates, black and brown people are arrested, prosecuted, and convicted at disproportionate rates. "It's time to right this wrong," he continued. At a rally, President Biden spoke about marijuana saying, "I'm keeping my promise that no one should be in jail merely for using or possessing marijuana. You should not be in jail." President Biden is looking into having Congress deschedule marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act, which notarizes its illegality. If marijuana were to be made legal in the United States, it would drastically increase its availability. Much like vaping, cigarettes, and alcohol, making marijuana legal to consume also leads to a new side market since the product is now accessible by legal means. This means that children will have more access to marijuana from individuals who bought it legally. On the plus side, marijuana laced with fentanyl would mostly disappear outside of a street market for those wishing to mix the two. This will lead to less fentanyl overdoses. However, the adverse effects on society would still remain. The legalization of marijuana would lead to systemic issues in our nation going forward, as young Americans, both children and adults, will turn to marijuana as a recreational drug much like cigarettes or alcohol, which will increase laziness, decrease educational advancements, and lead to health issues and increased poverty. On October 20, 2022, President Biden said that he would support a federal fund to help women pay to have an abortion. Under the fund, the federal government would help disadvantaged and poor women pay for their abortions. The policy idea is part of the long array of pro-abortion policies that the administration unveiled in response to the end of Roe v. Wade. Although Biden could not make the program work at the time, he saw an alternative to enforce the fund through private businesses. The president called on private companies to help their employees pay for abortions. Biden also said that he wanted to expand the use of medication to treat addiction among pregnant women. On October 20, 2022, while exiting the White House, President Biden was asked by a reporter, should there be any restrictions on abortion at all? The president responded, "Yes, there should be." The reporter then asked for specifics on what restrictions should be imposed, in which the president responded, "It's Roe v. Wade. Read it, man. You'll get educated." The president then ran to Marine One. On October 21, 2022, President Biden invited a transgender TikTok star personality named Dylan Mulvaney to the White House to discuss his 222nd day of being a woman. Biden talked about his support for transgender rights and denounced Republican-led state policies to restrict access to transgender healthcare and gender reassignment surgeries. During the interview, President Biden was asked if states should ban gender-affirming care. The president responded, "I don't think any state or anybody should have the right to do that, as a moral question and as a legal question. I just think that's wrong." The Biden administration has made education a central focus of the administration. Although not all of the administration's policies have been effective, take the student loan debt forgiveness program as an example, there are some positive areas of impact where the administration has done some good for education in America. Namely, the historic funding of historically black colleges and universities, which have received $5.8 billion in grants so far throughout the Biden presidency. Contributions like these have been helpful for the country. However, other focuses of the administration have done a great amount of harm to our nation's education. The endorsement of critical race theory and transgenderism in school materials has hurt this country's education system. Although the teachers' unions and curators in schools are the ones responsible for teaching these ideologies in schools, the Biden administration has provided funding and support for transgender and diversity, equity, and inclusion policies within the Department of Education, which have set standards for schools. As it is, children are now struggling with basic reading, math, and historical skills because educators are spending more time on political and social matters. Even sexual gender education is being tutored from a young age, which is confusing young children of their actual gender. Schools are trying to institute the ideas of gender neutrality and transgenderism into schools and push for LGBTQIA+ materials in class. The Biden administration has done nothing but promote these materials, and even key officials within the administration have family members who work for or invest in the various companies and institutes which are forming these education materials. Much of what the administration is doing with education is politicized. Supporting HBCUs to develop people of color in America is both politically sound, popular, and the right thing to do. But LGBTQIA+ or transgender education in schools, or the billions in planned student loan handouts, which are both politically correct and popular, but are not the right things for this country, harm education, and cost taxpayers billions when pursued. But because enabling allows for more political power among the liberals in America, the Biden administration will keep reaching higher and higher for these agendas. Due to the legal challenges blocking President Biden's student debt forgiveness programs, the administration suspended payouts until June 30, 2023, to see if legal challenges would subside by then. The Department of Justice is appealing to the Supreme Court to temporarily unblock the programs until a decision is made on its legality, but no progress has been made on this front. On November 22, 2022, President Biden addressed how students would not be receiving their promised debt forgiveness, saying it isn't fair to ask tens of millions of borrowers eligible for relief to resume their student debt payments while the courts consider the lawsuit. The Respect for Marriage Act of 2022 is a bill that includes protections for same-sex couples and interracial marriage. The bill essentially formalized same-sex marriage as the law of the land and that everyone in the country is entitled to say who they love without government infringement or disruption. Every state in the union will protect same-sex marriage as demanded by the legislation. The previous Defense of Marriage Act has been amended to remove the language of marriage being between a man and a woman. The legislation opens up normalizations of homosexual marriages for future generations and stops states from restricting such marriages. President Biden signed the bill into law on December 13, 2022. During the signing ceremony, the White House had drag queens in attendance. President Biden said to the attendants, "When a person can be married in the morning and thrown out of a restaurant for being gay in the afternoon, this is still wrong." On December 19, 2022, the White House announced that the administration wants to see homelessness cut by 25% by the year 2025. The government plans to expand housing programs, services, and policies to prevent homelessness. The Department of Housing and Urban Development will receive $360 million from a recent congressional budget request by President Biden for inclusion in fiscal year 2023's federal budget to combat homelessness. The administration has also included provisions to provide gender-affirming care to homeless individuals. The key components to effective emergency shelter include culturally appropriate, gender-affirming, and specific, low-barrier access and housing-focused services aimed at rapid exits back to permanent housing. The administration wants to also increase the use of inclusive models in policy towards gender-affirming care for the homeless. $5 billion will also be allocated from the American Rescue Plan law to fund emergency housing and another $5 billion for homelessness programs. An interesting provision for both of these allocations is that a portion of the $10 billion can be used for gender-affirming care as the Department of Housing and Urban Development sees fit. The administration also plans to include safe injection sites in homeless shelters. Safe injection sites, or SIS, is a new idea used for homeless centers in places of high drug use where individuals are allowed to use illicit drugs whilst being monitored by healthcare providers for overdose. Also, in some cases, SIS can also supply illicit drugs or equipment used to give them to individuals. The United States Postal Service announced on December 20, 2022, that they will spend $9.6 billion for new mail delivery trucks, 66,000 of which will be electric vehicles. $3 billion of the spending will come from appropriations made in the Inflation Reduction Act. Executive Action 14073, titled Enhancing the National Quantum Initiative Advisory Committee, established the National Quantum Initiative Advisory Committee. which will oversee the administration's policy towards quantum computing technology and practices. The committee will consist of the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy or a designee of the Director, and 26 members appointed by the President who must be United States citizens with a particular interest and experience in quantum technology from fields such as the industry itself, universities, federal laboratories, and those who are qualified on quantum computing technology and research fields. The co-chairs of the committee will be the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy or a designee of the Director and one of the members of the committee as assigned by the President. The function of the committee will be to advise the President on various policies towards quantum computing and as the field relates to the work of the administration and the subcommittees tasked with handling quantum technology policy. The committee will meet at least twice a year to respond to requests from the President or the co-chairs of the committee for information, analysis, evaluation, and advice relating to quantum computational technology policy, solicit and promote the constructive policy ideas and proposals from those who contribute in the quantum computational technology industry from the private sector, universities, institutions, laboratories, agencies, foundations, non-profit organizations, and state and local governments. The committee is also tasked with responding to requests and inquiries from various subcommittees on the issue. Members of the committee will not be compensated for their work, rather, they will be obliged travel expenses. The order also revokes Executive Order 13885, establishing the National Quantum Initiative Advisory Committee, President Donald John Trump. Executive Action 14074, advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and safety, declares the administration's policy towards law enforcement and the issues facing communities. The order states, law enforcement officers are often a person's first point of contact with our criminal justice system, and we depend on them to uphold these principles while doing the demanding and often life-threatening work of keeping us safe. We expect them to help prevent and solve crimes and frequently call upon them to respond to social problems outside their expertise and beyond their intended role, diverting attention from their critical public safety mission and increasing the risks of an already dangerous job, which has led to the deaths of law enforcement officers and civilians alike. The vast majority of law enforcement officers do these difficult jobs with honor and integrity, and they work diligently to uphold the law and preserve the public's trust. Yet, there are places in America today, particularly in black and brown communities and other communities of color, where the bonds of trust are frayed and broken. We have collectively mourned following law enforcement encounters that have tragically ended in the loss of life. To heal as a nation, we must acknowledge that those fatal encounters have disparately impacted black and brown people and other people of color. The pain of families of those who have been killed is magnified when expectations for accountability go unmet, and the echoes of their losses reverberate across generations. More broadly, numerous aspects of our criminal justice system are still shaped by race and ethnicity. It is time that we acknowledge the legacy of systemic racism in our criminal justice system and work together to eliminate the racial disparities that endure to this day. Doing so serves all Americans. The order continues, it is therefore the policy of my administration to increase public trust and enhance public safety and security by encouraging equitable and community-oriented policing. We must commit to new practices in law enforcement recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention, as well as training, oversight, and accountability. The order directs the Attorney General to enhance guidance towards state, tribal, and local law enforcement regarding best practices in conducting investigations into the deaths of those in police custody, especially where a case of such death may involve the conduct of law enforcement or prison personnel. The Attorney General will also work to enhance the Department of Justice's ability to investigate law enforcement deprivation of rights by bolstering training and readiness of federal law enforcement officers and prosecutors. The order also mandates the Attorney General to work with counterpart state attorneys general to create an information pipeline to assist the Department of Justice's investigations into patterns or practices of misconduct by law enforcement officers and prosecutors. The Director of the Office of Personnel Management will convene and chair an interagency task force to strengthen law enforcement recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention, especially in the interests of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion into the law enforcement workforce. the Interagency Task Force will enforce the changes to federal law enforcement agencies' collective strategic plans as set forth in Executive Order 14035, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility in the Federal Workforce. President Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. Within 240 days of the order, the Attorney General will establish the National Law Enforcement Accountability Database, which will serve as a centralized repository for official records relating to instances of law enforcement, misconduct and corruption, and commendations and awards towards officers. The accountability database will be consistent with the Privacy Act of 1974. Within federal jurisdiction, law enforcement officers will no longer use choke holds and carotid restraints unless where the use of deadly force is permissible. Training materials and conduct will be amended in lieu of these use of force changes. Additionally, no-knock entries to a suspect's location will be limited. The Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of Defense, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Administrator of the General Services Administration will now work to prohibit the purchase of the following military equipment by law enforcement: firearms of a .50 or greater caliber, ammunition of a .50 or greater caliber, firearm silencers, bayonets, grenade launchers, grenades, stun grenades, and flashbang grenades. Explosives except for the explosives used for bomb squads and explosive detection training. Armored vehicles unless they will be used for disaster-related emergencies, active shooter scenarios, hostage, search and rescue operations, anti-terrorism, protection, prevention, response, recovery, or relief. Weaponized drones and weapons systems characterized by the Department of Defense as inappropriate for law enforcement. Aircraft that are configured for combat unless for use in the aforementioned scenarios and application described in Index 8. Long-range acoustic devices that are not for commercial applications. Among other topics of law enforcement, the order pursues various policies to bolster the health and security of law enforcement officers and to enhance body camera technologies and their uses. President Biden signed an executive order titled Advancing Equity for Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, and Intersex Individuals. The order states, LGBTQI+ individuals and families still face systemic discrimination and barriers to full participation in our nation's economic and civic life. These disparities and barriers can be the greatest for transgender people and LGBTQI+ people of color. Today, unrelenting political and legislative attacks at the state level, on LGBTQI+ children and families in particular, threaten the civil rights gains of the last half-century and put LGBTQI+ people at risk. These attacks defy our American values of liberty and dignity, corrode our democracy, and threaten basic personal safety. They echo the criminalization that LGBTQI+ people continue to face in some 70 countries around the world. The federal government must defend the rights and safety of LGBTQI+ individuals. The order also works to expand gender-affirming care and provide family youth counseling programs. In this day and age as a new generation of Americans take over as the electorate of the country, the values and ideals of the country's citizens have changed rapidly. The views towards governance of decades past are not necessarily the views of the citizens of today. Americans today want more from their government, be it services, money, or aid. Citizens are becoming more dependent on the government to help them in their daily lives. That being said, it is now more than ever a popular proposition to give handouts and social safety net programs to citizens. The Biden administration understands this and has taken action to give the people what they want: free money. Be it the billions in spending towards the student debt relief program, unemployment payouts, or coronavirus-related financial assistance, Americans have been pocketing freebies throughout the Biden presidency. But these policies come at a great cost to Americans and the country. With rising spending comes higher inflation, market crunches, and economic bottlenecks. President Joe Biden has approved trillions in spending, which have raised the social safety net and funded programs to give money away. But not just the financial aspect, social issues too are a frequent portion of domestic policy. Whether it be supporting racial equity and diversity, equity, and inclusion in schools, protecting abortion, defending transgender rights, or guaranteeing the right to marriage for LGBTQIA+ couples, the Biden administration has pursued a permanent transitional social change of America. The Biden administration has remained laser-focused on domestic policy, social issues, and welfare. Probably more than any other subject of his presidency, Joe Biden has been most effective at handling the nation's domestic policy. 15. Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden is the son of the President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden. Hunter and his uncle, Jim Biden, have been involved in various shady business dealings throughout Joe Biden's tenure as vice president from 2009 to 2017 and beyond, even into the Biden presidency. The business dealings range from investment portfolios, to real estate, to Chinese energy conglomerates. Hunter Biden has taken money from Russian oligarchs, Chinese businessmen, and the powerful of the Middle East. Hunter Biden and Jim Biden have made millions of dollars off of these business dealings. However, no explanation exists for what the Bidens were actually selling. The issue with these business dealings arises from the potential and certainty that Joe Biden himself was involved in these implicatory deals. Since there would be no reason to hire Hunter Biden for lucrative positions within multi-billion-dollar companies, one would have to look into the possibility that the Biden name and its political viability are part of what these companies were buying. Many of the companies Hunter Biden worked for were either tied to or directly owned by the Chinese and Russian governments. This begs the question whether the Chinese or Russians have bought the Biden family, more importantly, Joe Biden. Much of what is known about the Biden family's business dealings comes from the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop, which were leaked online years after he left it at a Delaware computer repair shop. The emails clearly show Hunter Biden's associates Eric Schwein, Devon Archer, and others meeting with Joe Biden regularly while he was serving as vice president. Former business partners of Hunter Biden who have cooperated with investigations have confirmed that Joe Biden was directly involved with Hunter Biden's business dealings and that they met with him multiple times when he was vice president. Emails on Hunter Biden's laptop vaguely refer to as "my chairman" and to the big guy in business emails, especially regarding if the chairman was in attendance at some important meeting or if he received money. It is possible that Joe Biden is the chairman and the big guy. If so, it would mean that Joe Biden had direct knowledge of his son's business dealings, that he was involved, and that he directly made money off of those deals. Proof of Joe Biden being the chairman as described in dealings and meetings is signified by a text between Hunter Biden and James Bulgo where the two agreed to not use Joe Biden's name directly in emails, but rather refer to him as the chairman. Republicans aim to investigate Hunter Biden's business dealings, and the White House has already hired a staff to handle these investigations. If Biden is found to be involved, he may be impeached and removed from office. On January 30, 2022, it was revealed that a federal subpoena was approved in 2019 for documents from Hunter Biden's bank transactions with J.P. Morgan Chase involving the state-owned Bank of China. The subpoena includes requests for documents of named individuals of Hunter Biden's closest confidants such as Jim Biden, Eric Schwein, and Devon Archer. 15 other partners and associates of Hunter were also named. On March 17, 2022, the New York Times confirmed that the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop were legitimate and that it was not Russian disinformation as the intelligence apparatus and Biden administration officials have claimed. Also on this day, it was revealed that Hunter Biden paid over $1 million in tax liabilities and that various investigations were taking place to look into potential tax crimes and fraud carried out by Hunter Biden. Emails from the Hunter Biden laptop showed that Hunter brought Joe Biden to a meeting with a board member from a Ukrainian oil and gas company that he worked for called Burisma. In an email, the board member asked Hunter for advice on how you could use your influence on the company's behalf. The board member talked about various investigations that the Ukrainian government was conducting against Burisma and that he believed that the investigations was politically motivated and asked Hunter what he could do with his family's leverage to stop it. Around that time frame, Joe Biden called then President of Ukraine Poroshenko, where they discussed removing the Attorney General of Ukraine. The Attorney General was removed after some calls and the investigations into Burisma and Hunter Biden ceased. The Obama administration leveraged billions in defense towards Ukraine as a means to get the Attorney General fired. If Ukraine did not remove the Attorney General, the money would not have been sent. As emails from Hunter Biden's laptop revealed the various companies Hunter and his associates used to invest in foreign entities, Hunter's public spokesperson said that he divested his assets in the state-owned Chinese financial investment firm BHR Partners, of which he owned a 10% stake. However, one of Hunter's companies, Skaneateles, owns a 10% stake in BHR Partners. Skaneateles is solely owned by Hunter Biden and indirectly gives him his ownership of BHR. BHR Partners is a Chinese investment firm with ties to the government of China. BHR Partners invests in various fields from technology to real estate. However, one of BHR's key investments is in a Chinese software technology company called Megvii. Megvii is worth over $4 billion and has been sanctioned by the United Nations for aiding in the genocide of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, which has led to the deaths of over 3 million of Uyghurs. On March 29, 2022, Senators Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson revealed that they had found a receipt showing that Hunter Biden received money from CEFC directly through a Wells Fargo Clearing Services transfer worth $100,000 along with credit towards OASCO, a firm that he owns. It was revealed on this day that Hunter Biden also sought a 3-year consulting job at CEFC. Hunter was set to work for the company for a total of $30 million. However, when CEFC went bankrupt and dissolved in 2017, the deal with Hunter Biden fell through. CEFC is a state-owned Chinese energy firm at the heart of Hunter's financial gains. An individual named Patrick Ho was sentenced to 3 years in prison in the United States for attempting to bribe delegates from other countries in an attempt to facilitate oil deals. Ho has had numerous engagements with Hunter Biden during his time at CEFC. The Washington Post joined the New York Times in confirming the Hunter Biden laptop's authenticity after initially denying it as Russian disinformation on March 30, 2022. On March 31, 2022, House Republicans alerted the White House and the National Archives to collect records relating to then Vice President Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden from the Obama administration so they could comply with investigations. Emails from Hunter Biden's laptop show that in 2012, now White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain emailed Hunter to ask for help in raising $20,000 for the Vice President's Residence Foundation and urged him to keep this low-key, and to prevent bad PR. Ron Klain, however, left his position as the Vice President's Chief of Staff in 2011, so he was not serving at the time of the request. The VPRF is a non-profit used to preserve and furnish the Vice President's Naval Observatory residence. Hunter Biden forwarded the email to his associate Eric Schwein, whom has visited the Naval Observatory by himself with then Vice President Biden multiple times. Schwein responded asking if they could send the VPRF a corporate check from OASCO PC, a Hunter Biden firm. It is unclear whether or not Hunter Biden or Eric Schwein directly affected the VPRF's 2012 funding, but in 2012, the records show that the nonprofit received $20,500 in contributions for that year. The CEO of BHR, Jonathan Lee, contacted Hunter Biden and his associates in an email asking for advice regarding his son Chris Lee's resume for joining a college. Hunter Biden and his associates communicated on what they could do to get the word out about Chris Lee's college resume. Then Vice President Joe Biden wrote a letter of recommendation for Chris Lee to the college he was trying to attend in 2017. Joe Biden also sent a letter of recommendation for the college resume for Jonathan Lee's daughter as well. Jim Biden, brother of President Biden, owns a law consulting group named Lion Hall Group. Jim's company received $65,000 in retainer fees from a Chinese consulting firm in 2018. Hunter Biden also received money through Lion Hall Group totaling $100,000. Jim's wife Sarah tapped into a $100,000 line of credit given to her by a Chinese business executive to spend on airline tickets, hotels, and eat at restaurants. Over 150 of Hunter and Jim Biden's business transactions have been flagged as suspicious by banks. Several of the banks used by the Biden family are currently cooperating with investigators. The investigations were triggered after the accounts received money from foreign companies, especially those tied to the government of China. These transactions were to the tune of tens of thousands to millions of dollars. The House of Sweden is an office suite building located in Washington, D.C. An email on Hunter Biden's laptop sent to Cecilia Browning of House of Sweden said, "Please have keys made available for new office mates, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Jim Biden." Hunter Biden also requested keys for Gong Wen-dong, an emissary of CEFC chairman Yi Jianming. The lease on the office space was deeded under his investment firm Rosemont Seneca. In 2013, Hunter Biden and then Vice President Joe Biden took a trip to China, and during the trip, Hunter introduced his dad to BHR CEO Jonathan Lee. Hunter Biden sent a text to Naomi Biden which said, "I hope you all can do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. Adding, "It's really hard. But don't worry, unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary." In 2014, Joe Biden played golf with his son Hunter Biden and his associate Devon Archer. While Joe was vice president, he and his son Hunter met with the former Prime Minister of Kazakhstan Karim Masimov. Hunter Biden and a Kazakhstan businessman named Kenz Rakishev have ties with each other. Rakishev is a political ally of Masimov. John Kerry's daughter Alexandra Forbes Kerry received $1 million from Rakishev. Kerry's stepson is the co-founder of Rosemont Seneca. Rakishev gave Hunter Biden $142,300 in order to purchase a Fisker electric vehicle in 2014. Additionally, Burisma has a contract to provide drilling services to the state-owned Kazakhstan oil and gas company named Kazmunregas around that time. Over the course of 14 months starting in 2017, Hunter Biden had $4.8 million transferred to him. Hunter Biden received $50,000 a month from Burisma through his firm Rosemont Seneca from 2014 to April 2019. From 2014 to 2019, the People's Republic of China has directly donated to the University of Pennsylvania a total of $54.6 million. Joe Biden was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania from the time he left the office of vice president to the time he became president-elect. The time frame would be from 2017 to 2020. In fact, Joe Biden had his own institute at the University of Pennsylvania called Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement, or UPenn Biden. Many of these donations came after the Biden Institute was announced. Now Secretary of State Antony Blinken served as the managing director for UPenn Biden. A spokesperson for the University of Pennsylvania claimed that the UPenn Biden Institute never received donations from China. In an exchange between Hunter Biden and his business partner Tony Bobulinski, Hunter told him that he did not want to register as a foreign agent. Under certain United States laws, an individual must register as a foreign agent when their activities and conduct are determined by a foreign country's government. In the case of Hunter Biden, he was an executive member of a state-owned Chinese energy firm. Multiple emails from Hunter Biden showed him and his associates discussing sending money to pay for bills owed by his dad Joe Biden. One email from Eric Schwein discussed how he had received Joe Biden's Delaware tax refund check. Although the Biden administration maintains that Hunter Biden's business dealings have in no way affected the president's finances, time and time again, funds are being sent to Joe Biden's accounts. Valerie Biden, Joe Biden's sister, emailed Hunter Biden to ask for him to help her husband secure a business license in China so she could help move her husband's telehealth company Mediguide to China. Hunter Biden emailed his Chinese counterparts to see if anything could be done to expedite the process. Soon after, Mediguide announced a merger with a Chinese medical company named Enehealth Shanghai under the name of Mediguide China. During the Obama administration, then-President Barack H. Obama held a summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the White House which Joe Biden hosted. Valerie Biden's husband John Owens attended the summit. Furthermore, Mediguide held a symposium in Delaware where then-Vice President Joe Biden attended the event. During the Obama administration, then Vice President Joe Biden would frequently visit Hunter Biden's business associates at the White House, the Naval Observatory, and in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. One associate, Eric Schwein, has met Vice President Biden at least 27 times. Schwein served as the president of Rosemont Seneca Partners during Biden's tenure of office. Steve Ricchetti, who now serves as the White House counselor, was the vice president's chief of staff during the Obama administration, and during that time period, he would meet with Eric Schwein on a number of occasions. Other aides to Joe Biden have also met with Schwein and other of Hunter Biden's associates. Leaked emails from the Hunter Biden laptop showed that Joe Biden agreed to pay $800,000 in bills for his son Hunter, including legal fees to his Chinese business partners. An email dated January 17, 2019, right before the start of the Joe Biden 2020 presidential campaign, was sent by Katie Dodge, an assistant to Hunter Biden, to an accountant named Linda Shapiro. The email reads, "Hello VP team. I spoke with Hunter today regarding his bills. It is my understanding that Hunt's dad will cover these bills in the short term as Hunter transitions in his career." The email was also sent to Richard Ruffner, a personal aide to Joe Biden when he served as vice president. Included with the email was a spreadsheet detailing over $130,000 in debts Hunter Biden owed in various legal fees, which the group determined as needed to be handled ASAP. The debts were owed to the law firm Fager Baker Daniels. $28,382 of the aforementioned debts were owed to BHR Restructuring. It is unknown if BHR Restructuring is a spin-off of the Shanghai investment fund Bohai Harvest RST Equity Investment Fund Management, in which Hunter Biden owns a 10% interest of through his company Skaneatleys LLC. Hunter also owed another $20,909 to Fager Baker Daniels for debts owed to Burnham Restructu, which appears to refer to Burnham Financial Group, a business with ties to Devon Archer. A financial due of $82,239 to Fager Baker Daniels is owed for confidential investments. In December of 2019, Fager Baker Daniels merged into Fagria Drinker Biddle and Reith. George Mazias of Fagria Drinker Biddle and Reith has represented Hunter Biden as recently as October 2020. Among other debts owed by Hunter Biden, he also had a tuition for his daughters at the University of Pennsylvania to pay for. In total, the spreadsheet showed Hunter Biden owed $818,665 in debts in 2019. $412,309 of the aforementioned value was owed to state and federal taxes. This shows that in the 4 months prior to the beginning of the Biden 2020 presidential campaign that there was an effort among Biden staffers and Joe Biden himself to resolve Hunter Biden's liabilities before the campaign kicked off. Around this time, Hunter Biden began to wind down his public involvement with companies he had worked with. As of April 2020, Hunter Biden was removed from the board of directors of BHR. However, Hunter Biden still owns interest in many of the companies he worked for through his many shell companies. Joe Biden had an email address named 67stingray@gmx.com, which is a reference to his 1967 Corvette Stingray, in which he went by the pseudo-name Peter Henderson in emails with his son Hunter Biden. From confirmed sources, Hunter Biden has made a total of $11 million from his business dealings with Burisma and CEFC. Hunter was paid over $100,000 a month from October 2017 to February 2018. In his book titled Beautiful Things, Hunter Biden confirmed that he wasted his wealth on luxuries, drugs, and parties. He called his cash influx from Burisma a major enabler. Hunter Biden had as much as $313,000 in back taxes according to a divorce filing with his ex-wife. In 2020, Hunter Biden paid off $2 million in debts owed to the IRS. Hunter Biden invested in Metabiota, a pandemic research company. Metabiota is partnered with EcoHealth Alliance, a company funded by the NIH. EcoHealth Alliance directly invests money into the Wuhan Institute of Virology for research in bat coronaviruses. This exposes a link between the coronavirus pandemic and the Biden family, which will be discussed in Section 18. Administration accountability. Leaked audio from the Hunter Biden laptop shows him bragging about his influence on his dad Joe Biden, and how he knows his dad will do whatever he tells him to. Hunter Biden has had a history of bragging about the influence he has on his father and how it protects him and his business partners from scrutiny. Hunter has used his dad's name and his political viability as a means to offer incentives to those he does business dealings with. Hunter Biden and Christopher Heinz, the stepson of former Secretary of State John Kerry, have a part ownership of a spin-off of BHR called Bohai Harvest RST. They held their stake of the company through Rosemont Seneca. Directly after a trip to China in 2013 by Vice President Biden and his son Hunter, the People's Republic of China approved funding for 80% of BHR's budget. The Committee on Foreign Investment in 2015 approved a deal to sell a Michigan-based automotive company named Hennigs to be sold to the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, which BHR negotiated. Hunter Biden was a part of the negotiations to sell Hennigs to the AICC. The AICC has allegedly stolen technologies from the United States used in the F-35 stealth fighter, which is now being used in the Chinese JR-31 stealth fighter. AICC may have stolen the technologies through a Chinese spy inside of Lockheed Martin. Case in point, AICC is not a legitimate business to be doing dealings with and only complicates Biden business dealings even further. James Bulgar, an associate of Hunter Biden, emailed Hunter to let him know that an article about China's purchase of Hennigs had no mention of BHR. Jason Zhu, who worked for BHR, emailed Hunter Biden to inform him of the successful purchase of Hennigs by BHR. Hunter Biden's firm Oasco PC formed Hudson West 3, LLC with Gong Wendong. Gong had been given keys to an office shared by Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. Gong is an associate of the former chairman of CEFC Yi Jianming. Before CEFC went bankrupt, the company funneled money to Hunter Biden through Hudson West 3. The money was given under consulting fees to Oasco PC at the tune of $5 million. These payments were collected from August 2017 to September 2018. After a $9 billion deal was made between Vladimir Putin and CEFC representatives to sell 14% of Rosneft shares to China, which later fell through when CEFC went bankrupt, Gong Wendong opened up a line of credit for Hudson West 3, which Hunter Biden gave to his family to go on a shopping spree. In 2015, Francis Pearson, a person who works for Harv's Investment Group, a company which specializes in Western Chinese relations and business ventures, which opened the Manchester Global Theatre of Dreams in China and negotiated the broadcast deal between the NBA and China, emailed Hunter Biden about a vacation trip to China in which Pearson said Hunter could bring his family along with him. The email discussed how the Bidens would be hosted by Beijing, whose parents own a spin-off of Harv's investment group called Harv Century Group of Shenyang. Bo's family has political ties within the Communist Party of China's leadership. Pearson let Hunter know that Zhang's family wouldn't tell anyone about the visit. A whistleblower claimed that Hunter Biden was recorded by the Chinese Communist Party raping and torturing Chinese children and that the videos are being used to blackmail President Biden. This whistleblower is unconfirmed and it could be fake news. The whistleblower also claims that there are videos on Hunter Biden's laptop of him raping Chinese children. On the laptop Hunter Biden left at a repair shop in Delaware, no videos of him directly sexually abusing children have been found. However, child pornography has been found on the laptop. There are also allegations that Natalie Biden was sexually abused by Hunter Biden. Rudy Giuliani spoke to Newsmax about text messages found that Hunter Biden had texted his dad Joe Biden that he FaceTimed Natalia Biden, who was a 14-year-old girl at the time, and that she had been naked. None of these allegations have been proven yet, but there is one intricate detail that has proven to be true. A picture of an FBI subpoena was found on Hunter Biden's laptop. The subpoena mentions an FBI agent named Joshua Wilson. This agent is known to specialize in child pornography investigations. There are at least 3 other laptops in existence known to have been owned by Hunter Biden. 2 are confirmed to be missing, with the first ending up in a Delaware repair shop while the second laptop was covertly seized by the Russian government. In a video that Hunter recorded of himself having sex with a prostitute, he explained how the Russian government stole one of his laptops. He also explained it would all be sorted out because his dad was going to run for president. In 2017, before CEFC collapsed, Hunter Biden was offered $10 million for 3 years for introductions. Hunter Biden had a secretary whom he had close relations with. The woman is a Chinese-American named Jia Qibao. It is unconfirmed, but rumors are that Bao is the daughter of an opponent to President Xi Jinping. It is not confirmed, but sources say Hunter Biden exposed her identity to the Chinese government. What is more likely is that Bao is actually a spy within the Chinese government. She was assigned to work for Hunter Biden after a 2017 deal with CEFC. When CEFC was going bankrupt, Bao directly informed Hunter Biden to take his money out of the joint venture accounts. In emails, Jiao Bao called Hunter Biden the co-conspirator in mischief. Bao urged Hunter Biden to convince his dad to run for president in various emails to him. She also hailed that Joe Biden would be the best president in our country's history. Bao urged Hunter to tell his dad to run with sensibility. 10 days after a trip to China that then Vice President Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden took in 2013, Hunter Biden received a Chinese business license and funding for his investment firm. Former President Donald J. Trump alleged that Hunter Biden was given $1.5 billion in funding directly from the Chinese government. Text messages from 2018 from Hunter Biden show a shaky family relationship. Hunter's stepmother at the time, Jill Biden, was trying to get him to stop using methamphetamine and have him check in for rehabilitation. Hunter Biden has called Jill, his stepmother, a vindicative moron and an entitled CU***. Hunter texted Hallie Biden, Beau Biden's wife, who became Hunter's lover after Beau passed away, to my stepmother for always being as much of a selfish silly entitled CU*** as you. Hunter told Jim Biden how he had raged to Jill that he was smarter than her. A part of what he told his uncle reads, "And you do know the drunkest I've ever been is still smarter than you could ever even comprehend, and you're a shut grammar teacher that wouldn't survive one class in an Ivy graduate program." Hunter Biden's iCloud account was hacked and the contents were leaked online on July 12, 2022. A development from the leaks showed that Hunter Biden had communications with his dad on the account under the name Pedo Peter. The Russian government has alleged that Hunter Biden invested in U.S. government-run bio-labs in Ukraine. The Russian Federation says that as many as 31 bio-labs have been funded by Rosemont Seneca in part. The Federation also says that the Pentagon, CDC, George Soros, and the U.S. Agency for International Development have all been working together for the development of the programs. Russia has also claimed that the Bill Gates Foundation, Clinton Foundation, George Soros Open Society Foundation, EcoHealth Alliance, and Rosemont Seneca all aided in funding bio-labs in Ukraine. They have also alleged that pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer, Merck, and Gilead are a part of the program. During 2019, Russia began to release information about the Biden family's business dealings. However, these claims were denounced by intelligence and the federal government as a disinformation campaign. However, the allegations made by the Russian government have in some cases shown to be true, and in other cases the information is questionable. A video of Hunter Biden and George Soros driving in a car has been found on Hunter Biden's laptop. Soros is a billionaire who has been funding various social changes in countries around the world. There are conspiracy theories that Soros is a part of an organized effort to undermine the United States. Allegedly, when Joe Biden was vice president, he met with George Soros at the White House a day before Burisma thanked Hunter Biden for invitations to Washington, D.C. to meet his dad. In 2015, then Vice President Joe Biden had a meeting with the president of Wanxiang America, PIN-NI, and the Wanxiang Resources Company. President Yu Honghan at the White House. Great Point Energy, a partner of Wanxiang, was a client of a company Hunter Biden owned named Seneca Global Advisors. Great Point Energy made a deal for access to a $1.25 billion worth natural gas plant in China from Wanxiang in 2012. In 2014, Wanxiang purchased Fisker, an electric vehicle company. Hunter Biden is an investor in Fisker, and according to leaked bank records, Hunter owned a Fisker electric vehicle valued at $100,000. During the Obama administration, Fisker received billions in funding to advance their electric vehicle research. For days after a visit with Joe Biden at the White House, PIN-NI personally emailed Hunter Biden, saying, "Last Friday when we visited D.C., I heard that your Fisker is out of order and could not get serviced. Sorry. It would be our honor to get your Fisker fixed. I would like to give you a call to see what we could do as next step." The email continued, "It would be our great honor to welcome you to visit Fisker or Wanxiang at any time." In November of 2022, a whistleblower identified themselves to the U.S. Senate and spoke to several news outlets anonymously. The whistleblower claims that then Vice President Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Jeff Cooper, Senator Harry Reid, and Key Reid were all a part of a teleconference call to discuss a new business venture in Latin America in 2012. The topic of the call was a discussion about Oko Global, a gambling company. The whistleblower said Joe Biden was active in the call and discussed details about the business. Jeff Cooper said the whistleblower story was a complete fabrication and denied Joe Biden was ever in the call. Joe Biden allegedly asked about revenue projections, when the company's software would be ready, and also congratulated Jeff Cooper for securing gambling licenses from the Peruvian government for the company. Tony Bobulinski, a key partner with Hunter Biden, went to the FBI to give them documents, texts, and evidence of the criminality of Hunter Biden's business dealings, and his father Joe Biden's influence peddling corruption. Bobulinski had repeatedly met with FBI investigators and gave testimony. As far as 11 days before the presidential election of 2020, Bobulinski was in an interview with FBI agents when Jim Biden called him on his phone. He answered the call and Jim Biden said nothing. This was the last time any Biden tried to communicate with Bobulinski. Shortly thereafter, Bobulinski was given a new agent to interview him, but he was never called in for testimony again. Tony Bobulinski says he, Rob Walker, and James Gilliar were all defrauded of $5 million from a venture with CEFC. Bobulinski said that Hunter Biden and Jim Biden copied documents related to $10 million in working capital that was to be sent to Oneida Holdings and forged them to be sent to OASCO. Hunter Biden has a 20% stake in Oneida Holdings, whereas he holds an 100% ownership of OASCO. The Bidens forged the documents to move the account's funds to a different company than they were supposed to, thus garnering them the funds. Leaks from the Federal Bureau of Intelligence on October 6, 2022, showed that the FBI was confident they had enough evidence to send prosecutors information for crimes committed by Hunter Biden. Prosecutors related to the case were weighing whether or not to prosecute Hunter Biden for tax fraud, foreign lobbying violations, false statements, and gun statement violations. Tony Bobulinski has said that Joe Biden served as an unofficial chairman for Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings. Bobulinski said that he has repeatedly seen Joe Biden, who was then vice president, conducting business dealings, attending meetings, and that he has been conducting foreign business deals for decades. Hunter Biden repeatedly refers to "my chairman" and "my guy" in his emails and communications with his business partners. It is unclear whether this is Joe Biden or not, but in a text conversation between James Bulger and Tony Bobulinski, Bobulinski was told not to mention Joe Biden's name directly in emails, but to refer to him as the chairman. If Joe Biden really is the chairman, then it would directly implicate him in the foreign business dealings, which led to the funding of the Wuhan Institute of Virology through Metabiota, and in Chinese, Russian, Omani, Colombian, and Mexican business dealings, which are unlawful for a vice president to conduct while in office and is a direct violation of his oath. In an interview with NBC on October 21, 2022, First Lady Jill Biden said she knew Hunter Biden was innocent. She said, "Everybody and their brother has investigated Hunter. They keep at it, and at it, and at it." Despite all of the allegations, Jill Biden says she loves her son. Ashley Biden defended her brother Hunter Biden in public on November 3, 2022. She said that prosecutors would not find anything against Hunter Biden. She also joked publicly how Hunter Biden single-handedly impeached Donald Trump. She was referring to how Hunter Biden's business dealings in Ukraine and Joe Biden's involvement in removing the prosecutor general investigating his son and Burisma led to Donald Trump inquiring about the status of the investigations in a phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky on sending millions in defense aid to Ukraine. Democrats in Congress falsely claimed that Trump made the reinstitution of these investigations a term in order for Ukraine to receive defense funding. However, Joe Biden as vice president was the one who actually did this, yet he was not impeached. Biden told then-president of Ukraine Poroshenko to fire the prosecutor general and allow for him to pick the next in line in return for defense funding. Once the prosecutor general was fired, the funding was sent to Ukraine. Biden later bragged about the impeachable offense publicly and said that if Ukraine did not remove the prosecutor general, they would not have received the money. Although the Biden administration will point to eliminating corruption as a means for demanding the Prosecutor General to be removed in return for funding, an interesting fact to note is that the new Prosecutor General, which Joe Biden handpicked, ceased the investigations into Hunter Biden and Burisma, the company Hunter is a board member of. Hunter Biden was spotted at the White House attending the Kennedy Center honors on December 5, 2022. Hunter was asked a question about Republican investigations into his business and Elon Musk's release of documents showing Twitter cooperated with the FBI to suppress information about his laptop. Hunter simply smiled at the reporter and then walked into the event hall. James Bulger sent an email to Hunter Biden and his associates in 2014 discussing closing some sort of deal with Suzhou Guoxin Group, a Chinese development company. He also said how he discussed with two businessmen on getting BHR to the next step as a Chinese anchor. The email later reads, "You guys please remember, as a follow-up to our lunch in Beijing, Hunter, Henry Zhao wants to set up a company with Thornton and Rosemont Seneca. Henry will fund it. Lin will give us a write-up on this soon. The KZ** oil and gas deal should be, if you both agree, tasked with securing a large Chinese off-taker investor in your KZ energy opportunity. Have a good trip. Please let me know if you need anything from us. I look forward to hearing how you all make out. Thanks, Jimmy." Various discrepancies in Hunter Biden's 2018 tax returns filing show OASCO PC paid various individuals for consulting work for the company. However, these individuals were sex workers and prostitutes. Through OASCO PC, Hunter has been able to hide the reality of over $250,000 in payments to prostitutes. He was also been able to write off his taxes under the company's business expenses. Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings have been questionable and beyond scandalous. No one receives millions of dollars in gifts or payments without a reason for it. Hunter Biden, with only a prior service as the director of Amtrak and being the son of Joe Biden, has held no experience in business, let alone expertise to handle oil companies and investment funds. Yet, Hunter Biden was given key positions on the board of directors for Burisma and BHR. He was also a consultant for CEFC with a multi-million-dollar salary. It just does not make sense that someone with no experience in the energy industry would be given a board of director spot for Burisma, an oil producer. This raises the question why Hunter Biden was even considered for these lucrative positions in the first place. Given the fact that many of the companies Hunter Biden did business with were state-owned entities of various governments, it is more than possible that Hunter was paid in order to influence a viable politician who could potentially become president, Joe Biden. Looking into communications between Burisma executives, the company did just that. The purpose of hiring Hunter Biden was in order to have someone they could use to protect the company from corruption investigations conducted by the Prosecutor General of Ukraine. The intent of the business dealings between Burisma and the Bidens were in order to influence U.S. policy towards Ukraine to find a way to shut down investigations into the company, thus saving them from a crackdown. After Hunter was hired onto the board of directors, the executives began to inform Hunter of the corruption investigations being carried out by the Prosecutor General. The relationship proved to be worth the money, since Joe Biden pressured then Ukrainian President Poroshenko to fire the Prosecutor General in return for over $1 billion in defense funding to Ukraine. When the money came through to Ukraine, Joe Biden selected the next Prosecutor General, and immediately, the investigation into Burisma was shut down. Similar cases occurred with other companies. For example, Wanxiang is the Chinese company that bought Fisker after it went bankrupt. During the Obama administration, Fisker received billions in incentives and funding to help the electric car manufacturer advance its technology. However, after the company went bankrupt, the technology that the United States invested in fell into the Chinese hands. It just so happens that Hunter Biden had financial ties to Wanxiang, potentially explaining why the Obama administration made such a risky investment into the company. Other aspects of the electric vehicle industry have also been impacted by Hunter Biden's business dealings and Joe Biden's policy decisions. As we will discuss in sections 18 and 20, Hunter Biden's business dealings have directly impacted world events, U.S. foreign policy, and Joe Biden's presidency. The evidence will be clear: Hunter Biden's business dealings are bigger than just shady business dealings with no explanation for their existence, but that Joe Biden himself was involved in the dealings. 16. awkward moments. One of the defining aspects of the Biden presidency are the repeated examples of the president stuttering, gaffes, and strange sayings that make autocratic world leaders view the United States as a weak nation led by an inept leader. Although many would think that Joe Biden's mental decline in public is not a big deal, countries like China and Russia are closely studying the signs of a weak leader. President Biden has made numerous gaffes at speeches, which include flirtations with children, racist remarks, and confusing sentences. The Biden administration as a whole suffers from some embarrassments as well. Be it awkward speeches, strange reactions to press, or events that are cringe-worthy to see and garner lackluster audience enthusiasm. The various gaffes by President Biden and his cabinet will be discussed. You can see these cringe-worthy moments yourself by looking up one of Biden's many speeches online. Biden's gaffes are so common, you're bound to find something funny or embarrassing that the president says. At an event at the Capitol on the anniversary of the January 6 riot, Vice President Kamala Harris spoke before the president. When she finished speaking, she watched Biden perform his speech. However, a few minutes in, she turned around and began to exit the room as the president talked. On January 19, 2022, President Biden held a press conference where he had a stutter throughout the event and became angry and confrontational with reporters who asked him tough questions. At the conference, Biden said he was not responsible for the world's problems. Biden previously served as the second in line to Barack Obama. Obama believes that it is the ideal of the United States to be responsible in fixing other nations' problems. Biden contradicted his former boss during this event. President Biden called a White House correspondent named Peter Doocy a stupid son of a bi**** after he was asked a question about inflation. On February 10, 2022, President Biden gave remarks in a speech where suddenly, his staff interrupted him and kicked the media out of the room, thus ending the speech. That same day, President Biden said during an NBC interview that there was no way to unite Ukraine against the Taliban, meaning to say Afghanistan instead of Ukraine. At a speech in Ohio on February 17, 2022, President Biden joked at the end of his speech that he had to go because there's a little thing going on in Europe right now. At that time, Russia was on the precipice of invading Ukraine, which is what he was referring to in his joke. While at the Munich Security Conference on February 18, 2022, John Kerry spoke about climate change at a forum meant to figure out how to stop the Ukraine war from happening. This showed that the priorities of the administration were on climate change rather than preventing the invasion of Ukraine. When the invasion of Ukraine was in its second day, John Kerry made a similar remark saying that the war in Ukraine is the last thing we need to combat climate change. President Biden announced Ketanji Brown Jackson would be his Supreme Court nominee to replace Justice Breyer on February 25, 2022. At the end of Biden's speech he left the podium, but a few seconds later, he walked back and said, "I forgot to introduce the First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and the second gentleman. It seems strange to say that, but the second Doug is Emhoff. They're both here as well, so thank you all." During a Pentagon press briefing on February 25, 2022, John Kirby answered a question about shipping defensive equipment to Ukraine, saying, let me put it this way, David. We're not talking about the effort to help them defend themselves. We have not talked about the effort to provide security assistance in a lethal and non-lethal way in the past tense. I'd leave it at that, Yona. Kirby was told, riddled by a reporter in the room, and the rest of the reporters laughed at the secretary. Kirby responded saying, we're continuing ways for them to defend themselves. That's as far as I'm going to go. During the early days of the Ukraine war, President Biden spent the weekend at his home in Delaware for a mini vacation. At the time, this was his 44th trip to Delaware. At this point in time, the president had spent a total of 143 days in Delaware. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the vacation was for him to attend a memorial service. On February 26, 2022, President Biden participated in an interview where he was asked about his presidential legacy. Biden said he hoped he'd be remembered for restoring trust in government, uniting America, and that he'd restored the soul of the nation. On February 28, 2022, President Biden participated in a Black History Month event at the White House. Biden looked at a list in order to name the cabinet members in attendance. He used the list to remind himself that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Marsha Fudge were in attendance. On March 1, 2022, President Biden held his first State of the Union address. During the speech, Biden highlighted America's support for Ukraine during the ongoing invasion. He accidentally called Ukrainians Tyranians during his speech. That same day, Vice President Kamala Harris was on an episode of a radio show where she was asked to explain the Ukraine conflict in simple terms. She said, "Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine, so basically that's wrong." On March 8, 2022, President Biden gave remarks on a ban of Russian oil imports. Gas prices were at the highest point in U.S. history and inflation was at a 40-year high. Midst the crisis, Biden encouraged Americans to purchase an electric vehicle. EVs are much more expensive than gas cars, some ranging from $60,000 to $70,000 against the $20,000 to $30,000 for a traditional vehicle, not to mention the few $1,000s a used car will go for. Also, you still have to pay for high energy prices to charge your $60,000 electric vehicle, which will need a large draw of energy in order to drive. Energy prices are pretty much proportionate to crude oil prices, which have gone up to as much as $130 a barrel. Many Americans cannot afford electric vehicles and the accompanying costs of powering them. Also, production for electric vehicles in the U.S. is not as robust as other countries. So, many will have to order their cars from foreign countries. This adds even more to the expense to drive clean. The worst part of the president's statement was the timing of it. He took time in a speech about banning Russian oil to talk about electric vehicles and suggested Americans buy one to solve their struggles at the pump. Vice President Kamala Harris met with the President of Poland on March 10, 2022. Originally, the Vice President was to discuss a deal between the U.S. and Poland on the delivery of MiG-29 fighter jets to Ukraine. However, as she was landing, the Pentagon pulled the plug on the move, thus turning her visit to Poland into a mere show of unity. During a press conference with the President of Poland, Kamala Harris was asked if the U.S. would accept Ukrainian refugees stationed in Poland. She responded saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." She then proceeded to laugh and continued to do so throughout the rest of the press conference, despite such a serious issue as it is with determining the future of displaced Ukrainians fleeing a war against their home country. On March 16, 2022, President Biden held a signing ceremony for $100 million in congressional appropriations for Ukrainian aid and discussed an $800 million package for Ukraine in the future. During the speech, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley stood behind the president throughout the ceremony while on the Eisenhower Executive Office set, but said nothing. Biden took one question but yelled at the reporter, "No comment." As soon as Biden signed the bill, no claps were heard, only immediate yells for questions. Biden left the room with reporters continuing to yell questions at him. On March 17, 2022, President Biden said this: "I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid." President Joe Biden held a press conference at the NATO headquarters in Belgium on March 26, 2022. Biden took questions from a list and tried to walk out after a few questions. Biden was asked about his predecessor Donald J. Trump, and after that, the president went on for several minutes discussing the midterm elections. The president spent much of his time talking about politics rather than serious issues in Europe caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was the purpose of his trip to NATO headquarters. Biden soon became overwhelmed by shouts for questions by reporters and left the room. On March 27, 2022, President Biden said that Putin cannot remain in power. The White House immediately walked back the president's comments, and the Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that the United States was not seeking regime change. French President Emmanuel Macron called for Joe Biden to tone down his rhetoric towards Vladimir Putin. On March 28, 2022, President Biden used notes during a conference where he said tough words against Vladimir Putin. The null sections within the note represent areas covered by Biden's hands since the cheat sheet was discovered by a camera which was able to capture its contents from afar. The note reads, Tough Putin Q&A Talking Points 1. If you weren't advocating for regime change, what did you mean? Can you clarify? I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the actions of this man. I was not articulating a change in policy. 2. Macron said he would have used these null. The UK government, null, suggested it was null problem. Is this now threatening to splinter unity with your NATO allies? No, NATO has never been more united. On March 27, 2022, President Biden and Secretary of Defense Austin visited a military base in Poland to speak to troops. When the Secretary of Defense came into the room and said this, "Good afternoon everybody, how's everybody doing?" The soldiers in the room made a sound but didn't seem excited. The Secretary of Defense told them, "That was weak and infirm, how's everybody doing?" The soldiers then made a louder sound. Secretary Austin responded, all right, when you get a question like that you're supposed to pop the top of the roof off. Just want to make sure nobody's sleeping out here. I want to introduce a very special guest that needs no introduction. Just like for you to know one thing from your Secretary of Defense, that is every day that I talk to my boss he asks about how you're doing and whether or not you have what you need to be successful, and he is concerned about you and focused on you each and every day. And I want you to hear that from me because it's the God's honest truth, and it's who he is. President Biden came into the room and looked up to someone on a ledge and said, "Don't jump, you guys are used to jump." Biden went on to talk about how his grandparents' generation was the greatest generation and brought up stories about his grandpa and grandma. Biden looked visibly tired and spoke with a stutter. The president then accidentally said how the forces there would see the horrors of the Ukraine war, as if they were supposed to enter Ukraine for combat. Later that day, Biden met with the president of Poland. Biden coughed repeatedly and had to stop to get some water. He said he was coughing because he had eaten pizza pie with hot peppers. When Barack Obama visited the White House on April 5, 2022, at the end of the former president's speech, the crowd paid their full attention to Obama, trying to get him to shake their hand. While this was happening, Biden, the current president, tried to get fellow politicians' attention, but he was being ignored. Biden could be seen visibly confused by the crowd's admiration of Obama but lack of attention for him, the current president. Biden tapped Obama's shoulder repeatedly, but he never paid attention to him. Joe Biden was able to sneak in a kiss from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi though. On March 29, 2022, the White House cleaned up President Biden's accidental comments alluding to U.S. forces entering into the Ukraine conflict. The White House said the president did not accidentally reveal classified information. On April 3, 2022, President Biden commissioned the USS Delaware. During the speech, Biden said that First Lady Jill Biden was the vice president during the Obama administration. On April 14, 2022, at the end of a speech in North Carolina, Biden shook hands with the heir. He then turned around and looked confused as he walked off the stage. On April 17, 2022, during an Easter egg roll event at the White House, President Biden approached reporters and responded to a question about Afghanistan. However, while speaking to a reporter, someone dressed as the Easter Bunny ran to him and waved their arms in front of the president to get his attention and then began to direct the president away from the press. Biden was visibly surprised and happy to see the Easter Bunny and eagerly followed him. On May 2, 2022, at an event at the White House, President Biden said this: "There have not been many of the senators from Delaware. It's a small state. As a matter of fact, there has never been one." On May 3, 2022, President Biden said he made sure that Russians were given Javelin missiles before the invasion of Ukraine and said that it would be hard for the young Hungarian fighters in Ukraine to defend their country without the Javelins. Biden meant to say he gave Ukrainians Javelin missiles before the invasion, and that Ukrainians would have a hard time defending their country without them. Biden made these remarks at a Lockheed Martin facility in Alabama. On May 7, 2022, while in Hamilton, Ohio, President Biden talked about how in the old days as a senator he could eat lunch with real segregationists. He then added that things have changed and that you can't do that anymore. Biden then proceeded to say, "We gotta bring back the old days." On May 11, 2022, while in Chicago, President Biden gave a speech. Biden said that Americans had to wait in line for food during the Trump administration and said that infrastructure in the U.S. was intact while Ukraine's was crumbling as some kind of point to the success of the bipartisan infrastructure law. However, Ukraine is under attack in a war, the United States is not. On May 20, 2022, President Biden met with South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol at a Samsung manufacturing facility. Biden accidentally referred to the South Korean president as Moon Jae-in, who is the previous president of South Korea. In another strange moment, President Biden was asked if he had a message for Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. Biden simply said, "Hello." Period. On the last day of the Summit of the Americas, Secretary of State Antony Blinken took questions from a small press pool. Blinken motioned to leave the room after answering a few questions, but one reporter yelled out a question to him. When he heard the question, he became visibly frustrated by slapping his arms against his sides and slouching his head as he came back to the podium. While riding a bike in Delaware, President Biden fell off in front of the media. The exact location of where Joe Biden fell off his bike was set as a tourist location on Google Maps titled Brandon Falls. Google has since removed the location. In June of 2022, President Biden yelled at a crowd, "I don't want to hear any more of these lies about reckless spending. We're changing people's lives." President Biden accidentally revealed a note sheet he was holding to the cameras during remarks he gave on offshore wind power. The note said, "The President offshore wind drop by sequence of events. You enter the Roosevelt room and say hello to participants. You take your seat. Press enters. You give brief comments, 2 minutes. Press departs, plus. You ask Liz Schuler, President, AFL-CIO, a question. Note, Liz is joining virtually. You thank participants. You depart." On June 10, 2022, President Biden said that ExxonMobil made more money than God this year and, by the way, nothing has changed. On June 30, 2022, President Biden held a press conference on the expansion of NATO. He stuttered during the conference and said, "Some of the American press will remember when I got a phone call from the leader of Finland saying could he come and see me. Then he came the next day and said, 'Will you support my joining NATO?' We got the telephone. He suggested we call the leader of Switzerland. Switzerland, my goodness, I'm getting anxious here about expanding NATO of Sweden." At the end of his speech, reporters began yelling questions at him. The president said, "I'm out of here." Afterwards, Biden hastily ran out of the room. Vice President Kamala Harris visited Louisiana on July 2, 2022. The graphics behind her said Louisiana, misspelling the state's name. President Biden gave remarks before signing Executive Action 14076 on July 8, 2022. Here are a few quotes from throughout the speech. "The majority has overturned Roe and Casey for one and only one reason, because it has always despised them, and now it has the votes to discard them." End of quote. Women are not without electoral or political power. It is noteworthy that the percentage of women who registered to vote and cast a ballot is consistently higher than the percentage of men who do so. End of quote. The fastest way to restore Roe is to pass a national law codifying Roe, which I will sign immediately upon its passage at my desk. And we can't wait. Extreme Republican governors, extreme Republican state legislatures, and Republican extremists in Congress overall, all of them have not only fought to take away our rights, but they're now determined to go as far as they can. This isn't some imagined horror. It's already happening. Just last week, it was reported that a 10-year-old girl was a rape victim in Ohio, 10 years old, and she was forced to travel out of state, to Indiana, to seek to terminate the presidency. Repeat the line, "Women are not without electoral, or political or, let me be precise, not or political power." Elon Musk mocked President Biden's stuttered speech by tweeting, "Whoever controls the teleprompter is the real president." The White House released a transcript of the speech. They put "let me repeat the line" over what clearly sounded like "repeat the line." Biden accidentally read the teleprompter notes as if they were a part of his speech. He has done this numerous times throughout his presidency. President Biden was confronted by a reporter on July 12, 2022, where he was asked about polling showing that Democrats didn't want him be the party nominee in 2024. Biden got up in the reporter's face and yelled about how reporters were all the same and that the reporter needed to check the polls again. Biden then said that Democrats wanted him to run again. That same day, First Lady Jill Biden said that Latin Americans were just as diverse as breakfast tacos. During a July 14, 2022, visit to Israel, President Biden said, "Later today, I will once more return to the hallowed ground of Yad Vashem to honor the 6 million Jewish lives that were stolen in a genocide and continue, which we must do every day, continue to bear witness, to keep alive, the truth and honor of the Holocaust, horror of the Holocaust, honor those we lost." When Joe Biden visited Saudi Arabia to meet with Mohammed bin Salman to raise OPEC's oil output, the president opened the door to his presidential limousine, walked up to his Saudi Arabian counterpart, and weakly gave him a fist bump. Word of the fist bump spread before the two world leaders met. Thus, the Crown Prince already came prepared for the moment by not extending his hand to the president. The White House said that during his July 2022 trip across the Middle East that Biden would not shake hands in order to avoid contracting the coronavirus. They said that he would simply use fist bumps instead. However, President Biden was seen shaking hands with individuals in Israel and Palestine. The White House wanted to use the fist bump as a way to snub the Saudi Arabian Crown Prince without making it obvious. The idea was to leave the Crown Prince confused when he extends his hand, but Biden puts out a fist bump instead. During President Biden's visit to Israel in July of 2022, he said, "I was making a speech and I had a terrible headache." He then coughed violently and continued, "Excuse me, a terrible headache. And sorry I swallowed wrong. I had a terrible headache. This was years ago. And I did a very stupid thing, I got on an aircraft and I flew home. It turned out I had 2 cranial aneurysms, and I got rushed to the hospital in the middle of a snowstorm for a 9.5-hour operation that saved my life. Then I had the second operation, they found an aneurysm on the other side of my brain. I joke, the reason they went in twice to take the top of my head off is because they couldn't find a brain the first time." During a speech about climate change on July 20, 2022, Biden talked about oil slicks and said, "That's why I and so many other people I grew up with have cancer, and why for the longest time Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation." The White House had to walk back this statement, saying that the president had only contracted non-melanoma skin cancers, which were removed from his body before he took office. Biden's physician said that the president did not have cancer. In August of 2021, the Biden administration carried out the disastrous exit from Afghanistan. President Biden directed the Pentagon to leave the billions of dollars of defensive military equipment that the United States gave the democratic Afghanistan before the Taliban takeover of the country. When the Taliban did take over, the Biden administration urged the terrorist group to use the equipment for defensive and peaceful purposes. President Biden let the Taliban take the equipment for themselves and expected the terrorist group to be responsible with the equipment. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby was asked by a reporter, "So we know that the Taliban was harboring the world's most wanted terrorists. You guys gave a whole country to a bunch of people who are on the FBI most wanted list. What did you think was going to happen?" John Kirby responded, "I take issue with the premise, we gave a whole country to a terrorist group." When Biden announced he would be ratifying Finland and Sweden's admittance to NATO on August 9, 2022, he made this gaffe, "Putin thought he could break us apart, weaken our resolve, instead he's getting exactly what he did not want. He wanted the Finlandization of NATO, but he's getting the NATOization of Finland." While talking about the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, President Biden accidentally said that the bill would keep inflation from getting better. He corrected himself, from getting worse. President Biden held a rally at Milwaukee on September 6, 2022. Protesters yelled at the president during his speech. Biden responded by saying, "Look, everybody's entitled to be an idiot. Security began to grab the protester, in which the president said let him go, but moments later, the security escorted the person out anyway. Kamala Harris spoke to astronauts of the International Space Station on September 9, 2022. Communications cut off, but she immediately joked and said she would write them letters. Later that day, the Vice President held a Space Council meeting and announced a coalition of SpaceX, Blue Origin, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Virgin Orbit, and Amazon for the aim of creating space job opportunities for underrepresented backgrounds. When Joe Biden was running for president, he repeatedly claimed he had been arrested when he tried to meet with Nelson Mandela in prison when he was a senator. The claim was a lie. Biden was never arrested with Nelson Mandela. However, he has said it numerous times, especially with black audiences. On September 16, 2022, President Biden finally admitted that he had never been arrested with Nelson Mandela, but that he was stopped. Biden made this admission to the President of South Africa Cyril Ramaphosa when he visited the White House. On September 23, 2022, President Biden held a rally for a teachers' union. During his speech, Biden said this to someone in the crowd: "You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30. But anyway, this woman helped me get an awful lot done." During an event on September 28, 2022, President Biden called out in the crowd for Congresswoman Jackie Walorski. However, she had just recently passed away from a car accident. The president called out, Jackie, are you here? I think she was going to be here to help make this a reality." The White House tried to clean up this gaffe by saying the Congresswoman was top of mind for the president because he would be meeting her family soon and that he was not confused about her. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked during a press conference if Walorski, who died in a car accident last month, was at the top of the president's mind. Why was he looking for her in the room? Jean-Pierre responded, "Again, I think people can understand. I think the American people out there who, watch the briefing from time to time maybe at this moment will understand when someone is that top of mind." President Biden later sent a letter of apology to Jackie's family. President Biden and Secretary of State Antony Blinken attended the U.S. Pacific Island Country Summit on September 28, 2022. When Biden entered the room, he received very few claps from the audience. Everyone had stopped clapping while Antony Blinken kept awkwardly clapping as the president walked in. When Vice President Kamala Harris visited South Korea in late September, she walked to the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea. While standing at the DMZ, she said the United States has a strong alliance with the Republic of North Korea. She meant to say the Republic of Korea, which is the formal name for South Korea. While visiting Puerto Rico in October of 2022 to assess storm damage from Hurricane Ian, President Biden said this: "We have a very large Puerto Rican population in Delaware. I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home, politically. We came here for a long time as part of both business and pleasure. I'm committed to this island." President Biden visited Florida after the impacts of Hurricane Ian. Biden told the mayor of Fort Myers Beach that nobody foo **** with a Biden. On October 6, 2022, President Biden answered a few questions before boarding Marine One. Biden then suddenly smiled at reporters and awkwardly walked backwards slowly, staring at the reporters. On October 7, 2022, while visiting a Volvo Group powertrain in Maryland, President Biden gave a speech on his economic policy. Biden then made a gaffe saying, "Let me start off with two words, made in America." On October 12, 2022, at an event in Vail, Colorado, after designating Camp Hale as a national monument, Biden gave a speech where he said, "I say this as a father of a man who won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, and lost his life in Iraq." Joe Biden was referring to his son Beau Biden, who served in Iraq. Beau passed away in 2015 from brain cancer but did not die while on duty in Iraq. President Biden visited Irvine Valley College in California on October 15, 2022. While a crowd amassed around the president, Biden decided to put his hands on a young girl's shoulders and to speak behind her, saying, "Now a very important thing I told my daughters and granddaughters, no serious guys until you're 30. The girl said, "Okay." She then laughed awkwardly and said, "I'll keep that in mind." The individual who recorded the video said that the Secret Service tried to stop him from recording President Biden with the young girl. When First Lady Jill Biden attended an Eagles football game as an honorary captain for the team on October 16, 2022, many attendants in the stadium could be heard booing and shouting "Foo *** Joe Biden" and "Let's go Brandon." On October 18, 2022, as over 8 million applications were received for student loan forgiveness, President Biden made a speech about the program and addressed frauds related to student aid. Biden tried to describe a URL in which he had a few issues pronouncing. "If you get any questionable calls, please tell us by going to report fraud, .ftc.government. The link is fraud.ftc.government. President Biden spelled out the dot in the link. This likely means that the teleprompter read frauds.ftc.government, but he read the dot and FTC in spelling. This would result in an individual entering fraud.ftc.government. At a Restore Roe Biden rally on October 18, 2022, President Biden made a series of gaffes throughout the event focused on Roe v. Wade. "The right that I pushed hard, and it finally got changed, the married couples in the privacy of their bedroom. Excuse me, I'm thinking about the Dobbs decision." At the end of his remarks, Biden said "Thank you, I'm sorry," and then walked away from the podium. The music was playing when suddenly, he walked back to the podium a few seconds later and the music abruptly stopped for everyone to hear him say, "I was apologizing for my back, my mother would be very angry. I was talking with people with my back to them. I apologize. So thank you all so very, very much." He then walked away and the music continued. Biden has given many speeches with his back turned to people in the past without any problem. President Biden rallied for Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman on October 20, 2022. Biden got lost on stage at the end of his speech. On October 21, 2022, President Biden conducted an interview with MSNBC. During the interview, Biden made a series of gaffes and had a few awkward moments. Biden was asked if he would run again in 2024. He responded, "I have not made that formal decision, but it's my intention to run again, and we have time to make that decision." Then the reporter asked Biden, "Dr. Biden is for it?" At this, Biden appeared to fall asleep with his eyes closing and there was an awkward bit of silence in the room for a few seconds. Then the reporter said, "Mr. President." But there was a delayed response when he opened his eyes. As he was opening them, the reporter said "Op," in surprise, assuming he had fallen asleep. At this the president slowly opened his eyes and said, "Dr. Biden thinks that my wife thinks that we're doing something very important." Biden then said that First Lady Jill Biden does not think that he should walk away from the presidency. Later in the interview, Biden began to discuss his age and the impact it could have on the presidency. He said it was totally legitimate to question whether his age was a contributing factor for looking for a younger candidate in 2024. Biden then got real close to the reporter's face and put his hands on his shoulders and said, "I can't even say the age I am going to be. I can't even get it out of my mouth." The president later said, "I'm a great respecter of fate. I could get a disease tomorrow. I could, drop dead tomorrow. In terms of my energy level, in terms of how much I'm able to do, I think people should look and say, can he still have the same passion for what he's doing? And if they think I do and I can do it, then that's fine. If they don't, then they should vote against me and not against me. They should encourage me not to do so. But that's not how I feel." On October 24, 2022, President Biden said that Vice President Kamala Harris was a great president. Biden has repeatedly referred to the vice president as the President of the United States throughout his 2 years in office. At a Paidem's event in Pennsylvania on October 29, 2022, President Biden said this, and of course, they're going try for their 499th time, or whatever the number is, they're still determined to eliminate the Affordable Care Act. And by the way, if they do, that means, not a joke, everybody. That's why we defeated it in 2018 when they tried to do it. We went to 54 states. During a speech in Hallandale, Florida on November 1, 2022, President Biden opened his speech with "gays and gentlemen." He then talked about his relationship to the inventor of insulin. How many of you know somebody with diabetes and need insulin? Do you know how much it costs to make that insulin drug for diabetes? It was invented by a man who did not patent it because he wanted it available for everyone. I spoke to him, okay? Frederick Banting is the man who invented insulin. Banting passed away on February 21, 1941. Joseph R. Biden was born on November 20, 1942, more than a year after Banting's death. It is impossible that Biden spoke with Banting. This wasn't the only gaffe the president made in this speech. He also said this: they talk about inflation. Inflation is a worldwide problem right now because of a war in Iraq and the impact on oil and what Russia's doing. Excuse me, the war in Ukraine. I'm thinking about Iraq because that's where my son died. Biden is referring to his son Beau Biden, who died of brain cancer. Beau served in the Iraq War, but he did not die on the battlefield. He died 6 years after he left the military. The Biden family sometimes makes the case that the burn pits in Iraq led to Beau Biden's brain cancer and other health problems. Biden has repeatedly mistakenly said that Beau died in Iraq throughout his presidency. Interestingly, later in this same speech, Biden addressed his son's death from brain cancer even though he said earlier that he died in Iraq. My son, who died of stage 4 glioblastoma, the cost of those drugs was enormous. Biden also called Hurricane Ian, Ivan. At the end of his speech, Biden said, "God bless you all. God protect our troops. And God give our Republican friends some enlightenment." On November 2, 2022, the White House deleted a tweet from President Biden after a new community fact-check feature added by Elon Musk on Twitter flagged the tweet as lacking context and being misleading. The tweet said, "Seniors are getting the biggest increase in their Social Security checks in 10 years through President Biden's leadership." Social Security checks are adjusted for cost of living expense rates, which is directly impacted by inflation. Since inflation has risen, the payments from the Social Security Administration to individuals must be matched to the current inflation rate. This means that there has been no significant change in how much individuals are receiving since the cost of living rate is equal to the increase in Social Security benefits. The community fact-checkers noted this. The White House tried to save face by saying the point was incomplete and that the tweet was not complete. 2 days later, President Biden said that Twitter actively spews lies all across the world and that there's no editors anymore in America. On November 9, 2022, President Biden held a news conference to discuss the evacuation of the Russian government from Kherson, a recently annexed region in Ukraine. Biden made this gaffe: "I think the context is that whether or not they're pulling back from Fallujah, from the city of Kherson." The president accidentally referred to Kherson as Fallujah, Iraq. On November 12, 2022, President Biden spoke during the opening of the ASEAN summit hosted in Cambodia, where he said this: "It was an honor to host at the White House in May, and now that we are back together in Cambodia, I look forward to building even stronger progress than we've already made. I want to thank the Prime Minister for Colombia's leadership as ASEAN chair." Right after a high-stakes summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, President Biden held a press conference. Despite all of the important issues discussed during the meeting, Biden spent much of his time discussing the results of the midterm elections. He said that there was a strong rejection of political violence and voter intimidation. Biden repeatedly coughed and cleared his throat throughout his conference, even going so far as to say, "Excuse me, I have a little cold." Biden then spoke about his meetings with Egypt to combat climate change for a few minutes. Biden said this: "And we're going to keep working with our partners to support the most vulnerable countries in building resilience to climate impacts and to align global ambition with the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal while supercharging our clean energy transition." Biden kept going on about climate change despite this being the least important issue during the press conference. The conference was specifically about Biden's meeting with Xi Jinping. But the president smoke-screened a lot of the time away from serious topics such as human rights abuses by China, an invasion of Taiwan, and economic issues between China and the United States by opting to discuss climate change. Biden then had this messy statement. And let me meet, I just met in person with Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China. We had, clears throat, excuse me, we had an open and candid conversation about our intentions and our priorities. It was clear, he was clear, and I was clear, that we'll defend American interests and values, promote universal human rights, and stand up for the international order, and work in lockstep with our allies and partners. Among all other things, Biden was asked a question about codifying Roe versus Wade, of which he answered, "I don't think they can expect much of anything other than we're going to maintain our positions. I'm not going to get into more questions. I shouldn't have even answered your question." And that was it, the short few-minute conference ended. Again, most of the time for this important moment in history was eaten up by domestic policy and climate change rather than the Taiwan crisis and human rights abuses by China. President Biden held a Thanksgiving speech for Marine Corps service members in North Carolina on November 21, 2022. During the speech, Biden told a boy, "This has to be boring, boring, boring for those kids who are standing up here. You're allowed to do anything you want to do, including go steal a pumpkin if you want, anything you want to do." He also told the service members the reason we came is the chef is not bad. Biden later said, "To be here with the Marines and sailors of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force is a great honor. You know, I've gotten to see you all in the mountains of, and I mean this sincerely, the mountains of Bosnia. I've seen you in Iraq. I've seen you in Afghanistan. And you're incredible." While on Thanksgiving vacation in Nantucket, 2 young girls saw Joe Biden walking past their window. The girls screamed in excitement when the president came up to the window. Biden smiled at the girls as he bent down trying to see the girls through the window. The girls took some selfies with Joe Biden creepily staring into the window. While at a rally in Phoenix, Arizona on December 7, 2022, President Biden said this, "It will construct a second fab here in Phoenix to build chips, 3 nano chips, 3 nano chip, chips that are 3 nano. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. Nano no, I don't know." President Biden delivered a speech for Toys for Tots on December 12, 2022. After he finished his remarks, he was walked off the stage by a little girl. In a town hall speech to military veterans on December 17, 2022, President Biden said this, "I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. I married Dominic Jacopa's daughter. So, you know, I got a little Italian in me now." Biden continued, "I've been in and out, not as obviously a combatant, but in and out of Afghanistan, Iraq, and those areas 38, 39 times as vice president, only twice as president." The only Middle Eastern nations Biden visited throughout his first and second years as president were Palestine, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Biden then told the veterans in attendance this interesting story. "My dad, when I got elected vice president, he said, 'Joey, Uncle Frank fought in the Battle of the Bulge. He was not feeling very well now, not because of the Battle of the Bulge, but he said, and he won the Purple Heart and he received it. He never got it. Do you think you could help him get it? We will surprise him.' He continued, so I got him the Purple Heart. He had won it in the Battle of the Bulge. And I remember he came over the house, and I came out and said, 'Present it to him, okay?' We had the family there." Joe Biden said he had spoken with his dad after being elected vice president of the United States, which would have been in 2008 or 2009. However, Biden's father passed away 6 years before he was elected. Frank Biden, the one the president is referring to as his uncle, passed away in 1999. Worse yet, no obituaries or military records exist referring Frank Biden as a Purple Heart recipient. However, Frank Biden did indeed serve in the U.S. military from 1941 until 1945. The moments described in this section are just the surface of the strange things President Biden has said and the awkward moments of his presidency. You can see the cringe-worthy moments for yourself, simply by watching his speeches in full, something most people in society wouldn't do. Behind all of the dullness of Biden's speeches are the moments where he says something confusing or where he cannot form a congruent sentence. These moments are laughable and entertaining, but to the adversary's eye, these moments give an insight into the mental decline of an American president. You will also see in Biden's speeches various signs of dementia, such as confusion, lack of concentration, stiff movements, and the most obvious, clenching of the arms and shaking hands with thin air. These are repeated occurrences of Biden's speeches and forums. You will also see that throughout the presidency, Biden has had to rely on aides to guide him around events and help him when he falls asleep during forums. None of this is a laughing matter in any way, shape, or form. China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea are all watching the United States presidency weaken while they rush to find new power in a world of opportunity. As Joe Biden continues to undermine the presidency and weaken the United States, our adversaries will use the examples of decline to further their own confidence and shore up ties with other nations. Case in point, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and Kim Jong-un are strong leaders. Whenever Joe Biden is in discussion with the likes of these autocrats, he has a hard time not being told off by his counterpart. It is a dangerous time in the world with Russia invading Ukraine and China preparing for an invasion of Taiwan. Any continued show of weakness on the part of the United States will lead to greater conflicts around the world and an unsafe security situation for the United States and its allies. 17. 2022 midterm elections. The midterm elections of 2022 was a crucial election cycle that would decide whether the United States would continue to undergo a full transition into a massive social safety net system and climate-oriented energy policy or be put on a more moderate or conservative direction. Inflation, abortion, crime, healthcare, election integrity, welfare, social security, and student loan aid were among the top issues among voters in 2022's elections. Key states of the election included Nevada, Arizona, New Hampshire, New York, and Georgia. The Democrat Party had a number of issues facing the party that put them on a likely path to defeat in the elections. The failures of the Biden presidency plagued the party as voters became disconnected with the president. For the most part, the economy was the biggest issue Americans had with President Biden. With gas prices at record highs, energy bills and utilities skyrocketing, and food prices rising steadily, the administration was slated to pay the price for their harmful economic and energy policies. Given the historical precedents that the party controlling the White House usually loses at least the House or the Senate in the midterms and all of the negative factors swarming the Biden administration's campaigning for Democrats, it seemed likely that the Republican Party would win the United States House of Representatives and the Senate by a landslide, as well as unseat various governors in Democrat-controlled states in a red wave. However, the political landscape changed when a leaked draft opinion of the Supreme Court showed that the court decided it would soon vote to overturn Roe v. Wade. This immediately brought about the outrage of millions of women as they felt that their bodily choice would be violated if Republicans took control of government after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Also, at around the same time, millions of students were guaranteed that their student loan debts would be forgiven by the Department of Education. These two occurrences brought many Americans who were in between voting Democrat or Republican to make the switch to the party in power. Thus, the red wave was dissolved to a red trickle as evident by the results of the election, which we will discuss in this section. On March 23, 2022, President Biden demanded that Dr. Mehmet Ounce and football star Herschel Walker resign from the President's Council on Sports, Fitness and Nutrition. Both Dr. Mehmet Ounce and Herschel Walker were running for Senate at the time. Ounce was campaigning against Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania John Fetterman in Pennsylvania, and Walker against incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock in Georgia. On July 1, 2022, President Biden held a virtual summit with governors across the country. At the meeting, Biden said that the Republican Party would ban abortion nationwide if elected to the House and Senate. Biden said he would be endorsing candidates who supported codifying Roe v. Wade. He also began to make a push to codify Roe v. Wade as a congressional law. The move would restore abortion permanently and strip states' newfound rights to decide on the issue. The idea of codifying Roe v. Wade ended up being an energizing factor among supporters of abortion. President Biden called MAGA a semi-fascist movement and that voters would have to save democracy again in 2022 while at a rally in Maryland. He also said that MAGA Republicans would ban abortion nationwide if they gained control of Congress in the midterms. He promised that if a bill to ban abortion was ever passed, that he would veto it. Biden said that he did not respect these MAGA Republicans. Throughout the midterms, President Biden used divisive rhetoric that pinned those who supported former President Trump as extremists. This kind of peer pressure, where someone of a certain idea is shamed into turning their views to more correct or popular ideals in agreement with the public, is a means of changing people's support, since they don't want to feel like they are someone who is an extremist or face the consequences of supporting someone and being labeled one. The president spoke about election reform during the event and said, "We'll protect voting rights. We'll pass election reform and make sure no one ever has the opportunity to steal an election again." Former President Donald John Trump feels that the 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and that the midterms could potentially be stolen from other Republicans as well. Biden has denied that there were any discrepancies in the 2020 elections or in the country's history as a whole. However, Biden has in the past said that Georgia and other southern Republican states have rigged elections, which he calls Jim Crow 2.0, and that the voter ID system needs to be removed in order to secure free and fair elections. This statement contradicts his view that the elections in the United States are not rigged. One of the main domestic policy issues of the Biden administration is whether or not recreational use of marijuana should be legalized. States across the country are legalizing marijuana for public use, and younger Americans are willing to vote for candidates who are keen to the idea of recreational marijuana. As a senator, Joe Biden was notorious for being tough on drug users. Biden had pushed and later passed what he coined as the Biden crime bill. The bill disproportionately affected Black Americans for petty crimes rather than larger offenses. On issues of legalizing marijuana, Biden throughout his political career has denied that the idea was ever sound. However, the majority of young American voters want to see marijuana legalized around the country, and lobbying firms are willing to pay top dollar to get it done. President Biden held a rally in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Before the main event, Biden met with Democrat nominee for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania John Fetterman to discuss legalizing marijuana. Fetterman asked Biden to sign an executive order decriminalizing marijuana. The White House later released a statement that President Biden had not made a decision yet on marijuana policy and would not make any moves before the midterm elections. Karine Jean-Pierre and Joe Biden have called Make America Great Again an extremist movement, and that anyone who denies the results of the 2020 presidential election as a semi-fascist. However, Jean-Pierre tweeted this in 2016 after Donald Trump was elected president: "Stolen emails, stolen drone, stolen election. Welcome to the world of #unprecedented Trump." So according to President Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre's standards, the press secretary is a semi-fascist, neo-Nazi, Hitler lover. Digging deeper down the rabbit hole, Karine Jean-Pierre also tweeted that the 2018 midterms election was stolen. Peter Doocy made the comparison of her ability to say that 2016 was rigged and how Republicans cannot make the same assertion about 2020. She responded by simply saying that his comparison was ridiculous. She was also able to craft this excuse up. "I was talking specifically at the time about what was happening with voting rights and what was endangering voting rights. I have said Governor Kemp won the election in Georgia. I have been clear about that. I have said President Trump won the election in 2016, and I've been clear about that." She then said that her assertion was different from Republicans because of the January 6th insurrection. President Biden said that Republicans who took credit for the $1.2 trillion in infrastructure funding from the bipartisan infrastructure bill yet voted against it ain't got no shame. On the 21st anniversary of the September 11th terrorist attacks, the Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas stood at Ground Zero for an interview. The Secretary said that the U.S. faced domestic terrorist and extremist threats. The interview was highly political and hinted at the administration's message of MAGA and Donald Trump being extremists who are a threat to democracy. The administration did not shy away from using the horrors and tragedy of the 9/11 terrorist attacks as a means to draw a link to what they call proponents of domestic extremism, that being Donald Trump and his voters. Before the midterm elections, Vice President Kamala Harris said that she would proudly run with Joe Biden in 2024. She said that she was very proud to serve as Biden's vice president and said that the president made it very clear he intends to run for president in 2024. This commitment by Harris is very important to the midterms in that in a sense, it solidifies President Biden and Kamala Harris' political future and viability, which will help the Democrat Party solidify itself. In an interview with 60 Minutes on September 18, 2022, President Biden said that he had not yet made a decision to run for president again in 2024. On September 25, 2022, former Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that the Democrat Party would lose the midterms elections if the voters were focused on President Biden's performance. She said that the party had a path forward to victory if they focused on extremist threats and the Republican Party. She also said that rising crime across the nation was an electoral vulnerability for Democrats. Several Republicans introduced around the midterms an agenda to sunset Social Security and Medicare every few years, and that Congress must approve the continuation of the programs in order for them to continue. On September 27, 2022, President Biden seized on the opportunity to mark a key difference between Republican and Democrat policy on the social safety net. He said that if Republicans won the House and Senate, that they would put Social Security and Medicare on the chopping block. The maintaining of these programs resonate very well with voters, especially seniors. These events began to make voters consider whether a Republican candidate would cut their welfare programs or not. Biden continued to remind voters of these Republicans' plans to sunset the two programs up until election night, which proved to be effective in its purpose to make voters re-evaluate their support for Republicans. After a so-called far-right candidate was elected as Italy's new prime minister, Joe Biden warned that U.S. citizens could have a similar far-right leadership if they weren't careful with how they voted in the midterms. He also warned that there were increasingly authoritative leaders taking power across the world. At a fundraiser event on September 29, 2022, President Biden said that Americans were no longer proud of their country and that pride among citizens was long gone. During the speech, he said that the MAGA crowd is tied to fascism. He then said that democracy was at stake in the 2022 midterms and that the election was really determining democracy versus autocracy. Biden said that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party was gaining influence and that the party is not your father's Republican Party. He said that there is a tinge of fascism to what they're doing. Finally, the president said that if he could wave a magic wand and cure cancer, that it would make Americans proud to be in the country again. President Biden called Republicans who did not vote for the bipartisan infrastructure law but requested money from the appropriation socialists. While in Los Angeles, California in mid-October, President Biden said, if Republicans win, inflation's going to get worse. It's that simple. The president continued, Democrats are working to bring down the cost of things they talk about around the kitchen table, from prescription drugs, to health insurance, to energy bills, and so much more. At a Restore Roe Biden rally on October 18, 2022, Joe Biden spoke about abortion and said that if Democrats won the House and Senate, that a top priority will be codifying Roe v. Wade. Biden then pledged to veto any Republican bills to ban abortion if they should pass in Congress. On October 20, 2022, as Ukraine's infrastructure was decimated by overnight Russian airstrikes, Biden said this. Republicans said that if they win, they're not likely to continue to fund Ukraine, the Ukrainian war against the Russians. These guys don't get it. It's a lot bigger than Ukraine, it's Eastern Europe, it's NATO. It's real, serious, consequential outcomes. They have no sense of American foreign policy. While leaving the White House, President Biden took some questions from reporters. He was asked, John Fetterman is going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania, but there haven't been that many candidates campaigning with you. Why? Biden then snapped at the reporter saying, that's not true. There have been 15. Count, kid, count. All right. Then the reporter responded, okay, and are there going to be even more? Joe then said, yeah. President Joe Biden has been a stern supporter for John Fetterman, the former lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania. Fetterman, who was running for the United States Senate in 2022, was up against Dr. Mehmet Ounce. Biden campaigned for Fetterman in the month leading up to the election and set his targets on Dr. Ounce. Biden said that Delaware was smart enough to send him, Dr. Mehmet Ounce, to New Jersey. A talking point used by Biden during the midterms was that Republicans were going to undo the recent legislation signed by President Biden to lower medical costs. The president said that if, in fact, we lost the Senate, say goodbye to lower medical costs. Gone. Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas said this: "There is a real risk if you are a slacker barista who wasted 7 years in college studying completely useless things, now has loans and can't get a job. Joe Biden just gave you 20 grand. Like, holy cow. 20 grand. You know, maybe you weren't gonna vote in November, and suddenly you just got 20 grand. And you know, if you can get off the bong for a minute and head down to the voting station. Or just send in your mail-in ballot that the Democrats have helpfully sent you, it could drive up turnout, particularly among young people." Biden responded on October 18, 2022, saying, "Ted Cruz, the great senator from Texas, he said it's for slackers, quote slackers, who don't deserve relief. Who the hell do they think they are?" The president then said, "I don't want to hear it from mega Republican officials who had hundreds of thousands of debts, even millions of dollars, in pandemic relief loans forgiven, who now are attacking me for helping working and middle-class Americans." He continued, "Marjorie Taylor Greene, she and her husband got $180,000 in business loans forgiven from the Paycheck Protect program. She said it's completely unfair to us to forgive loans for working and middle-class Americans." The position on whether to raise the debt ceiling and reduce federal spending became a major issue in the 2022 midterm elections. Since rapid government spending brought the national debt up by trillions of dollars in the past 2 years of Biden's presidency, the U.S. government has almost reached its debt limit, and if Congress does not come to a resolution on the issue, there will be a default in June of 2023. Undoubtedly, a default would have a major impact on the U.S. economy and the nation's national and financial security. Republicans in Congress want to see the Biden administration reduce spending and cut down the over $6 trillion in spending in the proposed FY 2023 federal budget. They also wish to roll back certain policies in the Inflation Reduction Act, such as the new Internal Revenue Service expansions, which have added 87,000 new positions within the Bureau. Democrats want to see the debt limit increased or abolished and don't have any concerns on the president's federal budget and spending. Essentially, both sides will be opposing each other on the issue, and in order for anything to get done, there will either need to be a major change in the results of the midterm elections that gives one party control of Congress, or that both sides will have to work on bipartisan legislation to avert a default. President Biden brought up this very issue on October 21, 2022, where he said that if Republicans took control of Congress, then they would crash the economy next year by threatening the full faith and credit of the United States for the first time in our history, putting the United States in default unless we yield to their demand to cut Social Security and Medicare. Biden then promised, "I will not yield. I will not cut Social Security. I will not cut Medicare, no matter how hard they work at it." President Biden and Vice President Harris campaigned in Pennsylvania on October 28, 2022. During the event, the president said that Republicans were planning to cut Social Security and Medicare. On November 2, 2022, President Biden delivered an address on democracy in the United States. He used the speech to criticize extremism in the country. He criticized Republicans who denied the results of the 2020 presidential election and told voters to protect democracy by not voting for Republicans. Biden said that democracy was on the ballot and painted a grim picture of what the future could be like if Republicans were to win the election in a landslide. Biden denounced political violence and said that elections were decided peacefully at the ballot box. Throughout the speech, President Biden brought up the January 6 attack on the Capitol and said that democracy was still at risk. He blamed his predecessor, Donald J. Trump, and what he called extreme MAGA Republicans for being threats to democracy and bringing about the volatile political environment of the times. Charlie Crist, a former governor of Florida, was running again for the position in the 2022 Florida governor race. President Biden was active on the campaign trail in Florida, endorsing the Democratic candidate and holding multiple rallies across the state to support him. During a rally with Charlie Crist on November 1, 2022, President Biden called his adversary Ron DeSantis a Donald Trump incarnate. Charlie Crist lost his race against Ron DeSantis in an election that his opponent won by a landslide. DeSantis' election victory propelled his political power to a potential future run for president, and the victory began discussions among Republican voters whether Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis should be the nominee for president in 2024. Former President Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden campaigned for Senate candidate John Fetterman in Pennsylvania on November 5, 2022, in a last-minute effort to energize voters. The 2022 midterm elections were held on November 10, 2022. The results of the election brought control of the House of Representatives to the Republican Party, while the Democrats retained the Senate with an additional seat. A red wave was expected to happen due to high inflation and food prices, the failures in Afghanistan and Ukraine, and the revelations of the Biden family's corruption. However, the opposite occurred. Although Republicans did well enough to win the House, many of these races were won by tight margins. Many other key races for governor and Senate were also tight. Essentially, had a few more thousand votes gone towards Democrats in those tight races, there would have been a big victory night for the Democrat Party. The Republican Party did not necessarily have a great election. Arizona, which had voted for President Biden in 2020, pretty much solidified its status as a blue state by electing a Democratic governor, and by rejecting Republican candidate for Senate Blake Masters in opt for Democrat Mark Kelly. Also, the gains made by Democrats in 2020 in the state of Georgia continued, with incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock defeating Republican Herschel Walker in a runoff election after the midterms. However, Brian Kemp was re-elected as governor of Georgia. Donald Trump won the state of Pennsylvania in 2016, but the state was flipped back in the Democrats' favor in 2020. Those gains for Democrats in the state of Pennsylvania continued when a historically Republican Senate seat was flipped blue by former Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania John Fetterman. Despite Dr. Mehmet Ounce's strong showing during the debate between him and Fetterman, it was not enough to convince voters to vote for him. When it comes to the governor races during the midterms, the Democrat Party did very well. Democrats flipped 3 governor seats: Maryland, Massachusetts, and Arizona. In New York and Michigan, Democratic candidates Kathy Hochul and Gretchen Whitmer respectively held on to their governor seats against viable Republican candidates. Many of Donald Trump's endorsements failed to win in the midterms, and his political future began to be questioned as establishment Republicans blamed him for the poor election results. However, there were many Trump endorsements who also won their elections, but in no case was the election a landslide for Republicans or a big victory. The only good result of the election was that now Republicans could stop the Biden administration's radical policies through divided government, since the party gained control of the House of Representatives. However, this divided government runs a significant risk in the future when it comes to the issue of raising the debt ceiling, which, if not handled, will lead to a first-ever default of the United States debt, which would be catastrophic for the economy. The 2022 midterm elections officially ended on December 7, 2022, when the Georgia runoff race for the Senate was won by incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock against Herschel Walker. Biden hailed Warnock's victory and said that Georgia rejected ultramagorism. President Biden celebrated the results of the election as a good day, I think, for democracy. Biden was faced with a historical trend that few presidents have been able to defy, of losing both the House and Senate in the first midterm election before a re-election campaign. However, despite the many failures of the Biden presidency, the war in Ukraine, and the high inflation and food prices, Biden was able to defy these historical trends and at least hold on to the Senate and almost win the House. The issues top of mind in this election happen to be the areas where the administration has focused most of its attention on. The overturning of Roe v. Wade, which led to the effective bans on abortion in Republican states, was a key concern among voters, since many feared if Republicans controlled both the House and Senate that they might codify a national ban on abortion. The Democrats and Biden made that message and concern clear to voters, and it paid off. Also top of mind were welfare, student loan forgiveness, and health care, all of which the Democrats have been effective towards, especially in their messaging. The election also hurt Joe Biden's political enemy, Donald J. Trump, and his political viability as a kingmaker within the Republican Party. The results also propelled Ron DeSantis to a potential run for president in the near future, after he seemingly did better than Trump's endorsements with a landslide victory in Florida. Just like in 2020, Donald Trump and many Republican voters felt that the 2022 elections were rigged and stolen, especially in Arizona. The midterms at least left one positive circumstance for this country: the power of divided government to avert and disrupt harmful policies could now be pursued. Undoubtedly, the Republican House will disrupt the Biden presidency and effectively make his next 2 years in office what is called a lame duck session, where nothing substantial gets done. Of course, on the issue of the federal budget and the debt ceiling, Congress will have to get something big done that will require compromise. But when it comes to codifying Roe v. Wade, the Biden administration's climate plans, and trillions in additional spending, the Republicans will have the power to stop these from becoming the law of the land. Most importantly, the Republicans will be able to pursue accountability towards the Biden administration and use their discretionary powers to investigate Hunter Biden, the Biden family's business dealings, abuses of power by the FBI, the border crises of 2021 and 2022, and the viability of the U.S. military's readiness. All of these things will be pursued and inevitably will be a thorn in the Biden administration's credibility and innocence. Results of the 2022 midterm elections: United States House of Representatives. Results: Republican Party gains control with a slim majority. Balance of power: Dr. 213,222 plus 6 plus 19 votes. Republicans 50.6%, 54,507,807. Democrats 47.8%, 51,469,321. United States Senate. Results: Democrats retain control with an additional seat. Vice President Kamala Harris no longer needs to offer a tie-breaking vote if all 51 senators vote in the affirmative for legislation. Senator Joe Manchin is a potential toss-up on certain issues, which will require the vice president to fulfill a tie-breaking vote. Essentially, the same results as 2020. Balance of power: Dr. 5149 plus 1 plus 0 votes. Republicans 49.1%, 39,876,285. Democrats 49%, 39,802,675. Governors. Results: Republicans lead the nation, but key governor seats in Arizona, Maryland, and Massachusetts were lost to Democrats. Balance of power: Dr. 20-for-26 plus 3 plus 1 votes. Republicans 49.05%, 43,126,140. Democrats 49.29%, 43,336,108. 18. Administration accountability. The Biden administration has a number of issues surrounding whether or not officials within the government, or President Biden himself, are compromised by Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings. Some individuals who serve in the Biden administration have direct ties to Hunter Biden. John Kerry, Ron Klain, and others have been implicated in emails or business dealings with Hunter Biden. Some administration officials even have ties to lobbying firms, which have seen millions more in revenue since the Biden administration began. A question arises whether Hunter Biden's business dealings are impacting the administration's policy. There are examples of conflicts of interest in policy decisions. President Biden's electric vehicle and energy policies have at times interconnected with his son's business dealings and the sources of profits for the family's bank accounts and investments. Another issue with the administration's accountability is whether the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, will be transparent with the Department of Justice and the FBI's handling of the investigations into his son's laptop and business dealings. Probes and subpoenas against Hunter Biden range anywhere from financial fraud, money laundering, influence peddling, and even child exploitation. But the truth will be hard to find, that is, if President Biden really is involved in the process of the Department of Justice's investigations or not. If he is, the administration will do everything they can to protect him and his son. If he isn't, then these shady business dealings were simply a coincidence. But Chinese and Russian businessmen don't just send money to your fake companies without a reason, especially if those funds are from state-owned companies. These entities and businessmen are working on behalf of their governments to secure some kind of viable asset. Most likely, to exert some kind of influence of control over another country's policy. The truth of whether Joe Biden is compromised will be answered in time, but for now, if he is compromised, the government will do whatever they can to smokescreen and delay any investigations that may harm the president politically or legally. The following is a wide range of allegations, leaks, and even proven evidence from Hunter Biden's laptop which show that there may be a conflict of interest between President Biden and his son Hunter Biden. Additionally, conflicts of interest within the administration's officials and policy will be addressed in this section. Missy Owens is President Joe Biden's niece. Owens previously served in the Obama administration. In 2022, Owens was hired by General Motors for a head position with regards to handling policy for the company's environment, sustainability, and governance policies. General Motors has received billions in federal grants from President Biden, and he has himself visited their facilities multiple times. Biden has directly endorsed electric vehicle production, which falls under the category of environmental and sustainability concerns. On March 17, 2022, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about the Hunter Biden laptop. She responded, "I'd point you to the Department of Justice and also to Hunter Biden's representatives." The press secretary later said that the president's son doesn't work in government in order to deflect from giving details. She was then asked about her previous comments of calling the Hunter Biden laptop Russian disinformation. She did not respond directly to that question. The Department of Justice run by Attorney General Garland has refused to answer inquiries into Hunter Biden. Hunter's lawyers also do not answer any inquiries as well. Every time a reporter asks any of the administration officials for answers about Hunter Biden's business dealings, they receive no answers or are told to speak to someone else. Another tool of the administration to deflect from questions about the president's son is to claim the laptop is Russian disinformation. However, the contents of the laptop have been authenticated as Hunter Biden's. The White House throughout the 2 years of the Biden presidency has continually dismissed the Hunter Biden laptop and downplayed the importance of it. Reporters have tried multiple times to get answers from both the president and his press secretary, but most attempts either end with vague or critical answers, or the reporter being escorted from the premises. On March 30, 2022, it was revealed that the Department of Justice was conducting a full ongoing investigation into Hunter Biden's business activities and were taking witness testimony. The White House was asked a day later if President Biden was considering pardoning his son Hunter for any possible federal crimes. The White House dodged the question and did not address it directly. The White House claimed that Hunter Biden did not break the law and has not committed any crimes. Hunter Biden currently lives in a mansion in Malibu, California. Since Hunter is a part of the First family, he is entitled to the extensive line of Secret Service protections. Due to the neighborhood in which Hunter lives and the need for the Secret Service to have a close proximity with the son of the president, the Secret Service had to spend $30,000 a month to rent out a nearby mansion in order to protect Hunter Biden. Throughout his presidency, Joseph Biden has said he did not associate himself and was not involved in any manner with Hunter Biden's business dealings. However, there are numerous places and properties which are related to Hunter Biden's businesses which the president had direct access to. The White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki denied that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden shared an office space with Jim Biden and Jill Biden as an emissary for a Chinese energy company. The fact is, however, there is an office named the Biden Foundation and Hudson West, CEFQS, which had keys given to Jill, Joe, Hunter, and Jim Biden. Jen Psaki also addressed a question about Joe Biden signing letters of recommendation for the children of Jonathan Lee, the chief executive officer of BHR. Psaki said she had no confirmation of any recommendation letter the president wrote when he was a private citizen, by the way, and not serving in public office. On April 27, 2022, Press Secretary Jen Psaki dismissed a question about whether the president had ever spoken with his son's business partners about their dealings, saying that he does not get involved with his son's business dealings. When asked if Biden communicated through his son's business partners who frequently visited the White House and the Naval Observatory during the Obama administration, the secretary responded saying, "He's not involved with his son's business dealings." On April 28, 2022, the Department of Homeland Security formed a disinformation board. Nina Jankowicz was named the head of the committee. Jankovic, as a private citizen, called the Hunter Biden laptop Russian disinformation and said that former President Donald J. Trump colluded with Russia, which has been proven to be a hoax. The Disinformation Board would decide on what was disinformation and misinformation and give guidance to social media and other media of public forum on what the terms of disinformation are and what content to block and suppress. This board displayed a massive overreach of power over the private sector and communications, yet it was not unprecedented, nor the first time the U.S. government had tried to pursue this. Various health officials during the Trump administration went behind the administration's radar and used their powers to force social media companies to censor information about self-treatments like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin against COVID-19. They also worked to hide any talk of the Wuhan lab leak theory as the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been proven to be true. They conjured up the idea that the virus came from a market in Wuhan, rather than a nearby pandemic research laboratory which has been funded directly by the NI through EcoHealth Alliance. Finally, the government used these disinformation policies to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop leaks on social media and even influence the banning and censorship of the New York Post and other news organizations which first spread details about the Biden family's foreign business dealings. During the first year of the Biden administration, the White House emailed social media companies on a weekly basis to give them updates on what was misinformation with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic and that the companies needed to pursue various content moderation and censorship policies. This kind of work would metastasize under the DHS Disinformation Board. The Biden administration later announced that the board would be indefinitely suspended after backlash against its creation. On May 12, 2022, the Department of Justice closed an investigation into Blue Star Strategies, a lobbying firm which has ties to Burisma. The investigation allegedly found no wrongdoing. The CEO of Blue Star Strategies said the firm never worked with Hunter Biden. The firm at the time did not register under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, yet it acted on behalf of foreign entities. On June 17, 2022, Amy Harris, a woman from Florida, was put under investigation by the FBI for trying to sell Ashley Biden's diary. Ashley Biden is the daughter of President Biden. The contents of the diary have been leaked online. The diary shows a complex family relationship within the Biden family. Part of Ashley Biden's diary, excerpted from January 30, 2019, reads, "I have always been boy crazy. Hypersexualized at a young age. I remember somewhat being sexualized with, I remember having sex with friends at a young age, showers with my dad, probably not appropriate." Ashley Biden is the daughter of Joe Biden. Other themes of her diary are other sexual encounters, the possibility she was sexually abused at a young age, family problems, hopeful messages, and happy moments in her life. But in her own words, she claims that her father had showers with her. Given the previous statements likely occurred in her adolescent years, it could be inferred that Joe Biden had showered with his daughter in her adolescent years. On June 30, 2022, 68 White House press corps journalists sent a letter to Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre asking for the administration to stop the pre-screening processes, which were required for them in order to ask questions at press conferences. The letter said that the restrictions on journalists were undermining President Biden's credibility in defending the First Amendment. The letter also said, "Let us be candid. Our job is not to be liked, nor is it to be concerned about whether or not you like what we ask. A reporter's ability to question the most powerful man in our government shouldn't be discretionary. The administration's continued efforts to limit access to the president cannot be defended. Any notion that space is limited is not supported by the fact that every other president before Biden, including Trump, allowed full access to the very same spaces without making us fill out a request form prior to admittance." The signatures included reporters from liberal media outlets such as CNN, CBS, and ABC. The journalists took problem with the fact that the administration forced them to fill out a form with the details of their question ahead of time in order to get access to press conferences. The administration did this in order to control who could ask questions and what could be asked. The program also gave the administration time to go over the issues involved with President Biden and prepare him with pre-rendered responses to questions. Some reporters were blacklisted for months at a time due to the content of their questions and had to give fake questions in the pre-screening process in order to get a chance to give a different question to the president or the press secretary. President Biden has released almost 200 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in 2022 alone. The SPR is at its lowest level since the 1980s, a time when the military's operational draw of oil was much lower than it is today. The release of the SPR oil was meant to bring down gas prices, but it has only slightly impacted oil prices in a positive manner. The administration tried to tout their release of SPR oil, but the fact is, this release did not impact the fall in global crude oil prices. The prices in gas did go down substantially, but the prices quickly went back higher in a matter of a few months after release. Every time past presidents released oil from the reserves, it did nothing to bring down gas prices. So, the question arises, why did the Biden administration sell so much oil from the critical strategic petroleum reserves, which the military would need to operate in times of war? Biden has already said he would buy back the oil released from the SPR when crude oil trades at $70 a barrel, which is excessively high. If the president knows that the release of the SPR oil would do nothing to bring down prices, put the military and national security at risk, and then force the country to buy back the oil at a much higher price than originally purchased, why would he do it? The answer may lie in the anomalies with the way Biden released the strategic petroleum reserves. For example, China received 950,000 barrels of oil from the SPR at a much lower price than global markets. As much as 10 million barrels went to Europe and Asia. The oil from the SPR that the Biden administration sold to China was bought up mostly by Sinopec. BHR, the state-run Chinese investment firm which Hunter Biden did business with, made a deal with Sinopec in 2014 to join investments in restructuring their sales and distributions business. Hunter Biden was regularly informed of BHR's ventures with Sinopec in emails and direct communications. That deal between BHR and Sinopec was valued at $1.7 billion. According to public records, as recently as March 2022, Hunter Biden still owns a 10% stake in BHR through his company Skaneateles. Thus, the sale of oil from the strategic petroleum reserves at a low rate to be then sold back to global markets at a time crude oil was over $100 a barrel would garner very substantial profits for Sinopec, which would trickle down into the Biden family's bank accounts through Hunter Biden's 10% stake in BHR. This likely explains the administration's move to specifically provide Sinopec with oil from the SPR. The White House responded to claims that the Biden administration was selling oil from the strategic petroleum reserves to China because of their influence on the family by saying that Republicans were making false claims and that President Biden had no involvement in the sale. The same day, the White House responded to these claims, saying the administration canceled all of their future plans to sell SPR oil to foreign nations going forward. Officials from the administration said the move was done because we can't be an oil supplier. The administration attempted to flip the script for an already foolish decision they made to sell oil at reduced prices to our adversaries. Throughout the Biden presidency, Hunter Biden has repeatedly visited the White House and flown with the president on Air Force One. When President Biden gave away the Presidential Medal Freedom to various individuals, Hunter Biden attended. Other events such as the Kennedy Center honors, Black History Month speeches, and state dinners have garnered footage and pictures of Hunter Biden in attendance. Hunter has also been spotted at other events and areas of the White House, especially when he walks across the White House lawn with his dad. In 2021, Border Patrol officers were seen riding on horses hitting their whips on the ground to keep Haitian migrants trying to enter the border illegally away from the hooves of the horses. Pictures were taken of the incident, and the media immediately jumped onto the story, claiming the agents were attacking Haitians in an act of racism. The Biden administration criticized those agents and recommended them for investigations. Those investigations happened and they found that the men were not trying to whip the Haitians, but were trying to keep them away from the startled horses' hooves. The damage was already done and the public image of the officers pictured will forever be scarred. President Biden and Vice President Harris already said how the incident brought back the worst moments in American history and used the issue to speak about racism. On July 8, 2022, the Biden administration confessed that they were wrong about the incident and said the officers were wrongfully accused. Despite this, the officers are still being referred for discipline. On July 12, 2022, President Biden was asked, "What do you think about Hunter's iCloud backup? What do you think about Hunter, your son?" While he was asking this, the Secret Service began to move towards the reporter. The reporter then yelled, "There's a video of him arguing with a hooker about how much crack he has. What do you think about that, Mr. President?" Biden smiled and said, "Sit down and you'll hear what I have to say." At this, the Secret Service removed the man from the group and President Biden continued his speech. During the Obama administration, Hunter Biden visited then Vice President Joe Biden at least 30 times throughout his tenure in office. These visits were tied to important trips and meetings with foreign businesses and business people that occurred around the time Hunter would meet his dad. Joe and Hunter would repeatedly use the Vice President's Naval Observatory to discuss the family's business dealings. During the first term of Joe Biden's vice presidency, Hunter Biden and his partners were in direct talks with then-President of Colombia Andrés Pastrana for a business venture between the Biden family and OAS, a company slated to generate billions in revenue to work on projects within the country. An email to Pastrana's office sent by Hunter Biden reads, "Dear Mr. President, I look forward to seeing you when you are in Washington. I was hoping we could meet for lunch or coffee depending on your schedule. I'd like to discuss an opportunity that I think you have already been initially briefed regarding OAS." Another email to the office reads, "I am checking on my dad's schedule." Andrés Pastrana met with Vice President Biden a month after these emails were sent. A White House log shows that Eric Schwein, associate to Hunter Biden, met with Pastrana and Biden at the Naval Observatory. That same day, Hunter Biden ate lunch with Andrés Pastrana. An email by Hunter Biden to his associates reads, "Devon Jeff Hunter Miguel, Mexico, and his cousin Abel, Spain Mika, Russia Ken's, KZ David Thai, Vietnam? Is that the Rye guy, Esteban Bullrich, Argentina Pastrana, Colombia Jonathan Lee, China? We need a Canadian billionaire and a certified American billionaire to add to list. Also I think the Philippines, Israel, Turkey, and UAE, maybe Youssef Al-Otlaba. We could drop Colombia and or Argentina. Finally, an African, preferably from Ghana or Tanzania. Why is the son of the Vice President of the United States in business dealings with, or pursuing the possibility of doing dealings with people of foreign nations? Especially with China, where the Communist Party of China is a part of every detail of business in that country, and with Colombia, where Hunter is contacting the president of Colombia who is set to meet with his dad. None of this makes any sense, and Hunter Biden certainly has nothing to show for all of these business dealings other than that he is the son of Joe Biden. Leaks showed that investigators were weighing whether or not to charge Hunter Biden. Ultimately, the Attorney General Merrick Garland will be responsible for making sure President Biden cannot taint or delay the investigations. Formal charges and indictments will likely take place in 2023. Throughout the time Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States, at least 14 associates of Hunter Biden would regularly visit him. Vice President Biden would visit with these associates and meet with them while on trips across the U.S., Mexico, China, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan. Pictures on Hunter Biden's laptop show Joe Biden meeting with two associates of Hunter Biden in Mexico in 2015. The two associates were Miguel Alemán Velasco and Miguel Alemán Moñoni. An email around that time was sent by Hunter Biden to his dad's official photographer for the pictures from the meeting. Hunter Biden organized a meeting between Joe Biden and a Mexican billionaire named Carlos Sim on October 30, 2015. An email by Hunter Biden detailed how he would be taking Air Force Two to Mexico for a meeting with then-President of Mexico Enrique Peña Nieto and Vice President Biden. A businessman named Manuel Estrella emailed Hunter Biden, saying, "Hunter, I just met your father. So exciting. Francis Person helped me. Thanks. Hope to see you soon." A man named Fran Person was an aide to Joe Biden. Francis Person has financial ties to Harv's, a company Hunter Biden has worked with and a company that has ties to Chinese political heir Bo Xing. In fact, Francis invited Hunter to China to meet with Mr. Sheng. Francis' person repeatedly visited Vice President Joe Biden and President Barack Hussein Obama starting in 2015 after he joined Harv's. Harv's has been a monumental asset with regards to fostering US-Chinese financial relations, especially with porting U.S. products to Chinese markets. For example, Harv's aided in the opening of the Manchester Theatre of Dreams in China and also was a bargaining party in the NBA deal to bring basketball coverage to China. Hunter Biden set up a meeting for his dad to meet with Burisma executives and Russian oligarchs. Other emails from the laptop detailed the meeting, but no evidence proves that Joe Biden actually attended these meetings other than Hunter's emails and the White House schedule being identical to the proposal by Hunter. A battery technology was developed and made ready for use by a company during the Obama administration. The battery is capable of powering homes for years at a time. The Obama administration blocked the release and sale of the company's products based off of the new battery technology. Throughout the administration, several manufacturing companies tried to get permits to produce the technology, but the federal government denied it. The company that developed the technology went bankrupt due to these delays in approval. However, the Obama administration allowed for the battery technology to be sent to a Chinese company named Dalian Ronca Power Company Limited. The battery technology is actively being used in the People's Republic of China, despite their creation in the United States. Furthermore, the federal government invested $15 million to aid in the creation of the battery. To this day, the only country manufacturing the made in the USA battery is China. This has been happening since 2011 and continues into the Biden administration. President Biden began a 2-week vacation in South Carolina and Delaware on August 10, 2022. Hunter Biden boarded Air Force One with his dad and can be seen throughout the president's vacation next to him. The Biden family stayed at a $20 million mansion at Kiowa Island, South Carolina. It was revealed on August 19, 2022, that the federal government was paying for a border wall at Joe Biden's Rehoboth Beach, Delaware home. Jill and Joe Biden share a total net worth of over $15 million. However, taxpayer dollars are being spent to construct a $500,000 wall around their property. On August 25, 2022, Senator Ron Johnson claimed that an FBI whistleblower gave testimony showing that the Bureau instructed agents not to investigate into Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings before the 2020 election. He claimed that the FBI's leadership sent memos to agents saying that the agency did not want to change the outcome of the election again. Senator Johnson also said that the FBI worked to undermine efforts to investigate Hunter Biden and told investigators to not investigate his laptop, despite receiving the contents of it in 2019. This means that the FBI delayed investigations into Hunter Biden's business dealings for a whole year prior to the general election. Hunter Biden organized a dinner set for April 28, 2011, at the Chinese Embassy in Washington, D.C. The dinner was set up for a business partner named Marvin Lang to meet directly with the embassy's deputy chief of mission. Hunter Biden met the embassy's deputy chief of mission at a luncheon in January of 2011 hosted by his dad, then Vice President Joe Biden. Hunter Biden was paid $10,000 by Senator Ted Kaufman, the successor to Joe Biden when he became vice president, to deliver a speech at the luncheon. An email on Hunter Biden's laptop from Eric Schwein details that Ron Klain, the now White House chief of staff, who was the vice president's chief of staff at the time, attended the lunch. CEO of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, said on September 1, 2022, that his company hid discussions of the Hunter Biden laptop on his platform Facebook in response to warnings from the FBI that the Hunter Biden laptop was disinformation and polarizing content. He said that they contacted him ahead of the 2020 presidential election to shut down communications of the laptop story. Following this, the Missouri and Louisiana Attorney Generals filed requests for documents relating to White House control of social media disinformation policies. Leaked emails from the White House have already shown officials were in regular communication with social media companies such as Facebook and Twitter to determine their misinformation policies. It was revealed in these leaks that Facebook had given regular updates to the White House on accounts that had been deplatformed or deleted due to their violation of the White House disinformation guidance. Many government agencies have played a role in social media censorship policies as well, especially health officials. Republicans in Congress have already demanded documents from Facebook for future investigations into censorship. During the early months of the Clinton 2016 campaign, staffers began planning on how they would work to bury Joe Biden if he were to run. As historical precedent usually follows actual events, it was expected that Biden would run for president in 2016 to continue the precedent that the vice president is next in line as the party leader after his boss leaves office. It is unknown what the Clinton campaign were planning to use to bury Joe Biden, but whatever it was, he decided not to run in 2016. It is possible that the dirt that Hillary Clinton was planning to use to bury Mr. Biden was his son's foreign business dealings. The top officials in the Washington, D.C. establishment already know of Joe Biden's shady business dealings with China, and these politicians have scandals and dealings with China of their own mingled with the Biden families. It's not hard to see that Hillary, the kingmaker she was within the Democratic Party at the time, knew about the Biden family's corruption. As to whether the Clinton family's power or knowledge of Biden's foreign business dealings had any influence on the Biden administration, that is unknown. But several officials within the administration do have direct ties to Clinton world. For example, Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, worked for the Clinton 2016 campaign and directly contributed to the scheme to frame President Donald J. Trump for colluding with the Russian government in order to influence the 2016 election results, which was a false narrative, and even the FBI's evidence per se has proven to be false, with whistleblowers even admitting the evidence was made up altogether in order to secure a FISA warrant against Trump's campaign. Another official who works in the Biden administration is named John Podesta. Podesta previously served as the Clinton 2016 campaign manager. He is the reason we know that the Clinton campaign planned to bury Joe Biden before he announced his candidacy, because he fell for a phishing email which led to the campaign's entire conversations through email, much of which were sent or forwarded to Podesta, to be leaked on WikiLeaks. John Podesta was given the title of Senior Advisor to the President for Clean Energy Innovation and Implementation. On September 3, 2022, the Department of the Treasury refused to hand over financial records regarding Hunter Biden's Chinese business dealings to Congress. Several Republican lawmakers have requested that these documents be sent to them. Under the Constitution, the executive branch has an obligation to report its activities and records to the legislative when it is demanded. The Treasury Department released a statement saying that they would not comply with inquiries and send records to any Republican-led committees in the House of Representatives. The department also blocked the release of those documents requested to the congressmen who demanded them. This is in violation of the checks and balances clauses within the United States Constitution. It is also unfair for the Department of Treasury to withhold documents relating to the President's son to an House Oversight Committee on the basis that it must be controlled by a Democrat majority, since Democratic lawmakers have made the case that there is no reason to even look into Hunter Biden's business dealings. This raises the question, what is the Biden administration trying to hide? Although the Department of Treasury documents will be slow-rolled, it will eventually end up in the hands of Congress for further review. In the meantime, Congress has a treasure trove of financial documents from the Hunter Biden laptop and from the banks that he used. Tony Bobulinski, a former associate of Hunter Biden and co-owner of several of his businesses, gave documents and testimony to the FBI relating to Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings with CEFC and Burisma. Bobulinski began cooperating with the FBI in 2015. However, in 2016 the FBI began to ignore Bobulinski altogether, as he was assigned an agent to be contacted by for any future inquiries, but since then, Bobulinski has not been contacted. The FBI sat on the investigations into Hunter Biden until the agency finally closed them in early 2020. On one of then Vice President Joe Biden's trips to China, Biden met with the vice chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee. The CPPCC is an agency which pursues the Chinese government's strategy to co-opt and neutralize opposition to the CCP and the United Front. The CPPCC may be involved with spying and operations to compromise foreign officials in order to place heavy influence on an individual's leadership at home. Hunter Biden introduced BHR officials to this same man. The meeting was organized after James Bulger emailed Hunter, urging him to set up a meeting between Jonathan Lee, Andy Liu, and Mr. Tung, the vice chairman of the CPPCC National Conference. During the Trump administration, the federal government allowed WH Group, which is the largest Chinese pork food producer, to purchase Smithfield, their farms, and facilities. The purchase was made during the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the CEOs of Smithfield, named Kenneth M. Sullivan, worked for 4 years before the sale as an executive director of WH Group, all the while continuing to serve as the CEO of Smithfield. WH Group acquired Smithfield for $4.72 billion. WH Group's goal was to export U.S. pigs to Chinese markets. Despite a Chinese company owning the United States' top pork producer in the country, the federal government maintains that the purchase by WH Group was not a national security risk. However, Smithfield owns many local farms and food processing facilities. The employees and directors of an American company must now answer to the orders and interests of a company in China. Remember, China is a communist nation, which, although has some free enterprises, which WH Group claims to be, it is easy for the Communist Party of China to exert influence and dominance over their decision-making, especially with regards to WH Group's control of Smithfield. It is indeed a national security risk for a foreign nation like China to be able to control a United States food stock. China could use Smithfield as a way to access and sabotage vulnerable farms and food processing plants. Furthermore, this deal allows China to decide how local farmers across the United States carry out their operations. The deal also moves U.S. pig products out of the United States and into China. China's growing interest into American farms doesn't stop with Smithfield. Chinese companies own over 192,000 acres of agricultural land in the United States worth over $1.9 billion. Fufeng Group owns 300 acres of North Dakota farmland, which is near a U.S. Air Force base used for drone development and testing. Severe droughts are hurting China's agricultural sector within the nation, which may be a contributing factor into why China is buying up American farmland. But the fact of the matter is, a communist nation should not be allowed to exert control over a private industry so critical to another nation's food security. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said that if the Republican Party wins control of the House of Representatives, that they will pursue investigations into the Biden administration's policies and activities. The investigations being organized include Hunter Biden's business dealings and art sales, Alejandro Mayorkas' handling of the border crisis of 2021 and 2022, handling of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, origins of the coronavirus pandemic, origins of the closures of schools during the COVID-19 pandemic, handling and veracity of weapons sales and funding to Ukraine, expenditures of the January 6 investigations, Department of Justice handling of the FBI raid on Donald J. Trump. Although executive orders do not implicitly infer an appropriation of funds, they can expend existing congressional appropriations and non-discretionary funds to spend money towards various policies. President Biden's executive orders alone have cost over $1.5 trillion. Yet, these funds are promulgated elsewhere through debts and obligations. The President of the United States has no authority to appropriate funds, only the Congress has this express duty. Yet, Biden's executive orders have somehow called for the use of funds which have not yet been provided for by Congress. On September 20, 2022, Democrats on the House Oversight and Reform Committee voted down a Republican minority resolution to request private documents from President Biden and his staff related to Hunter Biden's business dealings. Representative James Comer said on September 21, 2022, that the House Oversight and Reform Committee has evidence that Hunter Biden worked on several deals with CEFC in order to allow the Chinese energy giant to purchase U.S. oil. Hunter worked to get natural gas producers in the U.S. to sell their oil to CEFC during his dealings with the company. The congressman also said that Hunter Biden put U.S. drillers under Chinese control through CEFC interest in their projects and facilities. Representative Comer asserted that the Chinese pursued these dealings in order to gain control of U.S. domestic oil supply and output from drillers. He also said that the committee has evidence showing Joe and Jill Biden were directly involved in the dealings and that he planned to become a major investor in CEFC and be given keys to the office where the company's negotiations took place. On August 8, 2013, a Chinese energy company named Sino Chemistry entered into a joint venture with a U.S. energy company called Pioneer Natural Resources. The venture was worth $1.7 billion. Sino Chemistry is a state-owned entity. An email from Hunter Biden's laptop reads, "Dear James. Good to chat earlier. A quick brain dump, please see attached, the investor brief for Noble passed to me by Nigel Robinson, head of finance for the Noble Group, www.thisisnoble.com, who has been given the remit to sell the whole company or controlling stake etc. My Singapore-based company, Trace Corp, has been lifting Oman export blend with Noble for over 6 months, and we've been getting on very well. My Omani business partner, Hamoud Al-Hashmi, was told by Nigel that Noble was looking for one buyer, and the lead was passed on to me, because of the work you and I have been doing together. Noble hasn't been told anything about CEFC. Nigel has stated that we can have 6 weeks exclusivity. We, Trace Corp, are also well placed with the Noble management in Singapore and Hong Kong. Noble is listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange, but is basically a US company. To note, market capitalization has come down over $1.7 billion a few weeks ago and nearly $7 billion 3 years ago to around $600 million over the last few days. In 2014, it was ranked 76 on the Fortune 500. Noble has had cash flow problems. These are well documented online. China state-sponsored Sino Chemistry was going to purchase earlier in the year, but then ran into its own issues so pulled out, which sent Noble's share price crashing. I can share the below without breach of the NDA on a gentleman's agreement. I can extend the NDA if you're interested in moving this forward to CEFC. Seen from here, this looks worth a punt. Chat soon, David. Trace Corp is an oil and gas supplier with ties to the government of Oman. The chairman of Trace Corp is Hamoud Salim Al-Hashmi. In the email above, David discussed to Hunter and his business partners how they could use their ties with CEFC to have the company become a partner of Trace Corp. Looking at the companies and conglomerates which do business with Trace Corp, CEFC is among the numerous partners of the company. Other partners include Hin Leong, another Chinese energy firm, the aforementioned Noble Group, and China National United Oil Corporation. The issue here is the fact that an individual working with the Noble Group contacted Hunter Biden to help facilitate ties between Trace Corp and CEFC. At an event about abortion on October 4, 2022, President Biden was shouted at with questions, but he did not answer them. As the media was being escorted out of the room, President Biden said this: "You're among the only press in the world that does this. Seriously, seriously." On October 5, 2022, midst media requests for visitor logs to President Biden's home in Wilmington, Delaware, the Secret Service said there were no known records of visitor logs for the property. The Freedom of Information Act requests for President Biden's home in Delaware have also been rejected. The Biden administration hired a $265,000 a year group of staffers to help the administration defend President Biden and deflect against a possible Republican-led probe on Hunter Biden's business dealings. An email on Hunter Biden's laptop from April 13, 2014, discussed Burisma's business plans in the event of a projected Russian invasion of Ukraine. The emails eerily describe some of what actually happened with the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The email reads: "I have to go to Houston with Bo TMRW for MD Anderson checkup. Some thoughts after doing some research. And some further thoughts on organization going forward. 1. Poroshenko appears to be the likely next president. Determining our team's relationship with him is important. He is credible with the West and by all accounts a true reformer, by UK standards. 2. Some sort of decentralization will likely occur in the East. If it doesn't, the Russians will continue to escalate their destabilization campaign, which could lead to a full-scale takeover of the eastern region, most critically Donetsk. The strategic value is to create a land bridge from RU to Crimea. 3. That won't directly affect Burisma Holdings, but it will limit future UK exploration and utilization of offshore opportunities in particular. 4. It will also result in further destabilization of UK nationally and for whatever govt is in power. And the US will respond with even stronger sanction. Those sanctions will threaten the tenuous support of the EU, which does not have the political will to incur steep energy price increases. 5. Which will result in further price increases on RU gas to the UK. 6. The IMF loan guarantees will allow the UKs to weather the economic impact, but the required reforms to UK public subsidies will weaken the new president. 7. There will be enormous pressure on Burisma to lower prices for the national good. Even if the company takes a hit on profits, it would seem imprudent to raise prices in convert with RU price gouging. 8. Burisma has an opportunity here to play the hero if it ignores the artificial market value of their product and plays to the national interests. 9. Kazakhstan could play a pivotal role by providing gas at rates lower than what the Rus are asking, but I doubt they would want to poke the bear. 10. The pipelines across UK are the key to all of this. But if the UKs shut down 60% of their energy supply and put a strangle on EU supplies from RU, which the EU will never accept, BC they are puss ****, the email continues. 18. The announcement of my guy's upcoming travel should be characterized as part of our advice and thinking, but what he will say and do is out of my hands. My guy could very well be referring to Joe Biden. Then Vice President Joe Biden visited Ukraine on June 7, 2014, the inauguration of Poroshenko as President of Ukraine. Vice President Biden would later go on to ask Poroshenko to remove the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, who was investigating his son Hunter Biden for his business dealings with Burisma. In a series of phone calls, Biden and Poroshenko discussed that if the Prosecutor General was removed, that the Obama administration would go on ahead with a series of military packages for Ukraine. Poroshenko told Biden that he had received a call an hour prior from the Prosecutor General and a statement of resignation. When Joe Biden heard this, he said, "Great." Another conversation between Biden and Poroshenko opened with the then vice president saying, "Tell me that there is a new government and a new Prosecutor General. I am prepared to do a public signing of the commitment for the $1 billion. And again, it wouldn't be finalized until, the IMF pieces are written." Poroshenko then began to tell Biden who would be the next Prosecutor General of Ukraine. As soon as the Prosecutor General was removed, Biden began to push within the Obama administration the $1 billion military aid package for Ukraine. Biden and Poroshenko later met in Washington, D.C. to finalize their decision on who would be the next Prosecutor General of Ukraine. In 2006, Hunter Biden became CEO of Paradigm Global and Jim Biden joined the company. Shortly thereafter, Jim Biden told Paradigm Global executives, "Don't worry about investors. We've got people all around the world who want to invest in Joe Biden." Alan Stanford is a fraudster who owned Stanford Financial Group, an $8.5 billion global Ponzi scheme. Paradigm Global and Alan Stanford formed a joint firm called Paradigm Stanford Capital Management Core Alternate Fund. Paradigm had to return $2.7 million in profits from the joint fund after Alan Stanford's Ponzi scheme was revealed. Paradigm directly worked with Onyx, a firm which works with another firm called Ponta Nigra. Onyx hired marketers which work for Stanford Financial Group in their staff. Stanford Financial Group is not the only scam Paradigm is connected to. The aforementioned Ponta Nigra committed various financial fraud to the tune of millions of dollars. Ponta Nigra shares the same registered address with Paradigm Global, and the SEC found that phone numbers for Ponta Nigra were routed from Paradigm Global phone lines. Jeffrey Schneider, who worked for Paradigm Global, also worked for Ponta Nigra. Thus, Paradigm Global is involved with two scams, Stanford Financial Group and Ponta Nigra. After Hunter Biden resigned from his position as CEO of Paradigm Global when investigations began to heat up, the company disappeared and no investigations were taken to look into the Biden family's ties to both scams. All of this happened while Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States, since Hunter's involvement with the company lasted years. During an interview with CNN on October 11, 2022, President Biden was asked about his son Hunter Biden. The president said, "Well, first of all, I'm proud of my son. This is a kid who got, not a kid, he's a grown man, he got hooked on, like many families have had happen, hooked on drugs. He's overcome that. He's established a new life." Then, with regards to his son possibly lying on his gun application, Biden said, "So I have great confidence in my son. I love him, and he's on the straight and narrow, and he has been for a couple of years now." On October 13, 2022, the government of Saudi Arabia said publicly that Joe Biden demanded OPEC to delay their cut of 2 million barrels of oil a day by a month in order to avoid conflicting with the midterm election, since gas prices were set to go higher because of the decision. If what the Saudis say is true, then Joe Biden has been using foreign policy and energy policy for pure politics. This is not the way the presidency was meant to be handled, nor is it the way foreign relations should be conducted. The Biden administration did not deny that the president told Saudi Arabia this, however, they smoke-screened by highlighting how Saudi Arabia was supporting Russia. President Joe Biden has spent a total of 146 days on vacation during his second year as president. That means almost 40% of his presidency was spent vacationing in Delaware, South Carolina, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Camp David, and other locations. Biden has stayed at the mansions of wealthy donors who gave money to his 2020 campaign and in his various properties in Wilmington or Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Biden has nearly taken the most vacation days than any other president in history. On October 15, 2022, Senator Chuck Grassley claimed that a whistleblower revealed to the House Oversight Committee that the FBI has evidence that proves Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden and James Biden's foreign business dealings. Grassley sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland addressing the evidence and said that the president may have had direct knowledge of Jim and Hunter's criminal conduct and violations when he was vice president. The Biden administration has sanctioned many Russian oligarchs and prominent businessmen since the invasion of Ukraine began. Now, Rosemont Realty, a company associated with Hunter Biden, had received $100 million in investments from a Russian oligarch named Elena Baturina. A spin-off of Rosemont Seneca and the Thornton Group named Rosemont Seneca Thornton received $3.5 million from Baturina. After the wire transfer to Rosemont Seneca Thornton, Devon Archer and Hunter Biden met with Elena Baturina in 2014. Later, in 2015, Devon Archer and Hunter Biden attended a dinner at Cafe Milano with Vice President Biden. The email invite on Hunter's laptop shows Elena Baturina was on the invite list for the event. However, Elena may not have shown up as depicted in an email from Archer around that time. Yelena doesn't want to steal Yuri's thunder, so she'll be in town to meet with us, but doesn't want to come to dinner. He continues, "That was just thoughts. We could insist." Despite Baturina being a Russian oligarch, she has not been sanctioned by the Biden administration, even after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Many oligarchs have been sanctioned, yet Baturina is an exemption. Is it because of the money that the Biden family received from the $103.5 million provided to their companies from Baturina? Although Hunter Biden was not a member of Rosemont Seneca Thornton, Devon Archer was the founder of it. Furthermore, James Bulgar is the co-founder and chairman of the Thornton Group. On October 17, 2022, Senator Chuck Grassley alleged that the Biden family received $6 million for work they did for a Chinese company while Joe Biden was vice president. The payments were sent out to family members after Joe Biden left office. On October 26, 2022, Senators Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson sent bank records to a U.S. attorney investigating Hunter Biden. The records allegedly show the Biden family having financial ties to Chinese military elements. Congress demanded information on how the Biden administration was enforcing Executive Order 14019 promoting access to voting. The order has an all-of-government effort to promote voter registration and voter participation. Congress is worried the order could potentially outreach federal policies over the handling of elections, which are supposed to be maintained by local officials. Hunter Biden's business partner, who worked for the Chinese energy company CEFC as the executive director, Zhong Jianjun, was pictured eating with Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2017. Zhong Jianjun, Vladimir Putin, and the Prime Minister of Hungary Viktor Orban were attending the World Judo Championships of 2017. Zhong met with Putin in order to broker a $9.1 billion deal to have CEFC buy shares of the Russian state-owned oil firm Rosneft. Hunter Biden has extensive business and financial ties to the state-owned Chinese energy company CEFC. Hunter texted his business partners in the Rosemont Seneca CEFC venture that Zhong Jianjun would be coming to be my partner to be partners with the Bidens, and that Zhong had implied that the number one had made that clear and available to him. Number one may be code for Xi Jinping. James Gilliar, an associate of Hunter Biden, texted Tony Bobulinski telling him on July 4, 2017, that Zhong Jianjun was in Moscow with Xi. Xi Jinping visited Russia on July 3, 2017, and began discussions with Vladimir Putin the next day. In September 2017, CEFC signed a deal to purchase a 14.2% stake of Rosneft for $9.1 billion. The CEFC-Rosneft deal collapsed when chairman of CEFC Yi Jianming was arrested in China for economic crimes just shortly after the deal was made. In November of 2017, CEFC executive Patrick Ho was arrested for attempting to bribe foreign diplomats from various countries. In a 2018 text message from Hunter Biden to his sister-in-law whom he married, Hallie Biden, Hunter said, "Very alone in dealing with rebuilding an income that can support an enormous alimony and my kids' costs and myself, dealing with the aftermath of the abduction and likely assassination. That's what Knight suspects of my business partner, the richest man in the world, the arrest and conviction of my client, the chief of intelligence of the People's Republic of China by the US government, the retaliation of the Chinese in the ouster and arrest of US suspected CIA operations inside China, my suspected involvement in brokering a deal with Vladimir Putin directly for the largest sale of oil gas assets inside Russia to China, a tax bill that Eric left handing over my business and Dad's running for president." In another text, Hunter Biden told Tony Bobulinski, "Hey Tony, I have an idea. In light of the fact that we are at an impasse of sorts, and both James' lawyers and my chairman gave an emphatic no, I think we should all meet in Romania on Tuesday next week. Zhong will be there." In a related text by James Gilliar to Tony Bobulinski, Gilliar said, when he said his chairman, he was talking about his dad. Before Joe Biden's predecessor Donald Trump left office, his administration nearly finished a deal to sell TikTok to Oracle. The plan was a workaround to solve national security concerns centered around TikTok being an outfit of the Chinese government in order to spy on Americans, collect data about them, and influence their opinions. The decision would have kept the popular social media active and available to Americans while also severing its ties to the People's Republic of China. However, the deal began to fall through and the option of banning TikTok was put back on the table. The 2020 presidential election brought about new leadership in the White House, and that new leadership was left with the responsibility to decide what happens to TikTok. As it stands, TikTok is indeed a national security threat. The social media app allows the Chinese to access Americans' phones and pull data from them. The platform is also used to push certain narratives and test its ability to make certain topics popular artificially. Many have accused TikTok of pushing transgender ideals to the mainstream through their algorithms. The biggest concern with TikTok is that the parent company has financial and leadership ties to a similar company in China. In fact, ByteDance TikTok is the outside of China version of their own TikTok. The infrastructure and software is identical to that of the Chinese parent company. Many in Congress have cited this as evidence of a surveillance operation by China and proof that the platform is not independent from its parent company. TikTok executives have struggled to answer simple questions on what information is gathered by their platform and the independence of ByteDance from its Chinese head. TikTok has already been banned on government devices and secure locations within the U.S. military. There is clearly a threat by China posed by this platform. However, given the influence on the Biden family through finances and foreign business dealings, it's unclear whether the president would be willing to effectively give the order to ban TikTok. A concerning detail that may hint to TikTok's continuance without any kind of ban or sale is that various former individuals of the Biden administration are employed within TikTok. Jamal Brown, a former Defense Department Deputy Press Secretary, joined TikTok from February 2021 to February 2022 to serve as their Policy Communications Director for tailoring service to the United States. Jamal was also Biden's National Press Secretary for his 2020 presidential campaign. TikTok employs other measures of influence. The company itself has lobbied over $1 million towards its causes to avert a ban in the United States. TikTok has 1 billion users, with 100 million in the United States alone. TikTok launched in 2019 and is one of the fastest growing social media sites in history. Although no progress has been made on the Oracle ByteDance acquisition deal, the Department of Commerce has opened an investigation into TikTok and is evaluating national security concerns. On November 9, 2022, President Biden spoke about Republicans investigating Hunter Biden. "Lots of luck in your senior year," as my coach used to say. Look, I think the American public wants us to move on and get things done for them. Look, I can't control what they're going to do. All I can do is continue to try to make life better for the American people. Representative James Comer said that Joe Biden was directly involved in Hunter Biden's business dealings and that whistleblowers have come forward revealing that Joe Biden was the chairman of Hunter Biden's companies. The White House hit back against these allegations in a statement saying, instead of working with President Biden to address issues important to the American people, like lower costs, congressional Republicans' top priority is to go after President Biden with politically motivated attacks chock full of long-debunked conspiracy theories. The White House also said that Republicans were wasting time and resources on political revenge and that Biden wouldn't let these political attacks distract him from his job. President Biden has made over 100 trips to Wilmington, Delaware in his 2 years in office. The use of Marine One and Air Force One to transport the president to his home in Wilmington has cost the government over $11 million. The White House tweeted, "The Biden-Harris administration lowered the deficit with the single largest one-year reduction in American history." The federal deficit has consistently been reduced under the Biden administration, but it is still 41% higher than fiscal year 2019's budget. In July 2015, then Vice President Joe Biden visited a Theranos lab to speak with Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of the company. Theranos was a multi-billion-dollar company that scammed investors with fake products. Biden was shown a fake lab that the company set up to impress him. Biden called what he thought was a lab the laboratory of the future. He also told Holmes, "Talk about being inspired. This is inspiration. It is amazing to me, Elizabeth, what you've been able to do. What's most impressive to me is you're not only making these lab tests more accessible, you're charging historically low prices, which is a small fraction of what is charged now, while maintaining the highest standards and empowering people in the barrio or a mansion, putting them in a position to help take control of their own health." Biden then told Holmes that he and President Obama share your vision of a healthcare paradigm focused in prevention. Holmes was later invited to the White House in 2015. Theranos was once worth $9 billion and boasted of various blood testing technologies and therapeutics. However, none of these products ever existed. The company dissolved in 2018 after the scam was revealed. On Hunter Biden's laptop is an email from Eric Schwein and Devon Archer from 2015, "No. But what we need to work on, and I am serious, is getting Theranos to buy Council. I bet we can make more through an acquisition than waiting for an IPO." Archer replied, "Should we spend the inheritance?" Council is a DNA testing company. Myriad Genetics purchased Council for $375 million on May 29, 2018. One of Council's former investors is Pilot Growth Management, which was co-founded by Neil Callahan, who used to work for Rosemont Seneca. Council is also tied to Rosemont Seneca investments in Metabuta. President Biden, Jill Biden, and Hunter Biden all went together on Air Force One to Nantucket for a Thanksgiving vacation. The family stayed at David Rubenstein's $30 million mansion. Throughout the trip, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden could be seen together. Sam Brinton was a Biden administration official who served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition within the Department of Energy under the Office of Nuclear Energy. While in the position, Brinton held a security clearance regarding nuclear programs and technologies. Brinton has been celebrated in the administration as a non-binary government official. Brinton has been somewhat of a celebrity in the White House as he has been seen sporting his dress in government gatherings. Brinton's government service abruptly ended after 2 acts of theft. The first took place in September of 2022, and the second in December 2022. In the December incident, Brinton stole a designer bag worth $3,670 while in an airport. Sam Brinton conducted these acts of theft while he was still in office. The first incident went unnoticed, but when Brinton was charged for his second theft, the administration had to remove him from his office. Sam Brinton formally resigned from his position on December 12, 2022. The daughter of Deb Haaland, the Secretary of the Department of the Interior, Soma Haaland, has been lobbying Congress to pass a moratorium against an oil lease in New Mexico, which her mother would be responsible for enforcing. In 2021, Deb Haaland said she supports such a moratorium. The lease in question is near a historical site. President Biden and his family spent Christmas vacation at a wealthy donor's mansion in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Bill Neville hosted Biden's family in his multi-million-dollar mansion. Both Bill and Connie Neville have donated to the Biden campaign during the 2020 presidential election. Both were invited to a state dinner with Emmanuel Macron at the White House on December 1, 2022. Former President Donald J. Trump imposed travel bans on the People's Republic of China in an effort to slow the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. It had already been assessed early in the pandemic that China was the original epicenter of the coronavirus, although at the time not confirmed and only conspiracy theorist sources had figured this out. Trump took action in order to make sure that the virus couldn't spread from China to the US. Then candidate Biden called Trump's actions xenophobic. However, the Biden administration imposed travel restrictions on the People's Republic of China, requiring all who enter from the country to test negative for coronavirus. The former president of the National Resources Defense Council, Gina McCarthy, served as President Biden's climate czar until September 2022 and was also the EPA administrator during the Obama administration. The current NRDC president, Manish Bapna, has visited the White House twice since the start of the Biden presidency. The NRDC also has a communications back-channel with the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry. The NRDC has conducted climate studies and work in China and has been gushy towards the country. Its website states, China has made a serious commitment to turning its cities into healthier places to live and currently leads the world in renewable energy installation and electric vehicle penetration. The NRDC has an office building in Beijing which is directly supervised by the National Energy and Grassland Administration of China, a state agency. Hunter Biden was invited to a July 24, 2014, conference call on the Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Power Plan with Gina McCarthy in attendance. The purpose of the call was for the EPA to get input from business leaders on their policies. Since the beginning of the Biden presidency, the policies of the administration have protected and bolstered gender education in schools. Transgender and LGBTQIA+ materials have been normalized in schools since the beginning of Biden's presidency. Now, before the Biden Foundation shut down, the organization launched an advance acceptance campaign to support transitions from genders and to normalize transgenderism. Under the campaign, the Biden Foundation partnered with an organization called Gender Spectrum, which is involved with much of the controversial gender-related education and transgender programs in school materials used by public schools. One of Gender Spectrum's programs is the Gender Support Plan, which trains and adapts school administrators to calculate a parent's acceptance of their child's gender transition into another sex and how to implement the plan without parental support. The Gender Spectrum website states this about parents' acceptance of their child's transitions. Parenthood is about raising and celebrating the child you have, not the child you thought you would have. It's about understanding that they're exactly the person they are supposed to be. And that, if you're lucky, they just might be the teacher who turns you into the person you are supposed to be. Gender Spectrum's influence on public education has increased to the mainstream since the Biden administration began. The Department of Education plays a significant role in standardizing school material and mandating materials to be taught in schools. Since Biden took office, Gender Spectrum's materials have suddenly hit public schools. The education of gender subjects has been taught to young kids and teenagers as part of school's basic material. Since these materials have been taught in school, transitioning and LGBTQIA+ changes among children have increased. These changes in children's beliefs and motivations have led to less religiosity among children and the harmful effects of confusion about one's gender. The educational advancements in America among its children have continued to decline since the COVID-19 pandemic, but these focuses on gender materials instead of critical thinking, history, reading, math, and sciences have led to a further decline in children's educational advancements and grades. Under the Biden presidency, reading and math proficiency among students have reached staggering lows. An email titled "Burnham" from Hunter Biden was sent to Henry Zhao. It reads, "Henry, I hope this email finds you well. I was very happy to hear that the state legislature leaders' foundation matter was worked out and was highlighted during President Xi's state visit in September. Unfortunately, my schedule did not permit me to be in New York this week to meet Ming during his visit to the Burnham office. However, I did speak to both Jimmy and Devon, and they each informed me that Ming was able to meet members of the Burnham team to discuss the asset management business in detail. I believe Devon already emailed you the proposal that was presented to Ming during his visit. I am excited by the prospect of us working together in a very focused manner on the asset management business. Jim has kept me abreast of his conversations with you and told me that Harvest has recently disposed of a lawsuit here in the US, which makes it an ideal time for Harvest to execute a well-thought-out entry into the US market. Please know that being involved with a professional and world-class rollout of the Harvest business in America is of the utmost importance to me. I value our friendship and want what's best for you, personally, and for Harvest as a company. To that end, I believe exploring a non-exclusive arrangement with Burnham as a US partner makes sense. Should Harvest decide that Burnham is a trusted partner in the US, Jim would join the board and our combined efforts would be totally focused on making the Harvest Burnham asset management business our top priority. I wanted to also let you know that I am aware that you and your son Kevin will be visiting schools in the US during the early part of December. I am looking forward to being of any help I can with that and seeing you when you are in the States during that visit. Please do not hesitate to give me a call should you have any questions. Best, Hunter. It's not quite clear what the issue was with the State Legislative Leaders Foundation that Xi Jinping had to resolve in his 2015 state visit to the United States. The SLLF is an outreach program to educate newly elected representatives and senators. In a news release by the SLLF, the foundation announced that in December of 2015, 3 months after Xi's state visit, the SLLF and the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries signed a memorandum of understanding, establishing a new and permanent partnership between the two organizations. According to the SLLF, President Xi and Obama came to an agreement during the 2015 state visit to provide the following language in SLLF cooperation agreements. Number 39 To enhance subnational exchanges and cooperation between China and the U.S., the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries and the U.S. State Legislative Leaders Foundation reached consensus on establishing the China-U.S. Subnational Legislatures Exchange Mechanism, and plan to co-host the first China-U.S. Subnational Legislatures Cooperation Forum in 2016. The Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries is an organization directly run by the Communist Party of China. Why is this communist-affiliated organization exerting influence over a foundation that educates new congressmen at the endorsement of President Obama? And what does it all have to do with Hunter Biden's finances with Bohai Harvest? The chief executive officer of the Jordan Investment Board, Nasser Sunar, sent Hunter Biden an email in 2010 to thank him for his participation in a U.S.-Jordan economic forum and gave him some information on how to better place his investments and seek business in Jordan. The email reads, Mr. Hunter Biden, partner Rosemont Seneca Partners. Dear Mr. Biden, on behalf of the Jordan Investment Board and the Economic and Commerce Bureau of the Embassy of Jordan in Washington, D.C., I would like to extend my thanks to you for attending the Jordan-U.S. Investment and Trade Forum, which took place in Washington, D.C. and San Francisco on 19-21 for 2010. Your valuable participation contributed to the success of the event. We were honored to have you amongst our distinguished guests of more than 400 government dignitaries and business leaders. We look forward to continuing our dialogue to explore ample investment opportunities available to you in Jordan and create strong business partnerships that will sustain the growing economic ties between our two countries. As part of Jordan's commitment to its vision of enhancing its economic environment and ease of doing business, the Jordan Investment Board, JIB, will be your guide to investment in the kingdom. Our services include provision of information on matters relating to starting your project, highlighting investment opportunities in vibrant sectors, liaising between private and public sectors to develop relevant contacts, one-stop shop service, registration and licensing, granting financial exemptions in specific sectors, aftercare services and policy advocacy. To better serve your business needs, JIB dedicated a representative office at the Economic and Commerce Bureau at the Embassy of Jordan in Washington, D.C. Please do not hesitate to contact Ms. Nu'al Hamoud, NHMUD@jordanembassies.org, T +1 202 362 4436 F +1 202 244 0239. The Biden administration has been engulfed in numerous scandals involving President Biden and his son's foreign business dealings. The administration has tried to smokescreen and deny that the president ever had any relations or involvement with his son Hunter's foreign business dealings. However, White House records, bank records, and emails from Hunter Biden's laptop show Joe Biden was directly involved with every intricate detail of his son's business dealings. With tens of millions of dollars being received by President Biden, his son, and the Biden family, the question left is what product was the family selling? There is absolutely no value to the many shell companies and corporations formed by Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, and their associates. No products are known to be provided by these firms, but records show staggering profits. So the only answer is to look at who was sending the money and what manner it was sent. The companies and corporations, which sent the Biden family millions of dollars over the years, are all illicit and involved in criminal activities and act as state-sanctioned entities. Many of these companies and deals centered around Chinese and Russian government policy. So, the answer to the question is likely this: these state-run companies bought the Biden family for their political viability and to influence them when they gain power. As shown in this section, various portions of President Biden's policies overlap with his son's foreign business dealings and aid in profiting the Chinese entities his family received money from. The Biden family's financial gains are also linked to the origins of the coronavirus pandemic, the genocide of Uyghur Muslims in China, and the purchases by China of rare earth mines in Africa and oil fields in the United States. These business dealings are all illicit and come with some kind of trade-off, that is, the adversaries of the United States will be able to get away with ripping off our nation's interests and set themselves up for prosperity while our country loses through it all. Joe Biden's business dealings are a direct threat to our nation's national security and territorial integrity. Never before in American history has a president solely acted on the interests of those he does business with and not the people he represents. Corruption in this nation has become normalized, and the presidency is reduced to a scheme to enrich oneself. We will discuss in the next section the pinnacle of the Biden family's corrupt business dealings, one which likely led to his election of Joe Biden to the presidency and the hand-in-glove selling out of America in tandem with it. 19. Biden family ties to the development of the coronavirus pandemic. Joseph R. Biden Jr. was elected president during the coronavirus pandemic. It was a time when Americans were worried and fearful of contracting a virus which they felt was a serious risk to their lives. Individuals stayed indoors, social distanced, and for over a year, isolated themselves from the rest of society. And when it came time to vote, all of the chaos of the virus brought Americans to lose trust in President Donald Trump, whom they viewed as failing the nation's COVID-19 pandemic response. And the solution for them? None other than Joe Biden. The American people voted for Biden in an election that had record turnout. Biden won 81 million votes and was the most popularly elected president in the country's history. The American people did not know, however, who they were actually voting for. They figured that Joe Biden would be somewhat of a grandpa figure who had been in politics for decades and could restore a sense of normalcy in the nation. But did they realize when they were voting for Joe Biden that it may be possible that the whole virus itself was calculated and released in order for him to win the election? and that potentially, Joe Biden himself may have known the origins of the virus, profiteered off of it from his son Hunter Biden's business dealings, and gained power because of it. No, the American people did not know this because all of these facts, and all of the testimonies, records, and emails from Hunter Biden's own laptop, which were leaked on the internet, were censored by the United States government and the media. The connection with the Biden family and the coronavirus pandemic is proven by Hunter Biden's investments and 30% ownership of Metabiota, a shell company used by the Department of Defense and the National Institutes of Health to fund the chemical and biological weapons programs that led to the coronavirus pandemic. Metabiota has been involved with the Ebola outbreak as well, which just so happens to be associated with Rob Walker, a business partner of Hunter Biden who was in communication with him about Metabiota and Ebola. But you may wonder, what does Metabiota have to do with COVID-19? Well, for years, all starting in 2005, the United States government began conducting research into SARS coronaviruses and the use of them for chemical and biological weapons. The government has conducted labs in Africa and in Ukraine, all of which are actively or previously being maintained by Metabiota on behalf of the Department of Defense. Since the beginning of the research, hundreds of millions of dollars have been put into EcoHealth Alliance by the NE and the Pentagon. EcoHealth Alliance received millions from Metabiota and other defense-related contractors and research companies. This money sent to EcoHealth Alliance was then sent to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is the epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic and the lab where the virus was conceived in the first place. You may ask, why would the United States government let an adversary like China receive U.S. technology and equipment to conduct chemical weapon research? The answer is, someone within the government was compromised from the highest levels, allowing for poor policy decisions to take place in order to appease the Chinese government. There is no explanation why the government would do this other than to fulfill some backdoor deal for more power, an ulterior motive of protecting American sovereignty. But the secret powers that be needed a front man for it all, and it just so happens that the front man is Joe Biden. All of a sudden in 2019, the same year the coronavirus was released, Biden decided that he wanted to run for president. Hunter Biden is an integral part in the Biden family's financial connections to biologic research and development that led to the coronavirus pandemic. Stories about how Hunter Biden was implicated in the lab leak set of events were quickly censored as conspiracy theories by the United States government, which acted in this manner to protect Joe Biden from having the American people discover the truth about their government and the candidate who they were voting for. As the virus began to wage on, the government got more power. The federal government was able to shut down the economy, decide what businesses stay open or closed, and dictate that all citizens isolate at home and receive mandatory vaccinations, all of which are completely unprecedented controls and breaches on American lives. Within this section, you will be able to dissect the emails which show that Hunter Biden was directly implicated in business dealings related to Metabiota, the company which funneled money to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and prove that the Joe Biden was indeed tangled up in the mess of illicit business dealings that center around the coronavirus pandemic's creation. Subject: RSTP Confidential from John Deloche to Eric Schwein, Hunter Biden, Devon Archer, and Rob Walker. All following up on my call with Eric today and in preparation for our call next week, which I realize is not yet scheduled, we wanted to make sure we all have the attached info. To date we have closed over $32.3 million for RSTP, Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners, funds, and are now generating annual fees of about $422,000 for the partnership. A good start. This first file is the closing of RSTP2, which we completed on December 16 last year. We called 18% of capital and made two investments, $250,000 in Metabiota and $577,166.70 in Council, but called the capital to invest more. We have about $390,000 of dry powder. We are in discussions with Metabiota about increasing our investment there by an additional $250,000, which would leave $140,000 of dry powder. This is the dry powder we can use for retainers for fundraising, raising the balance of the fund, etc. The second file is the worksheet that backs up all the wires that were sent to the GPS last year and this year. The second tab, Total fees in this file details the total amounts raised and fees associated with the various funds. Note, we are able to clear up all of our historical legal expenses for OSI, Spider etc. to both Mofo and Gunderson through this first closing. They ate about $150,000 of fees, which we negotiated down. Also note that we need to call the RSTPI fees, which total an additional $42,500, and decide if we are going to distribute them immediately or use them to help fund the remaining fundraise. Looking forward to finalizing GP splits and getting the rest of this fund raised. Best, John Deloche, Managing Director, Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners. Metabiota itself has direct ties to the United States government's pandemic research and chemical weapons programs, which both are supposed to be illegal and in violation of international law. However, through money laundering and shell companies, the projects can be funded and carried out under the Department of Defense discretion. An interesting fact is that Hunter Biden has a lot of money tied up into these investments, especially with regards to coronavirus research projects and biolaboratories in Ukraine. Although much information about Metabiota has been leaked by the Russian government as a foreign espionage campaign, looking past the constant reminders of American hegemony that the Russians famously like to say over and over again in their propaganda spins, there is an actual case here that Metabiota's research, both in China and in Ukraine, are quite questionable. Looking at the funding for Metabiota, you can see players such as the Department of Defense, through shell companies, Rosemont Seneca, and the Central Intelligence Agency, through a controlled private company InQtel, all investing millions of dollars into Metabiota. However, it's not clear publicly what the company actually does. Only from leaks and even Hunter Biden's own laptop is the picture really drawn out to see. According to Metabiota, the company specializes in pandemic research to avert pandemics, not create them. They boast of innovative pandemic surveillance technologies, which allow for them to detect hotspots of where a pandemic outbreak is and report these instances to government agencies for appropriate response. The only problem is, Metabiota does not show any products or technology, and though the company makes these claims, it's not clear if they are even true. Regardless, without a real product, the company somehow makes millions of dollars in revenue and has received millions in investments. As discussed earlier, Metabiota has ties to the development of the COVID-19 pandemic and has fulfilled over $18.4 million in federal contracts for the construction and operation of biolabs in Georgia and Ukraine through the company Black & Veatch, administered by the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, which is supposed to eliminate biological and chemical weapons around the world. Metabiota and InQtel also have a financial relationship with each other, which is where the money for pandemic and chemical weapon research projects come from the CIA. InQtel was a motivator for the creation of Alphabet, the company behind Google. Since 2004, Google has performed various government contracts for InQtel and has even invested in Metabiota themselves. Google and the CIA have a continued relationship with Metabiota through its sister company Global Viral Forecasting Initiative, which has received $5.5 million in funding from Google. Mind you, pandemic research meant to create a biological weapon or to create a virus is completely illegal and unethical. The Department of Defense cannot actually fund these kinds of projects directly, but must do so through shell companies. Since no one is watching and the money flows through so many places that it's hard to track, government oversight hasn't caught the illegality of the funding. Now, if an average American like me was able to figure this information out, you must begin to say to yourself that this information must not be hard to find. So why have government watchdogs and oversight yet to figure his out themselves? You have to ask the question, is someone protecting these companies from investigation and internal actions within the government? Just looking at Metabiota and the fact that Hunter Biden's company Rosemont Seneca has invested millions into the company and how he even owns a 30% share of the company, and then go look at how Metabiota funded the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and you start to see a pattern. The person protecting these companies has to be none other than Vice President Joe Biden. But if Joe Biden is in on the scheme, then you have to wonder if his boss knows about it, since the president knows just about everything that is going on with his government. So, both Obama, Biden, the CIA, and the DOD are all interested in protecting Metabiota. Be it profiteering, influence, or the interest in the development of biological weapons, everyone in this scheme has something to gain from it. But again, it's all illegal, and it's all unconstitutional. The worst part about it is how the research was actually done. For many years, the U.S. has conducted chemical weapons research in-house. But now that it's getting harder to hide these projects from the media, the government has moved installations to African nations, Ukraine, and China out of sight of the news and investigators. The shell companies funded by the DOD all divest assets into EcoHealth Alliance. This group then funnels money to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the same place where the coronavirus pandemic was created. None of this research and funneling makes any sense, neither does the fact that Rosemont Seneca just so happens to be playing a big role in the funding which ended up in China to develop the coronavirus. To further the ties between the development of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Biden family, the former managing director and co-founder of Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners is also a member of Metabiotah's board of advisors and a co-founder of Pilot Growth Management, a firm that has partnered with both Metabiotah and Council. Also, Metabiotah's lead financier is the company Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners. When the son of then Vice President Biden's money in Metabiotah came under review by a private anti-corruption firm called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, Hunter Biden was asked by the firm in 2015 whether or not he divested his assets from Metabiotah, which at the time was under investigation from other journalist groups for potential chemical weapons research. Hunter Biden insisted that he had divested his 30% stake in Metabiotah, however, he lied. There are financial records still showing Hunter Biden as an investor in Metabiotah as late as 2017. Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners has also been funding Metabiotah up until 2017. The connections between Metabiotah, the Department of Defense, and EcoHealth Alliance continue since the founder of Metabiotah, Nathan Wolfe, who is a member of DARPA's Defense Science Research Council, is a member of the organization EcoHealth Alliance. Another company that invests in Metabiotah is the Skoll Foundation. The Skoll Foundation gave Global Viral Forecasting Initiative $5.5 million. The Skoll Foundation is a social initiative that looks to build a sustainable world of peace and prosperity for all. The Skoll Foundation catalyzes transformational social change by investing in, connecting, and championing social entrepreneurs and other social investors who together advance bold and equitable solutions to the world's most pressing problems. In one of Nathan Wolfe's biographies, he said that his research projects have received over $20 million from Google, Skoll Foundation, National Science Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the National Geographic Society, Merck Research Laboratories, and the Department of Defense. Nathan Wolfe also co-authored a 2017 report on bat coronaviruses for EcoHealth Alliance, which are the same reports that the National Institutes of Health have received on their research projects in Wuhan. In Wolfe's 2012 book titled The Viral Storm, The Dawn of a New Pandemic Age, he thanked Jeffrey Epstein and Boris Nikolic for their work in supporting his research projects. Jeffrey Epstein amassed billions of dollars and is publicly known to have used a private island to sexually abuse children. He also used the children to compromise the wealthy and elite individuals who visited his island whom engaged in sexual acts with the children whilst being recorded. Prominent individuals who regularly visited the island span from celebrities, businessmen, and Bill Gates. Epstein has also been a bagman of sorts for various discreet government projects and has compromising evidence against former President William Jefferson Clinton from when he visited the island as protection from investigation. This is likely the reason why Epstein was able to get away with his pedophilia for so many years. When the FBI raided his home in 2006, they found child pornography, yet Epstein was not arrested or charged with a crime. Boris Nikolic just so happens to be named as a beneficiary on Jeffrey Epstein's will. Wolfe has been pictured with Ghislaine Maxwell numerous times at gatherings. We have now established a link between the Department of Defense and Metabiotah. Now we will look at the other means the Pentagon funds Metabiotah. The federal government has given funds to Metabiotah under cooperative threat reduction programs. Also, various congressional appropriations show funding for Metabiotah through earmarks for Ukraine research projects. The United States Defense Threat Reduction Agency commissioned a biological laboratory in Odessa, Ukraine, which was operated by Metabiotah. The vice president of Metabuta, Mary Gutierrez, emailed Hunter Biden in 2014 to talk about how the firm could leverage our team, networks, and concepts to assert Ukraine's cultural and economic independence from Russia. Various Burisma executives have also emailed Hunter about Metabuta's science projects in Ukraine. It just so happens that around the time Hunter began working on these Ukrainian science projects that Joe Biden was given the task to manage U.S.-Ukraine foreign policy. It may be that Hunter Biden got into these investments because his dad told him they would make a lot of money since the Obama administration would be funding these kinds of projects, making them more viable. As previously discussed, Nathan Wolfe, the founder of Metabuta, has close ties to the Pentagon and Jeffrey Epstein. In an email on Hunter Biden's laptop from John DeLoach to Hunter and his associates from 2014, the email discusses a meeting between Hunter and Nathan Wolfe. The email reads, "Hunter, Eric, and Rob, we had a great dinner with Nathan and Robert from Metabuta last night. They are looking to do a Series A in a few months, which may allow us to mark up our investment to 5x what we paid. They are digitizing the microbial world. What Palantir is to the CIA, Metabuta is the USDA. Do you guys have any RSHPs at DHS that would be helpful to them? They asked about this last night. They may be willing to pay someone a retainer to be helpful to them on this front. Also, if you guys could take time to meet with Nathan and Robert when they are in the DC office next week, that would be great. Best, John DeLoach, Managing Director. Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners. Another managing director for Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners, William Lee, responded, adding to John's exciting note, besides the upcoming potential 5x markup to Series A, we are also in the process this week of doubling our Series Seed investment from $250,000 to $500,000, becoming the only institutional investor and second largest shareholder alongside with a Brazilian family who owns one of the largest livestock companies. There is tremendous needs in the world for Metabuta's product. They are the leader in this frontier market. This is going to be huge. Thanks for everyone's help on assisting Metabuta. Nathan and Robert like us a lot and vouch for RSTP as a great team." If you noticed, John DeLoach informed Hunter Biden that Nathan Wolfe wanted to know if Hunter and his associates knew someone who worked within the Department of Homeland Security who would be helpful to Metabuta. He also emphasized how Metabuta would be willing to provide what is called retainers for the helpfulness, which is commonplace slang for bribery. Also, William Lee projected a narrative that RSTP was very much in business with Metabuta, increasing their investments. Another email from John DeLoach a few days later reads, IC Committee, in the interests of establishing a clear process for our investment approvals, I wanted to give you a preview of the agenda for the first IC Committee call, which I hope we can do on our weekly call TMW. In the future we will plan to have full memos distributed to the committee for each deal the Friday before the Monday committee meeting. Apologies we were not able to put together a memo for Metabuta given our front-end loading of Lyft. We will put one together for Metabuta shortly. We have 3 deals to discuss TMW. The first is an increase in our investment in Metabuta by $250,000. Docs are attached. They raised about $2.4 million, of which we represent $500,000, $250K from the first investment plus this one. They intended to raise a max of $1.6 million, but it was oversubscribed. The way to think about this one is that Palantir is to the CIA what Metabuta is to the USDA. The company's plan is to take advantage of the current fundraising climate and start raising a Series A as soon as this Series Seed closes. They hope to raise another $15 million at least $80 million pre, which would be a nice 5x markup to our investment. We are planning to show it to Founders Fund, Andreessen, and Google Ventures, among others, as potential leads. The second is an investment in Lyft, doc attached. The third is an increase in our investment in Council. Goldman is going to committee on Lyft and Council on Tuesday. Best, John, during the Obama presidency, there was an outbreak of Ebola in West Africa which drew fears of a new pandemic. Joe Biden was named to lead the United States response against the Ebola virus. Now, in 2014, Neil Callahan sent Rob Walker, Hunter Biden, John DeLoach, and other RSTP associates an email containing a link to a Reuters article from March 25, 2014 titled West African Nations Scramble to Contain Ebola Threat. Callahan then asked, "Rob, any overlap with your work in West Africa?" The article discussed how West African nations were concerned and actively responding to an outbreak of Ebola. Multiple deaths were reported in various West African nations. The report also said that Sierra Leone had received help from Metabiota against the threats of Ebola. As previously discussed, Metabiota has fulfilled secret contracts for the Department of Defense to conduct biological laboratories in Ukraine. Hunter Biden played a role in these biologic research programs as indicated by an email from the Executive Vice President of Metabiota, Mary Gutierrez. "Hi Hunter, I hope you enjoyed a smooth flight across the pond and that this finds you and your wife enjoying a wonderful Friday in beautiful Lake Como. Thanks so much for taking time out of your intense schedule to meet with Kathy and I on Tuesday. We very much enjoyed our discussion. As promised, I've prepared the attached memo, which provides an overview of Metabiota, our engagement in Ukraine, and how we can potentially leverage our team, networks, and concepts to assert Ukraine's cultural and economic independence from Russia and continued integration into Western society. The PDF comprises English and Ukrainian versions of the document. Please let me know if you have any questions or require certification. We look forward to hearing the outcome of your discussions on this topic. Wishing you a successful meetings and a great visit. Best regards, Mary C. Gutierrez, PhD Vice President, Science and Technology Administration's BTRIC S&T Program Manager. Metabiota Incorporated. Devon Archer forwarded an email from Vadim Posharsky, the advisor to the Board of Directors of Burisma, to Hunter Biden. It reads, "Dear Devon, please find few initial points to be discussed for the purposes of analyzing the potential of this, as you called, Science Ukraine project. 1. Financing. As I understand, the Metabiota was a subcontractor principal contractor of the DoD B&V Star. Today they seem to state that financing is closed. What was the reason of stopping the projects and financing of the projects? They look for a new financing. Do they expect to receive it again from B&V, or they look for elsewhere? 2. What kind of partnership Metabiota is looking for in Ukraine? From potential non-governmental player in Kiev? Rebuilt the ties with respective ministries in Ukraine, and on the basis of that reinstate the financing from the B&V? Or they look for partnership in managing projects in Ukraine, PR with government institutions here, financing of the projects. Metabiota counterparts in Ukraine were, i.e. final beneficiary and the recipient of the results of the projects, were ministries of from Ukraine, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health. From the Ukrainian governmental point of view, it looks like standard international assistance project that could be technical, financial, etc. 3. The principal contractor B&V seems to be also the party that operates in Ukraine on the similar or the same projects. There is no competition here? Best regards, Vadim, *B&V is abbreviation for the government construction contractor Black & Veatch. Black & Veatch has ties to the Defense Threat Reduction Agency and has been awarded contracts for the maintaining of biochemical laboratories in Ukraine. Hunter Biden and Devon Archer had a conversation via email with Mary Gutierrez on responses they should give Vadim Posharsky. This shows an effort by Metabiota's executives to form some sort of established ties with Burisma, using Hunter Biden as a mediator between the two companies. William Lee sent the Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners team an email that reads, "Team, NB is scheduling a reference call with Gilman Louis on me and the team. NB is in all three of Gilman's funds from the beginning. Very exciting time." Lee forwarded his email to Gilman Louis to the team. "Hi, Gilman, thank you very much for taking the time to do the reference call with NB on us. Attached, please find our overview deck and the PPM. We assemble the team carefully with each person offering a different and unique role, and our main differentiation is our biz dev team in DC, which provides market entry from Baltimore to Beijing for government and non-government businesses." Slides number 9 was actually real photos of the guys in DC banging the phone on actual biz dev calls. Slide number 7 is the track record for the team when we did all the investments together as a RSTP team. NB has the master track record, which shows a combined $180 million of invested capital on over 30 investments since 2006 from members of the team. NB is doing final due diligence on our fund as well as a direct co-investment opportunity on a $50 million Series D round on Council, which we are leading. This will be our third investment in Council, and we have the strongest conviction that it will meet our 3x plus return with strong downside protection. We helped Council grow at a CAGR of 160% since 2011. NB is also doing due diligence on another existing investment, Metabiota, and we will be sending them updated info on Tuesday. We believe that Metabiota is to the USDA what Palantir is to the CIA. It is using sensors and big data software analytics for capturing, analyzing, predicting, and ensuring the world's microbial threat. They did $8 million in trailing when we invested, and similar to Council, we were the first institutional investor going in. Once again, can't thank you enough for putting a good word for the team. Please let me know if there is any additional information that you would like before the call. Best regards, Wolf. John DeLoach later forwarded an email he sent to Nathan Wolf to Hunter Biden and Devon Archer titled InQtel. Nathan, that's great. Gilman Louie is the founder of InQtel and a close friend of mine and Will's. He runs his own firm now, Alsop Louie Partners in SF. We will make an intro when the time is right. Best, John. Nathan Wolf responded, John wanted to give you a heads up that I got an intro to George Hoyam at InQtel. I don't think that was the person you mentioned, but wanted to make sure. He is based in SF. He's connected me with a recent InQtel hire, Tara O'Toole, whose work I know very well and who was former Director of Science and Tech for DHS. Nathan. In an email titled Metabiota DD by John DeLoach sent to Hunter and his associates, it is revealed that the team was doing research about the government's thoughts about Metabiota and its standing. Guys, is there anyone we can call in DC to get a sense of how legit Metabiota is viewed within the various government agencies? We want to make sure we thoroughly do our diligence here, especially as Goldman and now Morgan Stanley will be doing diligence on the fund and Metabiota towards investing in both. Additionally, who have we introduced them to in DC? Can you please provide a list of the various folks within Cornerstone as well as outside the firm where we have made intros? This data will go in our investment memo, which we are trying to complete and get a potential LPs by Tuesday. Will and I met with Nathan on Tuesday, and he said they plan to retain Cornerstone, by the way, which is great news, so they have come around on that front. We are meeting again with them today and tomorrow to discuss terms of the Series A. Thanks for the help and input. Best, John. Robert Walker replied to the email saying, I am going to have a friend reach out to DoD on the down low. Another shady email titled Gibola Czar and Metabiota shows Hunter and his associates organized a meeting between Nathan Wolf and then Obama administration Ebola Char Ron Klain. The 2014 email reads, Can we intro Nathan to the Ebola Czar today? We signed our term sheet to lead their next round yesterday. Nathan said he'd love an intro. Thanks, John. This email shows that Nathan Wolf previously solicited for a meeting with Obama's Ebola Char through Hunter Biden and his associates. It just so happens that Ron Klain is implicated in various business dealings and meetings, especially with the funding of the VPRF. Klain was the chief of staff to the vice president during the first term of the Obama presidency and has remained in close coordination with Joe Biden throughout his political career. Ron Klain eventually made the decision to make Metabiota a partner in fighting the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, which led to the over $18.4 million in contracts awarded to Metabiota from 2014 to 2016. As you may have noticed throughout this section, the term Goldman is used throughout these emails, especially with regards to their potential investments in Metabiota and Council. In 2014, Goldman Sachs decided to invest into Metabiota. An email from 2014 by John DeLoach to Hunter Biden and his associates titled Goldman describes how Rosemont Seneca Technology Partners strategized with Goldman Sachs to invest in Metabiota. The email reads, Just spoke to Goldman. They want to find a way to come into the fund for $5 million to $10 million, bringing our GS assets to up to $60 million, and also do a direct co-invest in Metabiota. They said they would start their operational diligence on our fund. They would invest in us through their secondary fund, as that is the only pool of capital that still has dry powder this year. An email sent to William Lee by John DeLoche and forwarded to Hunter and his other RSTP associates discussed an idea of forming a consulting firm to provide pandemic insurance policies. The email reads: "So a buddy of mine runs a consulting firm that does corporate strategy and assurance type work. One of his case studies is pandemic preparedness. His clients include Goldman, Pfizer, Merck, Fortune 100 types. Attached is his case study and link to his site. As you know, software companies need integrator partnerships to grow, especially when selling into the large enterprise. And it's better to start with someone small to learn before you do a deal with E&Y or someone like that. This could help with business requirements and target the case that MB is trying to figure right now. I am thinking of connecting Nathan with these guys. What do you think?" Metabiota offers various insurance policy programs for pandemic and public health emergencies to institutions and corporations. However, how the company has the capital to actually protect a private entity's assets is unclear. It may be that Metabiota off-branches its insurances to Sartori Consulting, which is tied to the company and offers pandemic preparedness products. Since there is no explanation as to how Metabiota would actually secure a policyholder's insurance plan in the event of a pandemic, and given Hunter Biden's close consult with the company, it can be inferred that a return on their insurance policy would entail some sort of exterior force that leads to positive outcomes for the company in order to compensate for their losses in the event of a public health emergency. It may be that influence within the government on certain conditions would lead to outcomes positive for the insurance holders. One of the potential ventures between Pfizer and Metabiota, or Pfizer and Sartori Consulting, could be just that. During the COVID-19 pandemic, practically as soon as Joe Biden became president, he and his administration reduced their outlooks for purchasing the Johnson & Johnson and Moderna COVID-19 vaccinations in favor for the Pfizer vaccine. Despite the Pfizer vaccine being the least effective and least conclusive with testing, the administration bought hundreds of billions of doses of the initial vaccines, and billions more of the boosters that followed. Pfizer may have paid Metabiota for pandemic insurance, knowing that Joe Biden's son would play a role in influencing public policy to allow for their product to be the most used and purchased by the government. And knowing that ahead of time, Pfizer may have intentionally made their vaccines ineffective in order to force the government purchase more doses to increase efficacy. Joe Biden's involvement with biological research has continued into his presidency. Biden signed Executive Order 14081, advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovation for a sustainable, safe, and secure American economy. The order forms an all-of-government approach to advancing biochemical and biological technology and manufacturing in the efforts to fight pandemics, cure diseases, fight climate change, and create unique opportunities. Section 1. Policy of the order states the following: we need to develop genetic engineering technologies and techniques to be able to write security for cells and predictably program biology in the same way in which we write software and program computers, unlock the power of biological data, including through computing tools and artificial intelligence, and advance the science of scale-up production while reducing the obstacles for commercialization so that innovative technologies and products can reach markets faster. The order also addresses the possibility of manipulating biology to harm individuals and animals. The administration set forth a policy to protect United States biotechnological advances from being used by adversaries or entities for illicit means. The order sets policy for the bolstering and coordination of federal investment in various research and development projects to fulfill the aforementioned goals with biological technology. You can call it Russian disinformation or a conspiracy theory. But the evidence from Hunter Biden's laptop and his company's business dealings show that he and his family had money tied up into the origins of the coronavirus pandemic and the various chemical and biological weapons research that are supposed to be illegal. And not just that, we discussed the various actions of the Obama-Biden administration that directly aided the companies which the Biden family were invested in. Even into the presidency, Joe Biden used his power to mandate vaccinations, and to restrict employment and travel unless Americans received their Pfizer vaccinations, which led to the company's revenue skyrocketing and giving the Bidens a backdoor kickback through Pfizer's insurance policy with Metabeuta. The pinnacle of this corruption is the fact that the Biden family were so compromised by their business deals with China that they were forced to assert the use of a Chinese lab in the DTRA's policy for the study of biological pathogens, which is what led to the research of coronavirus at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. But what does the family care if their investments led to a worldwide pandemic? Metabeuta made millions in untold revenue that the Biden family will see in their pockets. All of these things were hidden from the American people by rogue operatives within the federal government who acted on their own merits to coerce social media companies and news outlets to censor any mention of Hunter Biden's business dealings. However, the pandemic was over much sooner than the powers that be expected it would. They can no longer lie and hide information from us. The government has tried to paint the Hunter Biden laptop as Russian disinformation and a foreign espionage campaign. But the contents of the laptop originated in the United States and have been proven to be Hunter Biden's. The laptop has always been credible. However, since Russian outlets were the first to cover it, the government used that fact as a means to discredit the evidence. News outlets have now confirmed the authenticity of the laptop, and the information is available for all to see. You can see the corruption right in front of you by simply looking at the emails. You can start at bidenlaptopemails.com. I hope that after you have finished reading this section that you will begin to understand just how corrupt the Biden administration really is. Due to the polarizing nature of our country today, it is likely that if you're a liberal or a Democrat, that you have already made your decisions on this topic and that you don't believe anything that has been said to you in sections 15, 18, and 19. And that if you are a conservative or a Republican, that you have fully gone "let's go Brandon." But we should not make a decision on something before we have first delved into the facts. What was presented in this essay were pure facts, a few opinions, and the full story, even what contradicts evidence that would be damning. This essay both defends and goes against President Biden and his son's business dealings. This essay was not meant to decide on something for you, but to let you come to your own decision with the facts and emails that have been presented to you. Now, as we begin to finish the second year of the presidency of Joseph R. Biden Jr., I certainly hope you will come to your own decision and your own opinion about this administration. Now more than ever, it is important for Americans to educate themselves on their president rather than be taught what to think. There are always two sides to every story. At the end of the day, you will only find the real answer by questioning more. 20. List of executive actions in 2022. 14062, 2022 Amendments to the Manual for Courts-Martial, United States. 14063, Use of project labor agreements for federal construction projects. 14064, Protecting certain property of DA Afghanistan Bank for the benefit of the people of Afghanistan. 14065, Blocking property of certain persons and prohibiting certain transactions with respect to continued Russian efforts to undermine the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine supporters. 14066, Prohibiting certain imports and new investments with respect to continued Russian Federation efforts to undermine the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine supporters. 14067, Ensuring responsible development of digital assets. 14068, Prohibiting certain imports, exports, and new investment with respect to continued Russian Federation aggression. 14069, Advancing economy, efficiency, and effectiveness in federal contracting by promoting pay equity and transparency. 14070, Continuing to strengthen Americans' access to affordable, quality health coverage. 14071, Prohibiting new investment in uncertain services to the Russian Federation in response to continued Russian Federation aggression. 14072, Strengthening the nation's forests, communities, and local economies. 14073, Enhancing the National Quantum Initiative Advisory Committee. 14074, Advancing effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices to enhance public trust and safety. 14075, Advancing equity for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex individuals. 14076, protecting access to reproductive healthcare services. 14077, establishing an emergency board to investigate disputes between certain railroads represented by the National Carriers Conference Committee of the National Railway Labor Conference and their employees represented by certain labor organizations. 14078, bolstering efforts to bring hostages and wrongfully detained United States nationals home. 14079, securing access to reproductive and other healthcare services. 14080, implementation of the CHIPS Act of 2022. 14081, advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovation for a sustainable, safe, and secure American economy. 14082, implementation of the energy and infrastructure provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. 14083, ensuring robust consideration of evolving national security risks by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. 14084, promoting the arts, the humanities, and museum and library services. 14085, expanding eligibility for certain military decorations and awards. 14086, enhancing safeguards for United States signals intelligence activities. 14087, lowering prescription drug costs for Americans. 14088, taking additional steps to address the national emergency with respect to the situation in Nicaragua. 14089, establishing the President's Advisory Council on African Diaspora Engagement in the United States. 14090, adjustments of certain rates of pay. Total, 29 executive actions. 2022 ranges from 14062, 14090. 21. Conclusions and what to expect in 2023. The second year of Biden's presidency has brought about historic events and changes with the world and the United States. The generational shift in policy brought about by the election of Joe Biden has permanently changed the country and moved it on a path toward a more liberalist approach. Under the Biden presidency, the United States has embraced LGBTQIA+ ideals and policies which will protect homosexual relationships and marriages from discrimination or repeal. Racial equity and diversity inclusion ideals have now been etched into federal employment processes, education, and agricultural assistance programs. Additionally, historic actions have been taken to provide for student debt relief for millions of Americans. Other ventures of this administration span areas such as more unionization of the private sector, historic funding for infrastructure, and the development of climate-friendly practices and technologies. All of these policy directives, however, have come at a great financial cost to the American taxpayer. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, two laws key to President Biden's infrastructure and climate agendas, have cost trillions of dollars to fund. Other pieces of legislation such as the appropriations to fund the government have cost trillions as well. This exorbitant spending is historic and unseen in American history. The great costs of these programs will be felt for years to come as economic and financial uncertainty will result from these record spending avenues taken by the Biden administration and Congress. These effects are already being felt through rising inflation, interest rates, the downgrading on the United States credit, and the milestone $30 trillion in sovereign debt owed by the United States, all of which are untenable situations fostered by reckless spending. Another effect of the Biden administration on the future of American democracy is along the lines of foreign policy. Under the Biden presidency, America's global strength has waned as adversaries like Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran all make great geopolitical gains that continue to threaten American security. The first major foreign policy defeat of the Biden presidency occurred in its first year, when the administration pulled U.S. forces and allies out of Afghanistan in a most chaotic and disorganized fashion. Shortly after the evacuation was announced, the Afghanistan government collapsed and a terrorist group named the Taliban took control of the government. U.S. forces already shut down the Bagram military installation in Kabul, so forces had to be redeployed to the Hamid Karzai International Airport after the evacuation was announced. Here at this airport, the greatest tragedies of the evacuation effort took place. Since the Biden administration did not organize a perimeter to be formed around the airport to secure evacuees, the Taliban took the liberty of installing one. This led to civilians being turned back or kidnapped if they had a government identification. Furthermore, the Taliban's perimeter led to a terrorist attack which killed over 200 civilians and 13 U.S. service members. These dreary outcomes, coupled with the chaotic videos of U.S. Air Force pilots driving their jets across the runway with hundreds of civilians in the way, with some even holding onto the sides of the plane, which lead to their eventual death, showed the world just how inept and weak the new administration was. This disastrous exit from Afghanistan directly led to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, since Putin saw an opening to pursue his goals. When Russian forces began to line up along the Ukrainian border, the Biden administration did nothing about it. Rather than speak with Russian defense counterparts directly about their troop deployments, the State Department gave their Chinese counterparts up-to-date intel of troop deployments along Ukraine's border. The intel was given in the hopes that the Chinese would tell the Russians to cease their troop deployments and turn back, a bad judgment of character. Instead, the Chinese gave the Russian government the intel as soon as they received it from the United States. This intel would have been vital for Ukraine to have in the early days of the war, and would have allowed them to prepare for sudden troop deployments. Russia used the intel to obfuscate its presence in order to delay Ukrainian and American understanding of troop deployments, which gave them an advantage. As the satellite imagery of Russian troop deployments began to be released in the media, the Biden administration claimed an invasion was not imminent. However, a week before the invasion, the administration changed its stance and said an invasion was imminent. During that time, the administration promised that sanctions would deter Vladimir Putin from launching an invasion of Ukraine. However, President Biden gave an address on the situation and openly said that sanctions would only be pursued if the Russians pursued a full-scale invasion of Ukraine and not a minor incursion. This essentially gave Putin the green light to pursue his invasion. This also showed that the United States wasn't even considering its troop deployments and plasma supply bays as indications of a larger conflict. Thus, when the invasion began, the Biden administration struggled to find excuses to deflect from the fact they didn't do something to stop it. The Ukraine war has led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands and is the bloodiest war since World War II. The Biden administration has stood to the occasion, however, in that they have supplied Ukraine with the critical weapon systems, ammunition, power supplies, and military assistance that they needed in order to keep their country from falling under Russian control. However, these armaments have come to a great expense and exposure to the untied states. Ammunition is at a critical low for military supplies for the U.S. military. So much has been pouring into Ukraine that the United States does not have enough ammunition in order to defend itself. All of these events have signaled the idea of an open season for America's adversaries. China is in no way complacent in these ventures. China itself has plans to abuse the sudden lack of leadership by the United States by pursuing an invasion of Taiwan sometime in the near future. And another hostile Asian power, North Korea, has fired ICBM missiles at a record rate, even going so far as to violate international law by firing a nuclear-capable ICBM over Japan, causing shelter-in-place and nuclear warnings across Tokyo and other regions. These situations are not normal. The world was not at war or on the brink of it like it is now before Joe Biden came into office. The vacuum of American leadership that has been left by this ineffective administration is being filled by autocrats and dictators like Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and Kim Jong-un. These are certainly not the leaders of tomorrow, but given the fact the Biden administration handed over $250 billion of U.S.-funded military equipment to a terrorist group, the Taliban, after the disastrous exit from Afghanistan, and the continued failure to contain Iran's ever-expanding nuclear program, it seems inevitable that autocrats and dictators will be the victors in this new era of society. In order for things to get better here in the United States and around the world, there will need to be a new form of American diplomatic leadership. Either President Biden needs to change course on his posturing, or step aside for someone more seasoned with foreign policy approaches. Nonetheless, if something does not change soon, mankind will soon be forced to entertain the worst of his fears and the pits of desperation in a new era challenged by wars and economic uncertainty. We will now proceed to discuss some of the events you can expect to occur in 2023 and beyond as the Biden administration continues. With regards to the administration's LGBTQIA+, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and pro-abortion policies, you can expect these ideals to continue to be bolstered into society as the main focus of the administration's domestic policy. However, with regards to abortion, many of the administration's policies to support abortion will be combated by states who banned abortion statewide. The People's Republic of China has openly threatened and engaged in provocative acts against Taiwan. You can expect sometime from June 2023, or more realistically, August 2024, that an invasion of the country is commenced by China. China has carried out a series of simulated invasions, the first of which included simulated missile strikes on Taiwan. The second was a military blockade against Taiwan carried out in 2023. The daily military incursions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone, the severing of various networking and communication lines between Taiwan and other countries, and the continued propaganda campaign carried out by China are all indications that something will happen soon. With regards to China's economy, the nation has begun to make financial moves which are by no means economical. China is seemingly beginning to decouple its economy from the United States by selling off treasury yields, bonds, and government securities. China is doing the same towards nations it views may sanction them in the future. The Chinese government is actively moving its assets out of United States banks and financial institutions and moving them back to domestic holders. Also, Xi Jinping signed a law which would allow China to default U.S. investors and seize their assets in the event of an uncertain situation such as a war. All of these activities are not driving economic activity, rather it is leading to a labor issue within China which is making it harder for the nation's youth to get a job, possibly so that they have no choice but to join the military. Additionally, China is pursuing a blood drive to build up military blood supplies. All of these activities work in tandem with decoupling an economy to prepare for sanctions from a series of provocative activities. Given the military advancements of the People's Liberation Army, the preparedness of the military, and the short window of time China has before the potential for new leadership to take over the United States can occur, it is likely that after China pursues a third invasion simulation, that being an amphibious assault, that China will issue an invasion order against Taiwan, sometime in August 2024. The Russian invasion of Ukraine will likely continue past 2024. As Russia continues to draft soldiers and use active duty forces, the Ukrainians will have a harder time fighting, but they have an advantage in that they will continue to receive up-to-date weapons, systems, and tanks. Russia has a more advanced military than Ukraine, but the first 2 years of combat have wiped out Russia's supply of tanks and weapons, forcing them to utilize Soviet-era tanks and weaponry. However, this advantage Ukraine possesses will not last forever. Russia will eventually be able to reproduce their advanced military equipment and import weaponry from North Korea and Iran when they formulate a set of armistice deals with those countries. That will mean that Ukraine will require more of the advanced weapons, tanks, and systems that have been provided to them as the war goes on, all of which are in short supply. There are 5 potential outcomes of the Ukraine war that can be projected to occur by the year 2025. The most likely outcome will be that both sides in the Ukraine conflict will come to a standstill. This standstill will not be a truce or a ceasefire, rather, neither side will make any meaningful advances towards their goals, and the war will continue along lines set at a certain period in the war. Essentially, Russian defenses in the Donbass, Luhansk, and other bordered regions will be so effective that future Ukrainian counteroffensives will not procure a full liberation of these regions. In this scenario, Russia will not be able to break into Ukraine's defenses either, leading to the standstill that could go on for years until some kind of escalatory pressure brings a difference in the battlefield or a peace agreement is made. Another outcome for the Ukraine conflict by the aforementioned period would be a standstill brought about by a settlement or ceasefire. This outcome is highly unlikely as diplomacy between Russia and Ukraine have completely been severed. A ceasefire would be a very desirable outcome as it could bring about the end of the Ukraine conflict or at least stop further battles. A third outcome would be as nearly likely as a standstill brought about by the inability for either side to make advances, and that is the war continues on in the fashion it has been since it began. Essentially, both sides will continue to suffer massive casualties and pursue a territorial tug-of-war which will bring back and forth military advances and digresses. A highly unlikely outcome of the Ukraine war would be that Ukraine wins the conflict. This is unlikely to occur without Ukraine pursuing attacks on Russian territory, possibly even to threaten the Kremlin's political control of Russia itself. There are no indications that Ukraine's military is planning to topple Vladimir Putin's hold on power. However, attacks on military targets within Russia could be on the table. If Ukraine were to bring the war into Russia, it would risk an outcome where Russia uses nuclear weapons or chemical weapons in Ukraine to turn the tide of war in their favor. For Ukraine to win, it would require an offensive into Russia where the Kremlin does not possess enough time to react with nuclear weapons or chooses not to. The fifth and final outcome would entertain the pit of mankind's fears and the summit of deprivation. It would be an outcome where Russia uses nuclear weapons to turn the tide of the Ukraine war. A nuclear attack on Ukraine would likely bring a NATO response that would trickle down into a global conflict and then into a nuclear war between NATO powers and Russia. The end result would be of the sort of a nuclear Armageddon for the nations involved. However, this outcome is unlikely as the Russian government and Vladimir Putin himself said the only way they would use a nuclear weapon is if there was a strenuous threat to Russia's territorial integrity and sovereign domain. The United Nations has projected that Iran is almost capable of weapons-grade uranium enrichment. Iran has already developed various nuclear-capable missiles. If Iran develops weapons-grade uranium, which is likely within the next 2 years, that would mean that they would also be able to produce a nuclear missile within a matter of a few months after their enrichment advances. This would bring a new nuclear power into the world, one that would threaten the Middle East and support terrorist groups. It is likely that Iran will be able to achieve their goals of becoming a nuclear power sometime during the Biden presidency. It has been the ideal of American exceptionalism to push for the disarmament of nuclear weapons from nuclear-capable powers. However, if Iran produces a nuclear weapon, the nation will immediately use it for a saber-rattling campaign to threaten the Middle East and nations which do not share their values. Thus, the threats will bring about a new arms race within the Middle East to develop nuclear weapons. The United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other nations would immediately begin to finance and run their own nuclear weapons programs and use the nuclear technology provided by the United States to transform it for use in a nuclear weapons program. The presence of nuclear weapons in the Middle East will bring about further destabilization and hostility among nations. It will also increase the chance for a terrorist group to develop their own nuclear or radiological bombs as weapons to use for terrorist attacks. As Congress continues to spend trillions of dollars, especially to avert government shutdowns and appropriate the federal budget, you can expect inflation and interest rates to continue to rise. Sometime in the year 2024, a financial crisis will occur due to the nation's economic and financial dependency on companies located in the People's Republic of China. If an invasion of Taiwan were to occur, the United States may sanction China. Thus, the investment funds, portfolios, and strategies all tied into Chinese assets will devalue seemingly instantly. The end result would be a stock market crash, a recession, and rising inflation and interest rates. Many United States companies with headquarters, manufacturing facilities, and business centers located in China will be devastated when Xi Jinping orders an eviction and seizure of all of these companies' assets. So much of these companies' assets are tied to China that they may not be able to recover. This will bring about major manufacturing and supply chain bottlenecks and shortages that will hurt the economy further. Also, United States companies who have their funds in Chinese banks or investments will be automatically defaulted when the Chinese government removes itself from the U.S. economy. This means that the assets they procured within China will be inaccessible and will cause companies to have internal crises, which could lead to collapse. Many U.S. companies use Chinese financial institutions because of their low rates of interest and for taxation purposes. However, these billions in assets could become inaccessible once Taiwan is invaded and United States sanctions against China kick in. This will have a drastic effect on the United States economy domestically. President Joseph Biden will likely seek re-election as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Historically, the incumbent of a political party usually wins the nomination even with opposition within the party. There are a few exceptions, however. One case is when Lyndon Baines Johnson, who ascended to the presidency after the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, ran for the Democrat Party's nomination in 1968 after serving the remainder of Kennedy's term and his own elected term as president. However, shortly after the New Hampshire primary, Lyndon B. Johnson withdrew from the race. Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy seemed to be the new victor for the nomination until his own assassination. Nonetheless, Johnson's handling of the Vietnam War brought his political viability to a death knell. Joe Biden faces a similar situation. Although Biden has not gotten the United States involved in any conflict, his handling of the Afghanistan withdrawal and foreign policy has brought about tragic outcomes in the world. It may be possible that another candidate could win the nomination for the Democratic Party, or Joe Biden could withdraw due to age or viability concerns. However, if Joe Biden does not withdraw from the race, it is highly likely that he will win the nomination and be re-elected to another term as president in 2024. 22. Acknowledgements. The second year of the presidency of Joseph R. Biden Jr. is a project dedicated to God. I give all glory to God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. All things are possible by God's divine blessings and His grace. Henceforth, the works of this essay are made possible by God's blessings upon me. I thank God for all He has bestowed upon me and given me to do in these short days on earth. Make sure you read the Bible, believe, and give glory to the Almighty for all that you do in this life. Thank you for reading this essay. It has really been an amazing journey to study the Biden presidency and interpret them in easy-to-understand language. I want to thank my mother and father for giving me all of the materials I required to write this essay. It really means so much to me that I have great parents who love and support me. In many ways, this project is the product of their parenting and the enrichment of my mind from all of the years they educated me. I love you so much and thank you for being such amazing parents. To my brother Jonathan, your work ethic and strive to learn has been in many ways an inspiration in my life. May your family grow and may Shane grow to be a strong and handsome man. There are a wide range of problems that our country faces. As we have discussed in this essay, the United States under Joe Biden's administration has led to our nation's decline. We no longer excel in our domestic and foreign ventures. Rather, we have seen economic decline onset from rising inflation and interest rates, which have triggered retirement and savings accounts to decline from the volatile stock market. Bare necessities are now more expensive than ever, as food prices have gone up exponentially under this presidency. This has hurt the poorest class of America, leaving them to struggle to make ends meet for their families. Energy, especially gas prices, have gone up exponentially as well. The policies the administration took to tamper down inflation and restore the economy were ineffective, leaving the chance to restore our country to economical greatness behind. These policies were even harmful to our national security. For example, when Joe Biden released over 150 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserves, our military's only backstock of oil, it left our military's backup supply at a 40-year low. This puts our nation in a significant national security situation, as if we were to be involved in a global conflict and global markets were restrained. The United States may not have enough backup supplies to fuel the military until the conflict is over. So much risk was taken to pursue this policy with very little in results. This policy only brought the gas prices down on average 13 cents for a period of a few weeks before some global supply pressure for oil, mostly from OPEC's reduction of oil output, or some action taken by the Russian government, brought the prices right back up higher than before. Thus, releasing the SPR oil was ineffective and has left our military's backup supply at a 40-year low, threatening our nation's security. Looking at where the SPR oil ended up, millions went to China, some of which went to a company named Sinopec, which Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, has business and financial ties to. The causes of our nation's economic decline come from a number of President Biden's policies. The most significant to the stock market and businesses, especially startups, are the new heavy taxation on stock buybacks. The policy makes it harder for smaller companies to reduce shares in the market when it is not financially sound to have them present. Not fulfilling buybacks could mean a lack of investment in the company and dilution of its worth, possibly risking its collapse. However, Biden's policy on stock buybacks excludes all Chinese-owned companies functioning on the U.S. stock market. Next, the Biden administration's climate policies have led to trillions in spending appropriations, which have contributed to the over $30 trillion in our nation's national debt. This reckless spending regime has left our future in an uncertain financial situation. One day the debt bubble in our country will burst, and the longer we let it get bigger, the worse the impact will be. The economic issues onset by inflation and Biden's policies are by no means the biggest threat to our economy, though they will play a role in its demise. Our reliance on the People's Republic of China for nearly every facet of our economy, including the financial structure of our nation, has left our nation at a grave vulnerability to collapse. If China were to invade Taiwan and the United States sanctioned or went to war with China, the economy and the financial structure of our country would be threatened and face a harsh recession. Many industries will be hit hard by supply bottlenecks and shortages since they can no longer use their products or receive them from China. Domestic production is at a severed phase that it would take time for companies to begin producing here in the United States. If the United States does not change course on our nation's policy towards the economy, our nation may soon face a financial struggle unseen since the Great Depression. To solve this problem, the United States needs to begin revamping domestic manufacturing capabilities. This will be done by removing our trade reliance on foreign countries to produce our materials or to remove incentives that bring U.S. companies to foreign manufacturing sites. Doing this will incentivize manufacturing in other nations, as it will become more expensive for domestic companies to do business elsewhere. Next, local businesses looking to start manufacturing plants must be supported via tax incentives or exemptions to make it more realistic for them to begin their plant. In the past 2 decades, our nation has seen a rapid decline in manufacturing plants, especially locally owned plants. This poses a threat to our country, as if we could no longer use our foreign manufacturing, we would be faced with a full stop on our economy. This is unacceptable and must be addressed for our nation's sovereignty to be secured. Therefore, decoupling of our economy from our adversaries must begin immediately, it cannot wait. To force American companies to move their manufacturing back to the United States, sometime within the next 16 years, a future administration must issue a full trade ban on the People's Republic of China and must sanction all assets from leaving the United States to China. This rapid decoupling of our economy from China would in and of itself bring an economic and financial crisis. But it is necessary for our nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity that we remove ourselves from China's grasp on our finances. Only then will our nation be able to produce domestically, a time when we learn the hard way through struggle, hunger, and desperation that we must change course on our nation's trajectory. This time around will be a campaign to restore America, its freedoms, and its might. In the years to come, the full platform for America's renewal will be realized, but for the time being we must learn from our current administration and the few that follow, so that we may be prepared to not make the same mistakes as the past. That is why studying the presidency, even if it is a menial and archaic task, must be pursued in order to make real and lasting change on the United States of America. We owe it to our future, we owe it to those who lived the American dream before us. To restore America is a daunting task for one to perform, but if there is not someone to do it, our country will cease to exist. Resource provided by, this time around, Exploratory Committee for America.